Frost, and I think he realizes it. Got that knock, got some damage into SSG at least. So, you know, in terms of maybe putting a little bit of fear into SSG to keep them away from Donawa is what I think they're going to set up a 2-2 split up there between the gas station and the compound on the hillside. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds just is like, okay, cool story. Well, FaZe, that fight is done. We're going to use this to gain some space.
I want to point out the T5 is running a 2-2 split at the time, while we do have NH popping off. They were over here on Everest, and they're going to be flying up over everything. Where they're going to make their commit and drop is Petrichor Road does navigate right between that 2-2 split for T5. LG running a split of their own, as it looks like is it a 3-1 that they're going to be set up for the time being, as it is going to be NH going all the way over to Yasnaya Lake, and looks like they're going to be wrapping into the north.
And they just cut behind Cerberus, so they're safe for now. Petrichor Road, we've seen this before with them. They like this shelter. They like to play out of here, and they can be explosive out of it, catching teams a little bit off guard, a little unsure how to play out of it. Now, the thing is that you could put a car over there, but now the fight, Tycon there, going to find one, but quickly, a lot of damage done to both Cerberus and SSG.
Hamas has nothing that he can really do over here. He's just got to go ahead and step away from it. He wants to come down and try to get some type of vengeance back for his squad. It's a but keep in mind, Dana was also providing some supervision inside of this fight. So rolling through, seeing if maybe he can get a couple of these flushes, just a couple points. Already saying 2 right now would be big. But here come those shots at range. It's going to be multiple targets.
Di bawah gitu deh.
Emang.
Ini apa nih?
Hah?
Ini grand final ya?
That's a beautiful
Iya.
nade from Roth. Perfectly placed.
Latihan.
Tapi masih ada last chance sih.
Here, 4 big kills. Yeah, they lose a couple players, but SSG needs a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence. Who knows? That grenade might have done it, and Loki also going to get knocked by Twisted Minds again. He's playing a dangerous game, reaching out there like that. He is going to be flushed out by Lou.
Chicken
Nothing
dia
Salute can do about it.
satu kali.
Going for those aggressive plays, going for those points. Yes, they get some, but Twisted Minds right there to capitalize.
So we've got the top of the hill where a lot of our teams are hanging out. That's going to be where we see Twisted Minds, that line along the road, and then the recess down in the lower areas. That's going to be the way this fight breaks apart. But wow, with the man, not much cover to be had. Petrichor Road in that positioning they took just a moment ago with shelter, massive.
Yeah.
Sonic sih harus nabrak dia aja.
Somebody figures it out and like drives a car on top of it, tries to block him in or something and blows it up. We'll see. Sungjang trying to finish off.
LG sih enak sih kalau dia nabrak LG aja.
Behind Grandma's house, that grenade right next to him. It doesn't quite get the finish, but Roth is good again.
Good pickup coming up from Roth. Narrow surviving that.
Anjing.
We're going to have to see if we get any other people that are wanting to join in this party. DG wants to commit in the res, but Roth still has more nades. I don't think that he knows exactly where to be dropping.
Kalau PUBG Mobile kan sampai full tanahnya.
Outer wall doing a massive amount of work for Jin G.
Kalau
But
ngeliat
Roth is
itu
going to pick
gym
up another
kemarin,
kill. Blue
gym
zone nade looks like it is at
latihan
least going to slow down a lot of what's going to be happening inside this fight. Esther does get rezzed, and now how much more do we see Jin G commit into this one, because this is outside the safe zone and it's just not going in their favor.
Yeah, this is just a stellar play from Roth, top to bottom. Out of frag grenades now. Blue zone grenade going to push him to the other side. DD's going to use that opportunity to rotate in close. See if he can get Roth just a little bit off balance. They're going to try to come in from the front side.
Pegel tuh cowok, knock cowok.
Headshot to tap it at the beginning. Repositions on the outside. This one beautifully read from Roth. Just constantly shifting in. Oh my God, he got him.
Waduh,
Toy to play with.
Panzer kah?
Kacau anjir, kena counter.
Unbelievable stuff here from Roth. Now he's got more frags.
Nyimpan di trunk dia.
Kickstart, I believe. Excuse me, sharp shot. I believe the grenade in there does splash a little bit of damage. Esther was thinking about it. Esther sticking it.
Oh my God, Goodwin comes down.
GG anjir Roth.
Roth is unstoppable right now.
Teriak tuh dia.
Roth, unbelievable. The defense from the
Hati-hati lo le di boy, cok.
gaming player. Stellar.
IGL, by the way. IGL,
the IGL too.
Yeah.
Mending gak usah di live-in cek lu.
So let's move back on to what's going on the rest of the circle. We have T5 that's
Kenapa?
rotating over here next to LG. You can see that.
Sayang-sayang internet.
Best for them. We also do
Bulin
have something happening
layar
down in
nggak sih?
the
Aku
south.
lihat
We're probably
si
gonna keep
Jin.
an eye on the Twisted Minds V7 all getting
Telat
stacked up
lah
on top.
kalau
Each
ngeliat
other
si
is gonna
Jin.
go ahead and take down
Nonton
Thanadol and get the
itunya
flush
aja.
as well. That bit of a dip going to be enough for survival for T5 for right now.
Emang telat
Man,
kalau
it
di
is
live
not
gini.
comfortable.
Iya.
No, there's not a lot that's comfortable in this circle, like you mentioned earlier, Matt. A lot of flat open space, some rolling hills. A lot of it downhill, so you have to take
Lu sekarang lagi di T5 kan,
where
Cek?
you can. There are some really good compounds. LG's compound
Di LG,
really
di LG.
strong.
Iya,
It
drone ya,
stays in
drone
the
ya.
circle. It's very
Kamera-
defensive.
Iya.
You've got a lot
Di
of
LG,
spots to
LG.
work with. Set up this little carport to help protect you from that high ground where 17 is potentially. Stuff like that. Really smart setup Meanwhile, Danawa still in a 2-1 after Loki went
Pun
down.
pin.
Twisted Mind still looking to harass from the
Mana
edge.
gak ada
Terus
suara
tuh.
Cok,
Has
di
so
Twitch
much
ini.
strength on this angle for now, but the edge is going to dissipate for them in
Iya,
just
pin
any
dulu. Biasa
moment.
di
and they
mute
know it.
biasanya
Unless a
suaranya.
massive
Kalau di
hardship
Twitch.
comes back down
Lagi
there and
map
gives them
ya, lagi
something
map
to work
sama
with.
ini ya.
Elsewise,
Ah,
they're
ini
going to have to
lagi map.
essentially run and gun
Mobil
their
kan
way
ini?
through this. With the only
Di Seoul?
beneficiary of this is going to be the fact
Okay.
that Dan was already split in front of them, but they're already inside of vehicles. They're sending it to regroup down at that gas station.
Yeah, and the good news here for Danawa is that Twisted Minds can't really find a decent angle to punish this rotation back
SQ.
to the gas station. But the gas station very
Posisinya
tricky to defend.
Yeah.
See it time and time again that
Dia main
open
gak enak
field.
terus, Cok.
teams
Hah?
use. There's those hillsides around the
Kayak
outside
nggak
of
enak
it,
terus dia main.
that you can use to kind of set up your siege onto
Anjir,
the gas
zonanya
station
begini.
itself.
Forting.
And 17's going to try to set up a car
Dia set up-
potentially
up
Lagi 40 mobil ya ini.
Ya.
from a couple different spots. If you can get there,
Anjay.
even a Panzer
Dibuatin
would be
baris
really nice here if
begitu dong.
Danawa could find one. But let's see if anybody
Itu
is
kalau
going
pakai
to
mobil yang di Miramar kayak nanti
get anything on
buat
Twisted
forting.
Minds.
Twisted Minds, don't go here
Mobil
next to Roth
Scooby-Doo
right
tuh.
now. Go anywhere else you want to, but I feel like this is just going to be a
Main- wih,
territory.
Twisted
He
Mind
is just
dapetnya
being
enak
very
banget ini
dominant over
tempatnya.
here. And yep, Twisted Minds repositioning over here is this gas station, man. You talked about hard to defend. It's those gaps underneath of the wall that just make it so ridiculous. And this position has so much strength due to that. Because you
Tempat
can see
enak
the
juga
heat, you
tuh.
can see the movement out, and you still
Iya.
get the cover of the hillside itself to really make sure you're protected against all that information gathering.
Yeah, exactly, Matt. It is a really tricky compound to lock down. It's something, at least, that's better than what a lot of teams have. So for Danawa, if they can keep Twisted Minds out of it, then they will have a potentially pretty good chance to do some serious damage in this circle, because it is up on the high ground into this circle. So could have a good look into things.
Kemana nih dia, Dek?
Shu
Sonic, Cok.
taken out by Suju. 17 just able to sit right in the middle of the circle, turret onto these other teams. Roth
Dapat
goes
aja
down,
coy,
but
tigoltan
tip of the
batunya.
cap to him.
I mean,
What a game.
That's a salvage game and a half.
Mau nggak mau.
Day
Iya,
trade, you can
maksudnya
see
dia
Ah,
dapat aja
knock
mirip
dia.
tempatnya.
Dickleton is going to go down. It's going to be in
Setup buat
HCC
kawan-kawan
that
nih, tapi
spots him out. And I don't think that he's going to be too
Belum keren.
restful. He got caught in rotation, and no other member is going to be even close to being able to do anything for him. LGT5 not going to be inside this new circle, so they're going to have to figure out some way to navigate
Di
around
dalam
this one.
hut
You can see
semua
the
ya?
Sonics also
Iya.
wants to get control over this territory, and
Mau
it's
nggak
just
mau.
going to continue to rain nades right down on top of Day Trade, as Nuren's already going to be down. Blue Zone nade putting in some work, and that's going to be just about all she wrote. That med coming off just in the nick of time.
Yeah, great utilization of space here by the Sonics. There's a few hillsides that you can use to bombard some of these
Yeah.
spots the teams are already set up in, and they're taking full advantage of it on the day trade.
Kebakar, Cok.
Stuck inside
Nggak
this shack.
masuk.
If they could get one more molly or frag or blue zone in
Streamsinya
there or
nggak usah
something,
maju,
I don't
anjir.
know if Belmoth has the blue zone bag, but oh,
Oh,
the mortars from
buset.
behind!
It's
Si Mime.
LG at
Anjing,
distance that
kosong.
spotted that
Mortar
one,
deh.
drop it up on top of them. They wanted to weaken this. Well, they hopped in their vehicles. They sent multiple members down in the middle of Mime with the mortar. They knew they had that beat it in. That was such a good play.
And he's driving at him now. He's trying to go for this flush onto them.
Pangin
They
Tera
wanna
dulu.
punish the Sonics. They want to take that spot for themselves. It's a really decent spot in this circle. Petrichor Road going up and over, and this is so smart. They're going to use a folding shield as well to guard some angles from this staircase. This protects them from some grenades and other things potentially bouncing in there as well.
Yeah, but if that nade does manage to fall down into that stairwell, it is just near on doom. Blue Zone nade's also very strong over here. Circle is going to pop definitely in the center in the position that we're going to be looking at with Petrichor Road.
LG-nya
Outside
bisa.
team still going to be
Waduh,
Twisted Minds down
bomnya
and
Mime.
needing to make a move as well as
Kacau.
NH are looking
Oh,
to
kenok dia.
Day Trade's shack. So
lagi.
lots of firefights popping off.
This is a great blue zone here from LG. It forces Petrichor Road down, allows Luminosity to try to take some space, to try to get closer, to see if they can displace any members of Petrichor Road and do what you want to do. Get that grenade in there, Matt. But they're not really quite able to do it. They're going to lose Mime, who was trying to keep
pakai
track,
beres lagi
trying
dia,
to play contain.
main high ya?
Sonics didn't really go his way.
See, this is what I was talking about with LG. It's always clinical. It's always planned. Whenever they're making a move, they already have about 2 more that they have prepped up. And this time around, they're content with getting the
Bomnya.
position, manage to force it down. Now, here comes Perfectix, making his approach
Anjir,
into this
langsung
one.
ke
Going to go
N.
ahead and drop a
Dua
couple
bom.
of nades in there. Does manage to land it right up on top of Anonix. Soul doesn't really have the best angles.
Rata.
Berapa dia?
The amount of smoke. Salute's going to go down as well.
Rata
Twisted
7.
Minds just slow rolling this one and picking up everything they want.
Yeah, they guessed really well on where Donawa would be. And again, not a lot of space to maneuver. Soul, though, the superstar for the black and gold, trying to do what he can. He gets Perfectix. He's got another.
Whoa.
Got Lou as well.
Whoa.
Continues the dance.
Seul.
Waduh.
Come
Oh,
on, but
untung.
finally gonna go down.
Oh, he almost had him.
Zonanya
Batuans
ada
on the
jalan.
drive-by got him. It was so close. So close
Hampir
for
rata
Seoul.
itu.
Dude, this is PGC. This is what you need. You need your stars to step up, and we are seeing that in this game. It's about setting the tempo. This was a compacted leaderboard, and each one of these squads wants to break it apart.
Look at this. We only have 5 teams left.
3-3-3-3.
And we're in phase 6. 15 players. It is just chaos because of how wide open it is. A little bit of cover here. A blown up vehicle on the road. A little bit of utility attempted to be picked up by Snakers there off the road as well.
Masih
We'll get
ada
to
dong
watch
mortarnya.
the replay here. Right on
Oh, yang tadi
the
ting
edge of the
replay.
tree there. Shrimzy kind of walking back into it as he was trying to peel back off of that position, fighting against Day Trade. And here we go. Twisted Minds has to drive out in the blue. And
Buset,
Snakers is
mininya.
still dialed in today.
Oh, Twisted
Dia
Mind with that
mati
bit
sama
of
Mortar
damage. You
itu.
can see just running down the hill.
Tadi
Iya.
to their deaths.
Shrimzy kenok.
That puts us into our top 4, phase number 6, as it is going to be revealing. With this one,
Sonic
everybody
sudah
pretty much
tumbang ya,
inside of
guys,
it
ya.
right now, but it's going to be New Happy in control of the north. We have 17 Gaming control of
Siapa
the
nih yang
southeast
chicken
area
nih?
and the dip that they're going to be playing. Petrichor Road still in there.
Posisinya
17 gak sih?
Shelter shack, whatever
17 sama
shelter that you
NH
want to call it right
lumayan.
now, and LG up on top
Main
of them.
enak.
is
NH lebih enak sih.
stepping
NH
really
kanannya
quiet.
masih ada
Not
high
making
ground
a
ya.
move just
Iya.
yet, is
Masih ada anchornya
even
lagi
LG
D1 tuh.
contained by Petrichor's positioning.
I mean, I love that Petrichor Road came into this event with a
Oh.
plan for these types of circles, that they're going to be doomsday preppers. They're going to go for those shelters to lock those down, and it has worked a treat for them every time they've gone in.
It's just a very nice addition to be played around, and it's like a
Oh,
very
anjir,
all jack in the box,
bomnya.
but see,
He
this
got
is
it
what
in.
I'm worried
Oh,
about.
itu
Do
sumpah
you
bomnya
follow
sumpah.
it up
Masuk,
after this when you already got your
Buh.
one? Blue Zone nade's going to be massive work, and yes, it does
Aduh,
look like they
satu
might be
laginya
positioned for
nyangkut.
vehicles. It's going to be very dangerous to go for peaks, but just getting those knocks alone is going to open up some movement
Satu
capabilities for
lagi
LG to
dong, mau
work
masuk
with.
dong.
The new circle pops, and now what do you even do? You can see Ming, he can't go for these reses. He's afraid of what LG is going to try to make happen.
Wah,
And
anjir.
around the outside,
Oh,
New Happy is flanking
Panzer lagi, Cok.
Panzer lagi
LG
dong.
territory. LG is going to load up with a Panzer in the vehicle potentially. They can use that to end Petrichor Road's round if they can find the right angle. The problem is that New Happy now is looking to try to cut off LG's rotation, trying to potentially wipe them out of the edge of the circle. This is something New Happy is so good at.
But look at LG's ammo. Everybody is on near on nothing right now. They haven't been able to pick up any crates. They haven't really been able to do anything off of these positions. They're running hyper
NH
low
nggak bisa
economy. They need to make
ngebom
something
Pero,
happen. And with those knocks that they got on Petrichor Road, sure, it's a lot of damage, but it's not
Sudah
securing
habis,
them a
Bro.
position to move into.
Not yet. We'll see if they can
Masih
get it
ada
done.
tuh.
They're very aware of New Happy's rotation, so you can see that they have to wait this out. They have to try to wait for the circle to kind of push New Happy back to the other side, back to the north side of that hill. Ming, though, with that Mark 14, going to be
Dimakan
Tarungan
ya,
duo
Pak.
Ming, Cok.
There's a lot of damage that he can put out real fast here onto LG, and it's going to be tough to get that vehicle going fast enough and angled enough that Petrichor Road can't really slam in a lot of damage to LG on the way through.
I think that there's a section of the road that still has another lip on it just to their east. So LG can maybe position around that one, but it's kind of dangerous once we start looking again at the way we see NH in their positioning. Shout out to also CC for NH. He's doing a good job on staying alive with the pressure that 17 Gaming is bringing over into the east. He's dodging out, exchanging a couple of bullets. Nothing too big happening just yet, but here we go. LG now making the rotation into that a bit more safe. Well, actually, no. Looks like they're going to go ahead and stop off. I think that they're afraid of that angle still, mainly due to 17. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, exactly. Because if they go either north or south, it's going to be tricky because either 17 or New Happy is going to have an angle on them. That's why they would much prefer to take Petrichor Road out, because that gives them a lot better spot, not just because it's more towards the center of the circle, but it's about the only defendable spot left in the current zone.
Okay, so New Happy is collapsing in on the north, finally giving LG a bit more breathing room, and you can see that they're trying to navigate that. The problem is there's no cover, and Petrichor Road is aware of that. So the vehicle being crept forward with them slowly and steadily, seeing if maybe it can provide something for them to work with. Two now inside of it. They're going to go ahead and just make the push in. Not too much more they can do. It is also going to be at range. They realize the fact that it's going to be Flood that found something for them to work with. Exlef's going to take some parting shots and be like, yeah, get out of here. We're finally done with this one.
Yeah, now they just have these
Masih
cars
dapat,
and
Cok.
just an
LG.
ever so slight change in elevation that gives them a little bit of protection for now. Next circle just going to center up. Petrichor Road right on the edge of it. New
Dude.
Happy, December the 12th, just kind of watching them. If he has any frags, he's got a really good angle to launch one in there, especially with them getting harassed. With Ming Ming finding
Pero
that
sih kalau
headshot
keluar
onto
dia
Exlef.
kekunci, Cok.
I just don't know if December the 12th has any frags.
Soalnya yang lainnya perang ya, dia bisa
From
keluar
his
loh.
perspective. But if he has one,
Iya, kecuali
that would
kayak
be a
gitu
great
deh.
time. No, he has none. So yeah, that's why they're not able to really bombard this shelter. They're going to have to do it on foot. And CC
Tiga
finally coming
Cina
with a
ya?
frag of his own.
I mean, Petrichor Road has
Tiga
near
Cina,
nothing.
satu
You can see no
Amerika.
helmets, no anything else
Here we
along
go.
those lines. Here come the nades.
Aduh,
First one
bomnya
goes
nggak
a
masuk.
bit far. Second one goes right up to the lip of it. How are we going to see anything else?
Hampir
coming
aja.
from Exlef just trying to navigate this one
Budget
best he can.
kah?
Blue zone nades.
Budget nggak masuk tanah, Pi.
You can see all Petrichor Road now having to
Oh,
retreat
yang nggak ke
away
tanah
from it.
ya?
Are we going to see NH try to exploit it or not?
Yeah,
Wah,
Molly's
kena
did
itu,
connect
Oh,
with
BZ.
it. Here
kena,
comes
Cok.
the blue zone as well. Petrichor
Tadi
Road has
10,
to
tapi
make
pas
their
bener
maneuver
timing
out.
healnya
LG,
mereka.
New Happy going to be observing their exit. Let's see if they can get out of this alive.
Gua kira
17
nggak
Gaming
tembus
is
sana.
just so content right now. Everybody else is burning all the stuff that they've got to try to survive. Exo steps out of this when it's going to be Snakers. Does get the headshot onto him.
Snakers.
So it's going to be
Masih
NH
AUG
still
semua
defending
ya.
on this angle and at range.
AUG-nya
LG
belum
taking
di-nerf
those
ini,
pot
PGC.
shots, but 17 Gaming,
Oh,
I feel
emang
like
iya?
they still
Iya.
have everything in the
Patch
tank.
dia
Whenever
masih
we
AUG yang
glance
lama.
over at them, they still have nades, they still have
Oh.
ammo, they
Oh.
are prepped for this last fight.
Yeah,
Gitu ya?
nobody's been
Ya,
able
kemarin
to
pas
harass their position. They took
Eagleton
that center
live
circle
stream,
position that's
dia
sometimes
ngomong
dangerous. Good knock from Ming Ming, December the 12th. Able to respond in kind. More members now of New Happy
Berarti Dragunova
trying
juga
to
masih ini.
barricade this.
Iya,
17,
Dragunova
you got to be
masih
aware.
yang
You
lama.
got to look for that, that flank, and absolutely December the 12th aware of it.
Bring it down.
Langsung aja ya, nggak ada yang
Another Hail Mary.
tapi
Hoping
make
it's gonna
ini ya,
connect.
kita
I don't
guna.
even know how many
Iya.
times these guys have been knocked. It is just time and time again over
Molotov.
here. As LG is eyeing that one.
Wah,
Suju
anjay,
also creeping
bomnya
closer to the
sumpah.
LG line. Is yeah.
Ngeri-ngeri
it's gonna
ya.
be Xiao that drops a nade up on top of Snakers. He's
Bisa
gonna be
kayak depan
entirely
mata
taken out of
loh.
this one.
Yubas Gaming
Yang
sih
bikin
kayaknya.
meledaknya.
Again, utility,
Masuk ke
all
tas
the
langsung
armor,
gitu ya.
everything that you could want, and everybody else just pretty much in tatters at this stage.
Ya,
Yeah,
ketahan
Petrichor
coy.
Road's
Pero
armor and helmets have to be in very, very bad condition. Here we go.
farming nggak
This
sih?
is risky.
There's not a lot they can do here. As Petrichor Road, yeah, you're going to get the
Tuh,
res, but you're not going to last too much longer out in the open. Ming Ming puts down Aches left, and this should be Petrichor Road going down.
Yep, just feeds it
Di
over to the
zona.
blue zone for the other two. Gonna make it a bit
Di
safer. Xiao Wu now gonna shift into this NH line. Relo's
12
gonna go
nih,
down, and
ikan
LG,
cok.
while they put up a hell of a fight, they're gonna be going down any given moment, but it's gonna be about how much can you fight off the back foot. Xiao Wu's gonna go down, and now at least a bit more of an opportunity as the entirety of the firefight is shifted into the northeast.
Yeah, Relo has,
Pokoknya LG kan.
has an opportunity here to do some serious damage to one of
Satu
these two
dia.
teams. New Happy getting the headshot. Now going to fall back. They've got 3, 17, just down to 2, but somehow Suju, who has been absolutely incredible here in these grand finals, finds a knock, and that's going to allow them to rotate away. They don't want to give up any more knocks or damage if they can help it to New Happy.
Dude, this is so dangerous to navigate. Ming Ming looks like he's going to be trying to eye a bit more into the center. Rez is going to be very difficult. I don't think that anybody's going to be going for December 12th. It's just not the way to do this one. And yes, you can see that 17 very aware. There's still the solo and flood over there, but Lord knows, I don't even think that he has like any ammo left at this stage. He'd have to scrap it up off of the other two members that had near on nothing to work with. 17 Gaming though, they do have the blue zone back behind them. Smoke's now going to start dying out in between them and NH, and this bit of cover might be enough. Can Ming Ming
Ada
open this one?
cacing-cacing tuh.
My question is, does Flood still
Tuh.
have Panzer? I
Ngeri,
still
kau
floating around
17
for
anjing.
LG. Little Ghost, crazy good
Whoa.
stuff. Gets CC down, now just Ming Ming.
Waduh.
The best riflers in
Wih,
the world, and that's
decoynya
why
bisa
he's
gitu
gonna
ya.
spot out Little Ghost,
Aduh.
gets the headshot to
Ngeri,
Road.
Cok.
Ya,
And now we're down to the low economy fight.
Wah.
One takes a face
Wah,
full. And
gokil.
it is going to be NH that picks up the round.
Gegen anjing.
Decoynya
Riflers in
gitu
the
loh.
world is Ming Ming,
Keren, Cok.
and he just showed you why. Absolutely
Gitu
disgusting.
J.
I love this
Keyboardnya
first
J harus kayak
round.
gitu J.
PGC keep doing this,
Itu loh,
please.
Cok.
This is
Maksudku
everything
pentingnya
I
hold tuh
want.
itu sebenarnya.
Angel providing
Cuman
so
susah
much
itu loh
in
aku
that
belajar
one.
aja.
That is such a weird firefight we haven't had a chance to really dig into with that sheltered position, and Petrichor Road just heads up. Smart play using it.
Yeah, they do a really good job, and that folded shield as well bought them a lot of extra time and space, potentially saved their lives on a couple of those grenades from LG early. So a lot of credit to LG. They played this game very wise, very cautiously, gave themselves a really good chance, got a second place out of it. So really strong stuff from a lot of these teams.
Massive plays, and this is talking about you want your players to step up when it matters. We just saw it. We got a couple of guys that always step up when it matters, and we're going to throw it over to Avenger and Toffees.
Jalannya berapa menit di YouTube?
Lebih lambat 10 detik kan apa gitu ya? Maksudnya delay apa? YouTube siapa?
Beda detiknya.
Kalau Twitch sama YouTube.
Iya. Cepetan
Lima-
YouTube, cepetan Twitch kan?
Iya. Dapat 10 sampai 5 apa? 5 sampai 10 detik.
Well, we've officially got our first repeat chicken dinner winner of the grand finals
AFK dulu
as
gue.
New Happy Esports
Oke.
comes out and honestly wins it off the back of incredible gun control by Miming.
Yeah, and
RB,
you know,
RB.
clutch situation like this, it's just something that you can't deny. 2021, he was one of the best, if not the best, barrel control sprayer and mechanical gifted gamer out of PUBG. But yeah, some overall here, I gotta say this, the terrain here though,
It's wild.
it is so hard to
Oh.
play. And
That
Roth,
fight.
we have to say, Roth though, 5 kills, stepping up for a huge clutch moment for Space. This game was massive, super well executed by him, but yeah, there's just nothing to play. There's like the grenadable dips, there's like, of course, the secret room, but the entrance to that, like, it's just so hard to play.
Yeah.
And of course, LG able to kind of keep onto the scraps, but like when you have a bush versus a rock to jiggle peek from, who's gonna win? It's gonna be the rock.
You know, I love seeing that Roth play. I love seeing the Mime Revenge mortar.
Soul as well. Oh my
Soul
god,
was doing
in the
great.
gas station.
Here's what we're gonna break that down in a second, because I want to know from you later why Luminosity didn't push when they got those knocks.
Right.
But they chose to go for the house at this tree instead. They play out of this spot. They end up going down. Here is the Ming Ming finish as he gets that double. Just 1 and 2. 17 goes down. And he says, you know what? Where's Flood? Ah, headshot. Easy for me. And gets the triple to end the game and give them the points. The end of that last match, like you said, there's not a lot of real estate. No one's saying, I want to go hide in the basement. This is not a horror film. You don't go down there and hope for the best. You go down there because you have to, right?
Exactly. And Petro, right, they're trying to get out of it. You have an MK, you have the 3 gear, you can kind of peek, you can destroy some of those guys that are trying to get it. But also, you can see how hard it is for the players to actually get a nade in there. Snakeas did it, and that's probably what you're asking, right? The double knock.
Yeah, why didn't they push that?
I feel like it's to maximize points, right? Because if they push that and they lose and they get third party by an NHG Sports New Happy, then it's not the second place and the extra kills that they actually managed to get. It's a 4th instead, right? Because they knew that 17 Gaming had 3 guys alive that had probably a better spot than them. So I like the positional play, but they ended up losing them 2 players. And could they have won the game from there? Maybe. I don't know. I like it, though. Both are viable options, and it comes down to what approach you want to do. But man of the match, though, Toughies, it has to go to Ming Ming.
It has to go to Ming Ming. I mean, this is a player who, honestly, up until the grand finals was lackluster in terms of overall point gain. Has shown up here at the grand finals and decided, you know what? I just want you to remember how good I actually am.
Yeah.
And has been putting up crazy plays, really leading his team to victory.
You know what I like, though, that it's NHG Sports, they win this. It's one of the guys that are in our bottom 8. So it's not because they're going to be running away with it. It's still going to be extremely tight.
That's true.
Once we get to the overall leaderboard, as you see here, they're only going to be in 59, and 8th place is 39. So it's still super, super close and super tight. Of course, now Day Trade last, 22 points. There's a little bit of a gap starting to form here and there. But yeah, overall, our teams in the very top 17 doing well. NHG Sports 51. And in general here, like, yeah, it's still our teams that we expect to do well, doing well. Twisted Mind still, you know, they're getting the points, but Soul just delayed way too much on that gas station fight, which ended up costing them so much time, right? And they're not going to be able to do anything. Then they're driving out of the blue. They're just going to get sprayed at from everywhere in that car.
I do think when you look at that leaderboard, maybe you have to retrain your brain a little bit, because I've been having to do it as well. We spent so much time looking at that cutoff point between 8 and 9 for this entire month that I'm kind of getting this habit of like, I'm like, well, you know, they're in 8th, and here's where the cutoff is. But all that matters at this stage of the game is who is the single survivor at the end of this, right?
For sure.
And so that's where we start to see these teams want to push ahead, want to sort of take those risks. Yes, saving points, managing your average per game, that's a good strategy for sort of making more money in the long run and getting to the top of it. But
That's what
I think,
everyone does.
Yeah, I think teams now have to sort of take the lid out of that bottle. They need to let the genie go. They need to start making plays. Twisted Mind's the team that we're looking at right now is a team that looks like they are here to try to take this championship.
Yeah, they're coming to win it. It's the only thing on their minds, for sure. And like they are so steel laser focused on this.
And they've been together for so long. I mean, in that hype video, we heard Batulan say, this is the time for me and my boys, because the amount of times they've been so close before. So I think that for me, is one of the more exciting things to see how it develops today. We see Roth there. He had an incredible solo play in that last game. I wonder if they can roll that momentum to get out of the right side of the leaderboard. The game number 2 is about to begin. Let's head to the grassy pastures of Erangel and get this thing started.
Oh, yeah, I'll take a bit more of this one. As Erangel last game was real nice. And just think, we've got ourselves some fun in Bikini to follow this one up.
I know. What a crazy good game. And, you know, again, the Chinese team's really starting to step up here. And Erangel has really been, especially 17 Gaming, you know, their map. Like, they play so well out in open space. Their mechanical skill is through the roof, as you just saw there with Ming Ming from New Happy. He is just so good. He's so clean. He's so fast. Every shot, it feels like, is a headshot on the first bullet. So that has got New Happy back up to 3rd, playing out of their minds there, played a great, you know, kind of contained game on the edge of that, on the northern edge of that circle, never letting anybody really get too far into their territory, and doing that against teams like LG and 17 Gaming and Petrichor Road, not an easy task.
Compacted leaderboard is still pretty much there, but man, it's getting to be a bit more dicey for these squads, as we are going to see FaZe go to a secondary drop, given the fact the plane path was a bit more to the west. They're going to go down Millie Island itself, and Petrichor Road, this is an interesting dust-up.
Yeah, they're kind of pseudo-contesting V7's drop. V7 usually gets this compound on the other side of the river for free, but now that Petrichor Road has decided to try to drop into a more central
Anjing dapat
location,
pistol doang,
it's gonna
Cok.
be contested. Cumin just
man.
the P92. This is, that's a pistol and it doesn't hit real hard, so he is really under pressure. He's got Glaz to help him out, but Glaz has to smoke himself off to try to cut off Chewy underneath Cumin.
Man, you best hit some headshots. That's all I can say up there. As reinforcements not really coming in for either one of these squads. Actually, no, it looks like Tosi is going to be moving up there to provide some type of support, but it's very, very slow right now. Yumin just clinging to the top. Keep in mind, Petrichor Road has no idea the weapons that are up there. Elsewise, Yumin might be in a bit more trouble. I mean, no helmet on the side for Summer is its own independent problem, but that AR with the 60 rounds and now finding an SMG, and I think that was a shotgun in front of him. I couldn't tell, but
I think you're right. Yep, pump shotgun. Absolutely. And Summer didn't have a helmet yet either. That's something he's really desperately hoping find. That would be real nice. Tosi didn't even find a helmet in his driving as he drove out early to try to assist. Akeslift on the 3-seater coming in as well. So it's, you know, basically going to be a full-on fight, it looks like.
man, this is a mess. Pistols, shotguns, and 3-seater bike. That's a lot of things we don't get a chance to talk about inside competitive PUBG. So Summer, just going to wait this one. Slow it down, and ooh, man.
Heaven's got a shotgun
Waiting
too.
for it, reads it, goes for the first shot. It goes wild, but the exchange between them does get a mutual knock. It's going to be Akeslift at range. Keep in mind, he needs to make some type of movements off this one. You can see V7 getting a read that this is going to be a little bit more hectic. So instead, trying to close back off the door, go for a peek around, get the flush, make sure you secure it.
Looking to get a little bit of damage on the entry. The Mutant as well, quite powerful in a situation like this. Potentially, you can tap very quickly. Glaz going to claim that first kill here in this map. Just an ump and a shotgun and a beat-up level 1 helmet. But a level 3 vest here for Heaven, doing some pretty good damage. So for now, Petrichor Road stuck. And like you mentioned, they haven't really sussed out what Gumin's situation is up here on top. And if they knew, I think they'd try to punish it a little bit more.
I don't think that they realize this is pretty much a 3v3 right now. They're like, okay, we got to make sure that we clean this one, get it clear. You can see the fact that range,
look who it is.
playing it really,
Look on the
really
map.
slow. Oh my God. Of course PO wants a piece of this. How could he not?
Unbelievable.
If he takes
This
down,
is absolutely the most. I mean, he just keeps one-upping himself this event, Matt. Just like he has to like take the PO levels to new heights.
DG, come up here, guys. I think that there's something really cool happening. We can get some kills. And he's like, no, I'm just over here to res you if something else goes wrong. To see is, I mean, Jin G does pretty much own everything from here to shooting range, and nobody else is really contesting for the northern part of the circle because it is a 50-50 split on the circle with the George Pool River cutting through, yes. But Glass playing on the outside of this one this is a very weird tempo in a very low economy firefight that's kind of, this isn't helping either one of these squads. They both need to make sure that their looting is in a better position because this is a centralized point. If we do see the circle go north, they're not going to be able to defend this whenever 4-man squads are going to be dropping in.
Yeah, exactly. It's stalemated because of the lack of utility. But also, yeah, you're right, Matt. Whoever comes out of this is going to have a near-on impossible run in the rest of this game just due to the lack of utility that they're going to have, especially with PO just sitting here like a vulture waiting for someone to start beating each other up. And DG's as well. He's got that Mark 12. He's going to be checking things out.
Well, PO is going to get a knock on it, Tosi, but there is a bit of a problem as Dano is getting pretty close in this position. Ming's going to spot out Glaz as well. Now then, and it's all just the Domino's going to put the pistol plays coming up from Gumin. Can he do it again? No.
Unbelievable, though. Even to get one knock with that gun is tricky. Akeslift able to claim the point on the Gumin. Chewy knocked. Akeslift here trying to cut off Heaven. He knows that Heaven's the last player in there. And now he's got a really good opportunity to make this a really unfair fight, especially since Heaven has no meds.
Dude, PO is up in this right now. He is just about like 50, maybe even 60 meters away from the position of the last player holding this one up. Problem is, Heaven is going to play this one a lot slower. You can see he's just kind of ducked down. He's just holding that stairwell with the shotgun, waiting for somebody to come.
Not much else he can do, and he knows PO's out there, so in a weird way, he can let PO gatekeep for him. You know, the only good entrance that Petrichor Road has left is on the south side now. And you can see they're trying to work that angle a little bit, and they're keeping their eye out for Pio. So, yep, they're going to wrap around to the south and then try to displace Heaven.
Slow and steady wins the race for them right now. They know the danger points that they have to look through. And oh, good
Here's
job
it.
on Heaven listening through. Is he going to go for some sneaky repositions, or is he just going to go for the stairwell? Looks like he does have himself something to slow down the pacing on this one. So Smoke's going to come out, and that's going to be very, very favorable for this shotgun, as he's going to go ahead and get some drops in. And you can see Petrichor Road in no rush to push this one. They realize that if they push all together, a shotgun spells their doom.
And meanwhile, Donawa rolled up into Genji's backlines and took out Sungjong, who was trying to maintain an anchor position up towards the north side of the circle. And
Pio doesn't want to play anymore. He's done.
Yeah,
He's
Pio,
going back home.
Yeah. This is now turned a little bit sour for Genji, so they have to retreat. Petrichor Road doesn't know that yet, though. Potentially.
Road just dancing right now. He's doing some jiggle peeking back and forth at each other. Nobody wants to make a move. I mean, like, nobody. You have no idea what you're walking into, dude. There's like, everybody had like 10 seconds to get some type of gun to work with. You just got knocked by a pistol a moment ago. A bit of an exchange now as Left is going to start braving up to the top of this one. Double up lines coming. Can they pace it out right? Shotgun going to be in hand. Door's going to get closed yet again. How's Peak's going to be coming around? And wow, that was contained and quick.
Yeah, good timing there. Great teamwork from Petrichor Road, giving Heaven not many opportunities for response. New Happy up on top here, sliding down the hills, and Nan not quite ready for Pooch Hills. Pooch Hills going to find Nan, looking for that flush. Should be potentially doable. Yeah, should have the angle, but not quite done yet. Will be done momentarily. The rest of NH Esports, after a great first game, gonna have to back off after losing a player.
And with this one, I mean, you have to assume Everest is inside this, so fighting for control, getting the information, that's great. But we have seen so many circles cut back in this Everest path, and we even have Sonics that's getting a foothold just in the west.
Yeah, this is something Daytrade likes to do, is get up on this mountain. Teams, again, considering that with how, like you said in the last game, Matt, that the mountain has been a magnet for the circles, you might as well go for it early. At the very worst, you're going to get a lot of information on what's going on around you anyway, so that's totally not the end of the world. And Genji has stabilized. They've backed off the fight, or at least Donawa backed off the fight with them, I guess. And you have SSG close to Genji.
Does Genji ever really stabilize? I don't know, man. It feels like there's always the potential for them to go whatever they want to do. But we've got 17 who has been hot today. Let's go ahead and get some insights for what's happening with their squad, because, man, they have been a pleasure to watch.
第二名也算好的，因为还有2天，现在前列肯定有机会出冠军的。因为我印象里，我们吉隆坡第1天也是第2，然后后面冲到冠军了。前2天就教练给我们分析的战术嘛，给我们战术，然后放松的就是老板带我们吃吃喝喝，那整体状态都比较放松。我觉得16支决赛队伍都很强的，但是如果说保持在前3的队伍肯定都有危险，因为都是奔着冠军去的嘛。 我们肯定也是的，谢谢粉丝们的支持吧。大满贯我们也会努力去打的，不轻敌。
I'll be spitting facts, man. This lobby is crazy difficult to contend with. The guys up at the top of it, it's just such a massive threat at any given stage.
Yeah, no, this is it's nuts. I mean, there's so many unbelievably talented players, as we've seen all across this year in PUBG Esports 2023. The best of the best, providing us with some absolutely just ridiculous moments time and time again.
I don't mean this as a slander, but I mean, look at SSG's positioning, not necessarily the best overall on the leaderboard, but we just saw Rolf and the plays that he can bring out. And that's somebody that's technically in the lower part of this leaderboard. This lobby can absolutely pop off at any given moment, and it's just a pleasure to watch.
Exactly. I mean, Roth he is on one so far today. LG going for the pickup, and they take a lot of damage, but I think they get away just barely in time.
So where are we going to be heading, as they're going to be cutting a path down to the south, and yep, instantly pull those shoots going, nope, back up to the north we go, as we have a shooting range hillside game.
But Donawa is right down in here. Salute right next to this crash plane. He's got a decent angle here onto Flood. Flood might be able to just barely get down. Too many targets here for Salute to deal with. The foliage of the trees as well going to obscure LG. And they're going to be able to land safely, but it is not without a little bit of consternation there.
And that's what you need to pick up for your games. If you do the emergency pickup and things start to go wrong, trees, man, go for the trees as fast as possible.
Just don't
try
run into
to
them.
block. Yeah, okay, that does suck. I mean, we did see a paraglider actually at some too.
But use them to hide you. Yeah.
give you that line break as you're trying to make the rotation. Making rotations, though, also 17 Gaming trying to cut right in between Tiamba. They're also going to bump into Twisted Minds right up on this hillside. LG also Flood that we saw just make that landing a moment ago. Going to have to deal with all Twisted Minds rolling right up on top of him.
Now, tire popped even there, so 17 almost kind of getting caught in transition, but instead Twisted Minds out here, Flood right next to them. Perfectix has been really good so far in this grand finals. Not able to do much more. 217 who make the march towards the center and towards Donawa's territory.
Man, LG are just getting picked apart over here as Donawa is a bit of the feasting that's happening right now. 17 Gaming also going to go ahead and get a very strong point. I really like that hillside that they've managed to stop over at. Gives you a lot of vision as you can navigate different sections of this hill. Keep in mind, the pinnacle of the hill for shooting range is technically the center of the circle. So we've been talking about the verticality and how it keeps getting pulled over to Everest. Technically, this is a very high point in the map as well.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's just a lot more spread out. So it's not quite as sheer as the Everest mountain is. And Flood and the rest of LG got really split on that drop. Snakers is up in the shooting range. Mime is knocked, and there's not much that can be done. We got some chance already coming out. I think Twisted Minds in the back there.
Yeah, they're going to continue to press in right now. And Flood, he's not pulling that trigger unless he absolutely has to. He does not want to reveal his position. 1 point right now is the biggest problem. And yes, you can see that Mime is bleeding out, but that's just going to happen. There's nothing that can be done about this one right now. Teams up in the north, we do also have Petrichor Road that's around Severny that's going to be wrapping in. Cerberus is over into the very far west. Day Trade's making their regroup as it is going to be Boot Chills going down into Nurin's position on the outskirts of Georgopol.
Day Trade going to have plenty of room to maneuver, at least in front of them. Behind them, though, is a little bit concerning. Sonic's NH Esports still yet to cross to the other side of the river, which they will need to do eventually, but it looks like Sonic's opting to play a safe, cautious game in the early part of this to let the other teams kind of maybe duke it out on the edges of that hill that rolls up towards the top of the crashed airplane mountain. James doing some scouting while the rest of FaZe tries to rotate ahead, but they're getting close to Petrichor Road. Left already on his feet, has the barrel in hand.
So I will remind everybody as we see these setups coming into play, a lot of these firefights are broken down by the hillside. Left just waiting.
Correct, he's dead.
Does he even know? Just going to walk up right up on top of him. Easy pickup. Are we going to see Fex go for vengeance on a couple of shots? But, I mean, defendable position for Left with those shots. Also going to pick up another one. Left putting in some work.
He is so darn good. He is unbelievable. Just catches them completely off guard and then makes Fex pay the price. Gustav and James, I don't know what they can do about it. Gustav in the blue watching this from afar. They're just going to run him over. Going to go out, try to go for some of his util, but Gustav is miles away.
Okay, so the wrecked plane where Donovan was going to be at, or technically is going to be the center of position. Squads now looking like they can try and do a bit of a scrap reposition. Sonic's going to be down in south. They are inside that quad compound, but they are not yet inside the safe zone. NH as well as Day Trade gonna have to make some moves. Tyloo as well coming over here over in the western area. Could be T5 as well as Cerberus that they bump into.
Yeah, Donawa's got a 2-2 split again, and I'm a little bit concerned with how close they are to 17 that maybe somebody punishes it. Eventually, Flood finally found out, not able to salvage any points out of that position.
Yeah, I mean, trying to make something happen, but there is not. That's going to be happening for LG for quite a while. Twisted Minds, though, coming alive. Perfectix at 2 kills. I know a lot of people are going to be happy about that one. A lot of fantasy teams leaning into Perfectix and the performance that he can try to make. NH, though, going to go over to this very far western bridge in Georgopol itself. Eat a bit of blue, but I mean, it's only phase 3. Who really cares about that one? As you probably have enough meds to stabilize. But with the attrition wars going on the way we have in the later stages, I feel like eating any blue can be quite problematic.
Yeah, no. And we've seen how limited utility can be. Heals are part of that equation for some of these teams, depending on when they rotate and how they rotate. I think New Happy, though, probably sitting pretty in terms of their stack of heals and those kind of things. But yeah, it's a little bit dangerous. The good news is there's blue zone bags in the game in competitive esports now, so that gives you a little bit more breathing room. But phase 3 is kind of the last circle where most teams, I'll tell you, they really want to be out there if they can help it.
So now Sonics down to the south. They are going to have Tiamba as well as Twisted Minds up the hillside in front of them. Kind of going back to what I was mentioning a moment ago. This hillside, and the way it kind of sets up, there is going to be the giant valley that is just to the south of where 17 Gaming is going to be at. Most people are familiar with it because there's like the one house that everybody sends it from Georgopol to go into that house. But really, remember, we're going to be looking at what's going to be the potential of 4 different firefight zones, as this hillside is really going to coordinate off different sections of this one. So not as much of a third and fourth party as we've been seeing. Really just the guys up at the top are going to have that capability, but they're not going to want to go for too many peaks, because even the top of this hillside is very, very wide. So it's not like you can peek every single action, like every single angle into all of these different fights. You've got to pick where you want to really be committed.
Yeah, exactly. And FaZe kind of spreading thin. The last 2 players trying to see if somebody can snake out some extra points. Gustav spotted by Pio, and Pio is hot on his heels. Pio feels like he has the space to maybe go for the punish. Gustav actually drifting back to the direction that Pio is coming from. So see if those two maybe getting a bit of a dust up. Although Gustav has stopped, so is Pio. Pio now starting to take things a little bit slower. Sonics, again, safe, cautious edge play here early, looking to take advantage of some misfortune for the other teams. Yeah, we're still pretty much right on top of 17, right at the top of this crashed airplane path. Eventually, somebody's going to have to make a play for Donawa's ditch, and I'm a little bit worried for them. They're still pretty spread out. It can be a little bit tough to control, and we'll see if they can get it done.
I mean, even then, we're 17. There's so many, like, these positions work for now, but there's so many alive. We can see so many desperation sins coming out. Still 52 alive at this stage. Sonic's one of those teams we're going to be keeping an eye on. Where are you going to go is Gustav does spot out Pio. Going to go ahead and flush him out. And now Pio, and not really going to find an opening for the rest of the squad. Jin Ji, this is going to be a much more dangerous rotation.
Absolutely. Pio there got heard by Gustav. Gustav was just waiting. I think Pio might have sensed it, but might have thought that he waited long enough that potentially he could fool Gustav into thinking he had backed off. Gustav not interested in letting that kind of situation happen. Knew he needs the points here. Every point so valuable for FaZe in this game after losing too early. Twisted Minds over to the south of Gustav, looking to find if they can get any space into this next circle. Perfectic's already in and just kind of clearing their angles.
This is going to be probably one of the worst paths that Sox could lean into. They're going to go for that ridge line that's just north of Georgia Pole. Everybody knows it. We already have Day Trade that's going to be hunkered down into the southern area of it. Tyloo's going to be over into the northern section. With this, now Day Trade group off this point, so a couple of shots. Now 2 different squads going to be gatekeeping out Sonics.
Yeah, the Sonics here, if they get shot at by Tianba, oh, actually Belmont gets a knock on the Linshu. This might be the go button here for kickstarting the Sonics. They are W keying forward onto this fight. They're hoping for a little bit more damage between Day Trade.
Oh, Tyloo!
Anjing, ada Tyloo juga, Cok.
Everybody is jumping in off of this one. Got to be very, very careful with it. My lord, it is going to be Tyloo just getting picked up pieces of Tongmu, I believe. The last one up. Here comes the shot off the side of it. Big Dave's going to be popping. Tiggleton does get the knock in retaliation, though. This is a hidden down position. Even T5 having some vision at range on it.
Day Trade here fighting on 2 different planes, but Pow Pow's grenade comes in big. Sonics in tatters.
Aduh,
Tiggleton to try to do something.
There is nowhere to go. Day Trade now getting control of the top side of this hill. They want to make sure to assert as much authority as they can. Trying to make something happen on the northern section of it, and it is just an absolute bloodbath over here.
This is crazy. I mean, both Sonics and Tyloo had the exact same idea. Tyloo going to go down first, and I think the Sonics make a correct play. They just didn't factor in that 4th team into the equation. I think they could have come out of this just fine. But Day Trade fighting on 2 different fronts, unbelievably well, getting some well-placed grenades to buy them the opportunity to get these raises.
And right now, Tiamba is being enough of a distraction for Day Trade that you can see Sonics are trying to use this. They really want to go for a reset, realizing the focus isn't really on them at the time, and can they get something out of it? New circle is going to pop, and it goes right into 17's position. Man, Hillside's a couple of dips, and that plane crash are going to be all she wrote. I hope you're good at dodging from trees.
On the north side of the circle, we haven't been able to see it, but Donawa's doing a great job of fending off all the teams up there, finding a ton of knocks and kills. Grenade from Spyro, going to knock Gen G down and out of this particular round. Smoke's now coming out for Sonics. Don't have access to their vehicles anymore, so going to have to get this done with their gunplay. Shrimzy, Tiggleton, H-Win, they've been really strong this event. Let's see if they can break through.
Okay. Now starting to be the point man, Tig creeping up in between the smokes. You can see that Day Trade is playing the opposing hillside away from Tiamba, so that way they really can't be the third party in this unless they decide to just opt in and hard push that hillside. This is really the only, I guess, action moment that we're looking at right now. There's a couple more that are about to be brewing as SSG going to be making a move into the north. Donovan's going to be gatekeeping them out with T5 in position. But with T5 now distracted by SSG, they can't take those shots into Day Trade that they were taking earlier.
Exactly, Matt. Tiggleton here looking for an opportunity to let that AUG do the talking for him. H-Win up underneath that smoke. Not sure if they can do it. SSG rotating away from T5 and out of the frying pan into the fire. Danawa is right up on top of this hill.
I mean, there are no good options on this one. You're just going to have to firefight your way through. 3 members of Danawa up on top of the hill, outside the safe zone, just trying to assert some authority. And Nox is going to get the knock onto Roth. So with this, now how big is this wrap going to go around? You can see Page just trying to send it through. Not a lot more options. It's going to be Pixel left back behind. He's going to go ahead and go down. Page now just on salvage.
Page here hoping to find some space on the eastern side of the circle, but there is James over here awaiting in the blue. Is he going to be able to do anything about this? James should be assuming popping a first aid if he has any more left.
Oh, walking on this angle, he might have a path to actually creep in. We were talking about this in
Ada perset lagi, Cok.
was very focused on the different angles that they were working with. But now, got to pop over with the Sonics, as there's going to be a Molotov that lands right up on top of him and slows this one down. Perfectic's going to get a line into the back of this one. Twisted Minds getting decent control. Tiamba also putting in some work on the side.
Yan bang, ganggu aja bangsa.
And it is still just completely day trade up on top of the
I mean, day trade, this is one of the best fights I've ever seen from them in an unbelievably difficult position. Yes, Page going to go down to James, but what a brilliant fight that day trade is able to navigate. I mean, literally fighting between 3 different teams and able to come out of this with 4 kills and 3 up. That is a massive W for a team that is currently in 15th place.
So as we're looking at this, there is the Tiamba reposition down into the south, and this is our in-game circle. So a lot of smokes, a lot of utility, hope that you're holding on to something, but the squad that's in the center is 17 Gaming. They haven't been having to burn, I don't think, a lot of their utility to kind of keep Danawa off them.
Just like last game.
So it's going to allow them to have a lot more movement this leader stage.
The only interesting thing here is 17 has 0 kills because everybody's been fighting around the edges, trying to get up the side of this mountain.
17 Gaming.
It's been tearing each other to shreds doing so. Other than T5, Danawa, Twisted Minds, all 4 up. Day trade with 3. They still got a big role to play in this potentially.
Apa?
Twisted Minds with tons of control over the southeast side.
Apanya?
Danawa's got the northeast. 17 has complete
dekat server nih.
overview
Dekat
of the northwest. So that's where T5 has a big decision to
Shooting
make.
range.
They still have 4. Where are they going to rotate into?
It looks like they're leaning into day trade right now, and these guys are hot. Gonna go ahead and get the Molotovs prepped up on it. They're just gonna have to roll right into this angle. Are they gonna stop them? Yes, they are, but they jump right into Belmont sightline. On top of them. T5 is go.
Wiped in a heartbeat.
Nabegala niya.
Angle for Belmont. What a game for him. He broke open that fight. He got the knock on the Tiamba on the way into this hill. And then he is just rocking 5 kills for Belmont.
Climbing inch by inch up that leaderboard, but let's not forget about
Siapa nih yang chicken chop?
Danawa, they want to make a
17 ya.
Dari tempat mah 17.
So many squads out ahead of them, and they could really just leap up
Salah
this
gua
leaderboard.
ngepick,
The
Cok.
issue is, Twisted Minds,
Hoki lu,
17 are 1 and 2. 2 points separate them out, and
Dapatnya
they
lumayan
already are
katanya
inside the
kalau
circle.
milih PGC nih.
Danawa needs a big
Apanya?
one here. This is their
Daripada PCS
opportunity
dapatnya.
to get a win, get some serious points
Dapat
on the
apa?
board, try to climb towards that 70-point day
Dapat
that they
itu
wanted
koin
to
anjing.
make. Day trade underneath now. Twisted Minds at range. Really tricky situation here on the edge and great shooting.
Yang
It's
bisa
actually 17
ditukarin
back
itu
to
ya?
a couple of those.
Bagi gua
They
DPI
kick
deh.
down the hillside. They let
Hah?
Will goes back to contain
Bagi gua
Danawa as
sensi.
they want to get something a bit better.
Maksudnya?
Gua pakai DPI 400, sensi in game berapa?
Gua
pakai DPI 800
southeastern area
in-game-nya.
has been massive.
Iya, mana
They're
lihat sini
exploiting
kasih
so
lu lihat
much of the
di
different
mana
movement
gituan.
and
Kirim gua aja.
capabilities. You can see Dano, they don't really have an option
Apa?
to move down here in the south. They're having
Lu
to
lihat
wrap
di mana
all the way back
gitu-gituan,
over into
kirim
the
ke
east
gua.
side
YouTube
on
ada.
top of Twisted Minds.
And the hope here for Danawa is that you leave 17 underneath Twisted Minds sight lines. If 17 tries to rotate up to you, you're at least going to get cued to it happening.
Anjing,
And
gua
you
jadi
can
pengen main
set
ngetot
up your
latihan,
defenses
anjing.
and try to play from this entrenched position.
Kayak
of
kali
the
8 tuh
plane
sensinya
again.
juga
So
harus
Danawa,
diubah, Cok.
yes,
Nggak polos kayak
Twisted Minds
50
is going
gitu
to
loh.
see them.
Ini nih
But
gua.
the thing is this has allowed 17 to now go back towards the center circle. They're trying to get right underneath this hillside that's in front of Twisted Minds if they can, or at least get as much cover as possible. And there are a few rocks, a little bit of an edge of a hill. Batuan's now starting to swing to the south, making sure that nobody from 17 is trying to get underneath their noses.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Enemy of my enemy
Yeah.
is my friend kind of situation going on right now with Soul creeping closer and
Banyak
closer
tuh.
to Lou.
Dari
And every
DPI
single
berapa
time
lo mau?
Danawa makes a move, 17 tries to go for a new angle. any type of crossfire would be big because the downside to
Ini tuh
Twisted
yang
Mind's
kebanyakan orang
positioning
pakai
is
atau
they
yang
are
enak ini?
very, very separated. And with the lack of cover here, any knocks
Dia
are
ngitungnya
just gonna
pakai
be
ini,
done.
Pi, dia.
They'll get picked up by
Itu.
someone somewhere.
Kayak pakai
but Riz
rumus
is gonna
gitu
be
dia.
near impossible
Oh
to pick up.
iya sih, emang
As
Sensi itu
Batulan
ada
finds
rumusnya.
himself
DPI sama
inside the
Sensi kan
circle.
beda masalahnya.
Dano
Cok.
really
Iya.
the one that has to try
Tapi
to
gue
make
nggak tahu
something
bedanya
happen.
apa nih
This is such a
DPI sama
smart
Sensi
play
itu.
from Soul. He knows how loud it is when you're running, when you're crouching. A lot of damage done, but he prones. You're even quieter when you're prone. It's only about, I think, 10 to 15 meters that somebody can hear you from, and now he knows that the damage was done to Lou, goes for the grenades, overcooks it, isn't able to find the mark.
Steps back down, and this is just going to be a game of chicken right now. Who's going to make the peek in? With this, Twisted Minds has had to regroup. Batulan's having to surrender the circle, creep back in, realize the fact that Donna was going to be moving. Anonix cresting down the hillside with Soul. It looks like it's going to be a 1-2 punch between the two of them. 17 Gaming still trying to track what's going on, but waiting for a firefight to pop off.
Yeah, and Grenades attempting to clear some space here, do some damage, maybe fish for a knock, coming close onto Spyro, but prone, not going to take as much damage from those frags as they would like. So Donawa having to expend a lot of smokes to make this fight. Meanwhile, I mean, 17 Gaming just has to be licking their lips.
He's on! Soul gonna go ahead and open it. Now man advantage, and here comes Donawa. They need to make a big push down into it, and they realize Spyro's gonna go down as well. Donawa walking down on top of Twisted Minds. They've surrendered position. Twisted Minds instead now moving after some trees, after some type of cover, realizing 17 about to be its own independent threat.
Well, now as Twisted Minds, do you think about the leaderboard? Do you think we got to backstab 17, maybe try to do some damage to them? Lil Ghost starts sliding on in. They want to control this zone. Perfectix trying to keep two teams off of him. That is such a tricky position to manage. Batulan's good opportunity for a grenade.
Right now, it's a one versus squad on both sides. Batulan's massive play right now. Can he make the miracle continue, though? All of 17 separate away from Little Ghost. That flanked position now entirely open.
That is unbelievable from Batu. Just perfect. Salute finds Perfectix. Batu, the only one alive now for Twisted Minds. Soul seeing if he can find that.
Oh, he's sitting after Little Ghost.
Oh my God, he's gonna try to run him over. He's got it.
Just begging for that point, realizing how it's going to be neck and neck on this leaderboard. But now 17 has a chance to step away. Donawa, though, consistently on the climb. Now just 1 point behind NH. It's going to be, what, 2 points behind V7. Massive game here. Whoever ends up walking away with this one's going to get some breathing room to work with.
And there's a ridge line right down the middle of this circle, and Donawa has immediately tried to take control of it, tried to flank out on both sides. So 17 here, what's your play? Are you going to overload on one end of the circle, maybe try to swing 2 or 3 players up towards Anonix on the north? You got Soul and Loki watching the long distance, covering Anonix. Anonix just can't overstep. If he can stay back, allow any position that Xiaobei or whoever pushes over this hill to put them into the sightlines of Soul and Loki, they've got a really good chance to come through with this with a pretty clean win.
Our 2 pressure points right now are going to be Xiaowu to the south and Anonix to the north. Those are our separated players. If they can find something there, it's going to be massive. But a big part of what they're trying to do is just stay alive and make sure that the other members are opening up some type of angle. It's going to be a bit of a read on both sides of this one, as it does look like the duo for 17 keeps kind of creeping into that Anonix sightline. But the rest of Donawa is reading that and realizing the fact that means that Xiaowu is more vulnerable.
And he's been spotted as well. A little bit of damage done. So now they understand that there's one player down there, Loki and Salute, creeping their way forward to cut Xiaowu off. It's going to be up to Anonix and Soul to make sure that this north side doesn't become a pressure point for Donawa. Xiaobei, Suju outside of the next circle. Going to have to wait this out.
This reposition coming up very far to the north for Anonix. He's kind of shifting out of the circle. He does spot out a couple of shots exchanged between them. It looks like he was lined in on Suju. Doesn't get the knock that he wants off of it, though. Instead, it's going to be Danoa getting more control over the circle. Every single time Anonix makes some type of play, opens it up, and there you go! Soul gets the knock on Xiaowu.
And Anonix doing a great job baiting Suju and Xiaobei to stay in this position, getting info. Salute might be able to see Suju coming down the hill. Going to attempt to get the point there off of Xiaowu. Anonix, though, he's got to be a little bit careful. The angle's starting to go a little bit difficult for him.
Yeah, smoke's going to be up. Loki having to navigate this one, but now Anonix going to start to open up a bit more, realize the fact that he's got the numbers. Soul going to be walking right up into the thick of it. 17 Gaming, I think, realizes the problem. They went out in the blue zone. They realize that Danoa, while lower than them now, could be a threat and do not want to give them anything.
And paint it gold. Donawa makes a statement here on day number 2 that they are 100% still in this thing.
The climb is strong right now with them. A big performance. And I got to say, these 2 Erangel maps have been an absolute feast, man. I am loving PGC. Everybody stepping up time and time again. The technical plays around those trees and the way that everybody was trying to counterflank and position was so cool.
Tremendous stuff from all three teams there at the end. Twisted Minds, just kind of gets caught with Danawa over-aggressing onto their side, but what a beautiful game all around.
Well, we got to make our way over to the Kindy, so we're going to go ahead and toss it over to the analyst desk to get our prepped up and ready to go.
Donna won that with style as they take home their chicken dinner, their first for the grand final, and continue their push up the leaderboard. Welcome back. It's time for the highlights.
It is indeed. And Dynamo didn't manage to get a grand finals win in PGC 2022. Now they do. So it's huge for them, of course, to step up. And again, a team like this, when you're in your kind of mid-pack and you're able to grab this, you're able to be quite close to the top right now. It's been looking good for Twisted Minds in 17, though. They've been consistent up there, and they've been able to get those placement points plus the kills they've been able to garner throughout. Wild circle, though. Again, sure, closer to the center, but still a wild circle and kind of unusual to what we've been used to throughout the year.
Yeah, it's been a unique circle, challenging for Rango, for some of these teams who I think we're hoping for something a little more vanilla, if you will. But this is going to put some big points on the board. Twisted Minds goes nice and deep. I died inside a little bit when Lil Ghost on my fantasy team, but Batulin threw what may be the greatest grenade that I have seen in a very long time.
That's a Kobe I've ever seen.
It was incredible.
Insane nade. Also, this pull up here from T5, it didn't really pan out the way that T5 was hoping. They were one more guy, right? But the pre-nade, the pre-utility was just impressive. And of course, 17, they're like, we're 2 versus 4 here. We're not going to be able to do anything. So we're going to deny the points, of course, because otherwise that could end up costing us tens of thousands of dollars.
And I think that was the point. They put Lil Ghost down there on the south side. They thought if he gets this hold position, then we win. If not, then we sort of have to take fights for what knocks we can get and then deny if we need to. That said, Danawa is one of the teams that was a favorite to possibly take this home. It's good to see them waking up and putting points on the board. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toffees. I'm joined here by Avengers. We break down the action. It was still action-packed, a lot of, and I think Paper and Matt brought this up as we earlier were coming to work on our way over to Georgia Pool towards this area. Utility is going to be the name of the game when it comes to the final circles in this region.
It is always the last 4 or 5 teams, utility is king.
Yeah.
The more utility you have, the bigger the chances are of you winning. Of course, if everyone is 4 versus 4, right?
Right.
But yeah, crazy things here coming off. Since the game only 3 kills, but the placements are important. Twisted Minds popped off a little bit. Good to see Perfectix and the boys turn on. And yeah, good to hear the crowd cheering from them out there.
A lot of Twisted Minds fans who've also just gone out and somehow convinced everyone else to become Twisted Mind fans whenever they cheer. You guys aren't here to see it, but I can tell you when big plays happen, they've got guys who are fans running to the front of the crowd, banging the thunder sticks, leading the chant, and it's working out. Now this is working out for this team. Danawa gets themselves the win. Look at a little bit of stats there. I like that the damage spread out across everybody putting in work. Even the anchor was out there getting the knocks and putting the kills up, but the man of the match is going to go to Loki.
It's going to go to Loki, a legendary player here in PUBG Esports, of course. 3 kills.
The tattoos.
And overall, these guys here coming in for this case and getting 20 kills now, or 20 points now, 10 kills now overall for these guys. This is going to be the kind of mental booster that we need. There's so much expectations on the Danawa team from Korea, from their fans overall. So them being able to come in here and just step up, get 20 points, close it out, especially with 4 more games to go today. That's going to be huge for them.
Big time. They get 20 points there. Twisted gets 12. Day Trade, hometown favorites, get 12 as well. They did fight T5 for just a minute, but ended up, I guess, as a tie. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. 17 walks away. They're still in the leadership, 68. Twisted Mind has continued to close that gap down to just 4. Danawa jumps all the way up to 3rd place at 55, phase 54. V7 has slid to 5th today alone. New Happy, who was kind of on the right side, has also made a climb, and LG been sliding as well.
There's a little bit of a PAX kind of starting to form, right? From Danawa all the way down to LG, right? 7 points difference there, and then our top two that are chasing up and looking a little bit like PGC 21, where we had, you know, New have been heroic, just run away with things. We're like, okay, who's going to win it? And it came down to the last few games.
I mean, it's not uncommon, I think, as we get to the end of day 2 that we're going to start to look and say, hey, these are the 5. These are the big boys coming into tomorrow. And that is not uncommon. What we need to see is the teams that want to be in that conversation have just a few more matches to get it done. They need to make the climb. If you're a team on the bottom, now's the go. You have to do it in the next 2 games, I think.
Yeah, you do. And also, you know, once you, of course, it's a change to this, to the different maps, and also that's a change in mentality too.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be back after a short break with our next match as we head to the snowy slopes of Vikendi.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
Very good. With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
We were enemies in battle. It was an honorable kill, an honorable death.
Why didn't you take him out?
I will kill him when the time is right. Now, it's time for you to die.
tension is palpable right now between these squads as we are at that breaking point on the leaderboard where we might be able to see a couple of people start to sneak away with it, but we've now got to make our way over to Vikendi, and that's going to be a Herculean task to accomplish.
Yeah, Vikendi's given us some phenomenal games here in PGC. I just love the new maps coming out this year, just absolutely bringing us some splendid games. I know, Rondo, soon. It looks so good.
Okay, guys, I haven't played it or anything else like that. It is just a beautiful looking map. The way that it's structured, I have a lot of hopes for it.
A lot of land, not a lot of water. I mean, I'm with you, Matt. It looks awesome. The great kind of juxtaposition of the old and the new on the map looks really beautiful. The bamboo forest is going to be interesting.
That you can just run over. I'm pretty excited. I just can't wait to toss a nade and watch the bamboo just shoot off everywhere, man.
Dude.
I thought that Tego was going to be my favorite of the new competitive maps, but Vikendi's winning me over game after game.
I'm really starting to like the options and the flexibility that you actually have on Vikendi with these pro teams, and there's a lot of different circles that you can get, a lot of variation, and again, with not only like the gondolas in play, and every once in a while the bears come into play, but there's a lot of different terrain and a lot of like that kind of like hilly terrain, there's some flat terrain, there's all kinds of good stuff.
And there's a lot of teams that are specifically talking about, like, I know that fans are like, oh my God, bears, and a lot of teams have started figuring out ways to use the bears to their advantage, which is really, really cool to watch, as I hope we do get a chance to see them. Actually, you know what, I wouldn't be mad if we went up to the north, because we still haven't seen my favorite point of interest.
Which is?
Cosmodrome, man.
Oh, yeah, of course, me too.
Like, old school Vikendi still lives on in my heart there. I love Dino Land.
You know what would be awesome? If you win a game in Cosmodrome and then like it opens up and the spaceship takes off. That'd be so sick.
So you're saying you want Space Station Gaming to win in Cosmodrome?
There you go.
See,
that would be poignant.
It's all coming together. The script has been revealed as we are getting underway. Vikendi. I cannot wait. Plane is up in the air, and we're going to be going over Observatory and ending down in the southeast. So, I mean, this map, pretty much everything available, but really, I've just got my eyes on that first circle. Please go away from that southern coast. That's all I really want.
Yeah, you and I have been cursed with the southern coast games, so we'll see if that trend continues. But yeah, you're right. Plane path fairly fair. Sonic should be able to go down to that southeast drop. Just looking out, Genji's going to go coal mine. So that means LG's alt drop to the near Villa area should be in. The real question is T5 Dino Land, or are they Villa on this? Looks like they're already out. So Dino Land will be their desired location. And I think everything else should be even Steven. And other things that are even Steven is the leaderboard. It is still extremely compact, extremely tight. The most competitive PGC Grand Finals we have had to date.
Don't forget the fact that you can also go over to PUBGesports.com, and if you want to track very specific squads, we've got a couple of them that are going to be up and available for you, as well as having the map feed available on whichever platform that you're going to be watching. So just pop in PUBG Esports map, you should be able to find it. Or usually, if you're like on Twitch or something, do ! Map feed, I believe is the correct command. I could have messed that one up.
You're right.
I don't remember.
No, you're correct. You got it.
But it is a very good way to kind of keep up with some of this, because rotations, man, are so vital in these first couple circles.
Absolutely, and I misspoke here. I misread the colors. Donna was actually the one going to coal mine. Genji's going over to the Cosmodrome as we await this first circle. Northeast would be, I think you and I agree, would be a welcome area to go. But this is, okay, it's more north than the last one we had, and this area is pretty interesting because there's a lot of mountains east of, like, most things except for the road. So just to the west of the easternmost road, that's a little bit of a tongue twister to say, but there is a big mountain like ridge that runs all the way up and around there. So teams like Cerberus, maybe Sonics, can use that in the early part of the game to get some information, do some scouting, and use that as kind of a pivot point.
Tricka in the circle, cool. Castle in the circle.
Oh, dude.
Very cool.
Well, we had that one game, that foot one, that was almost in the castle. It was really close and turned out to be one of the most intense, exciting games we have had so far. So certainly I am all about the castle. And if a circle ends like right in the castle, there's so many different levels to that part of the map that it could come down to one of those heel-offs or something like that. Really fascinating gameplay could come through.
Speaking of some of the elements of this map, we're also not going to have a lot of gondolas in play. Really, there's just the one that's going to be around day trade. That's just going to be the south of Castle itself. I don't think that probably is going to be a factor too many teams are going to have to contend with. Really, it's just going to be a lot more open. Specifically, the center of this map is going to be pretty much in where that mountain you were talking about a second ago, that's kind of in that lower section. You can't really call it a valley because there's not another mountain next to it, but it's just kind of the slow descend down into the more open areas of this. So going to see how these teams kind of handle that. If they're going to lean more into, I would be shocked if they didn't go more of the mountains, more of the west, and kind of left that central and eastern areas more open. But LG making a very early rotation for center.
Yep, love this from LG. There's plenty of real estate available, so even if your loot isn't the best so far, you're likely to pick up basically what you need if you can secure some of those central compounds. Hatsawat, the youngest player participating in PGC Grand Finals at 18. He is been a real treat to watch here. Theraton 5 in front of this home crowd. Yeah, they've slid a bit since the start of the event when they won the opening match, but definitely that team is not to be counted out. They've gotten 6th place at previous events in the grand final, so they certainly can replicate.
PUBG is a marathon. It's not a sprint, right? You can burn some energy early, get some points on the board, but sometimes you also do need to deal with things not going your way. Now, that always leads back to the points per game conversation as Sonics on the hunt for some type of points per game. They are going to find themselves the sole beneficiaries of the South at the time, but we'll have to see what they try to do with that one, as they do have Tickleton that's playing on the coastline to the east and kind of looking into the Haisaki route.
Yep, and there's also the zipline tower that he can get a ton of info. I love what the Sonics are doing. Exactly what I would love to do on this side of the circle. Go up into the high ground on the east coast, get all the information you can and work from there, and that's usually been pretty effective for the Sonics.
Oh, there is so much to break down on this map. So much going on with all these teams. Let's do a quick listen in to an interview.
얼떨떨하긴 한데 그래도 기분은 좋습니다. 가벼운 마음으로 해서 이런 결과가 나온 것 같고 어느 정도 예상은 했습니다. 루저 브라켓부터 라스트 찬스까지 좀 힘들게 올라온 게 있어가지고 많이 쉬려고 한 것 같습니다. 오늘 1차에서 좋은 모습 보여드렸는데 남은 2일차 마무리해서 좋은 모습을 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Our emergency pickup kings, I guess, is the easiest way to look at it with these guys. They've been able to really exploit that and find some opportunities. It is a bit of a double-edged sword for them. Sometimes it doesn't work as well as they want it to, but it has bought them some very good positioning in some circles.
And they got caught up in some weird fights on Erangel to start the day, so hopefully that doesn't bother them too much. Just tried to give Glaz, a little bit of comfort there in between games, and I just said, just reset, man. That's what you need to do. It's a new map, and a lot of times the maps do kind of change the tempo of things as you switch between maps. Some of the teams that might have started hot on Erangel might not be doing so great on the other maps. So for sure, V7, don't count them out. It's a mental game for them, I think, more than anything.
So all the way down into 8th is about a 20-point difference into first place, and that is achievable quite efficiently by these squads, as any victory usually is accompanied by, I would say, about 5 and in most cases about 10 kills. So we're going to have to be keeping our eyes on these positions and really see, because it's still, yeah, there is some separation out. Really, it is 17 Twisted's up there, about 10 points ahead of everybody else, but then it just stays just neck and neck all the way down through this.
Yeah, no. I mean, all it takes is a couple big games if you're below 8th, and you're right back in it. I mean, even Sonics, one big game, and they'll be right at the top of the leaderboard, 4th or 3rd or something like that, depending on how many kills they can rack up. And, certainly Cerberus in that conversation. T5, we know that they're a smart, stable team. SSG, if Roth can keep playing like he did in game number 1 and popping off like that, and they can have a little bit of pixel love like we saw on day 1 with that unbelievable solo play he had. SSG, if they can just bring it all together. We know they've got the talent, Matt. It's just about putting it all in the same game.
T5 making themselves all the way across the circle, so it's going to be a pretty...
this is the T5 we know and love.
It's going to be a pretty chill ride. They've got a long way to go, as they are just now passing 17 Gaming, so looks like they should be probably cutting the chute here in a bit.
They're pretty early on this, though, so they're going to have to guess on where to go before phase 2 even pops, it looks like to me. So this is going to be an interesting situation. Maybe they're just going to play for Trika, assuming that whoever lands there gets out.
Wait a minute, Tai Lu is now being herded with these couple of shots coming out from Rello. Is it going to push them away from the rest of the members for LG, who are pretty separated right now? They kind of had some presence drop down on them, and they were looking at those crates, and that almost cost them, but good heads-up shot coming out from LG to at least force Tai Lu away from them, as that could have been quite bad.
And I like what they're doing on the backside of this. LG recognizes that Tyloo is probably one of the, or whoever this is probably one of the last teams. Here we go. T5 landed right by H-Win. H-Win some pretty good damage. Can he find the follow-up? Yes, but Tanadol right there to trade.
There's just too many members. Tig already making his way over here. Hatsawat going to be coming back behind them. Other members for Sonics just trying to defend up at the time. How much are we going to see Sonics commit into this one right now as Tig's already taken a ton of damage?
Hatsawat out there by Shrimzy's driving path. Shrimzy should spot him out. That grenade could get Tig, but Shrimzy so good with the seat swap. Going to take Hatsawat down.
I mean, Shrimzy has just been having an amazing tournament, dude. This guy has had so many clutch moments, survival capabilities. I mean, the switch up in Sonics has really unlocked Shrimzy in a way that we've been wanting to see for so long.
And it's the follow-up off of the front line play of Tiggleton and Kickstart that has been so good. You know, if one of those players goes down, Shrimzy is instantly there to trade. He is so smart, so good at positioning, and he's right on the heels of those two superstar players, and, you know, he's been a big part of why the Sonics are where they are right now.
The Sonics going to have to make their way up to the northeast, a bit closer to Tricka, but they should be fine over there. I mean, they did lose H-Win for it, but that's not going to be the worst position to play for the time being. We can see that V7 is getting some harassment in the south, specifically looking like they've got their eyes on that T5 positioning, and going to continue to harass that one out. Not too many other big movers, as it is going to be SSG as well as Danoa that are making their way into the zone, but both of their pathings are pretty open.
And Tosi found a big knock. Tanadol trying to come out, and Tosi's just going to spray into there with the AUG, trying to find a knock or anything, but a little bit off the mark, a little bit to the right of where the res is happening. Other members of V7 starting to spray in. A little bit of damage connects on a Tanadol from heaven, but I think they're okay. So T5 only losing a player in this exchange, so basically going 1-for-1 with the Sonics, but I think, you know, if they revisit this, they might consider like Trika or a different compound instead, and I just don't think they thought that Sonics would go there this early. We don't have a lot of information on this map, on this area of the map, and how teams are going to want to play it in this event, so you're guessing a little bit there as T5, and it went okay.
I mean, also, yeah, with the emergency pickups, you can't really fault Sonics too much. It's like, oh, hey, we just had 4 people land on top of us, and I guess we have to keep our eyes peeled to the ceiling all the time to make sure nobody lands on us.
Yeah, nobody made a mistake, right? Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things that just happens because, again, a lot of these teams are still figuring out this map. Now, this is a hard shift and a half.
Yeah.
Wow.
And this is going to be pretty open in the center of it, as it's going to be pretty much an ice field for people to kind of contend with. If you love fields, guess what? We're going to get ourselves a pretty decent chunk of one inside this one. Tricka also pretty much entirely inside of it. Actually, all of it is inside of it. We still have even some of the water to play with over into the east. So, rotations. We've got NH that has to keep an eye back behind them. Is it going to be TM? Twisted Mind's going to get spotted out. Perfectic's going to be the first one to go down.
Clean spray from CC. Looking for the follow-up onto some other Twisted Minds players. Lou out there trying to flank. CC guessing that they're by the car, but Lou's already out. And he's got a ton of damage into December the 12th, but December going to rotate away from that nade. I think he's okay.
This feels like one of those you just kind of write off, right? I mean, Perfectix is just so close to the rest of the squad. Lou in some trouble, but CC not wanting to commit too much more into it. So really, it's just a matter of securing this point right now and making sure nobody else comes after it. And it looks like Twisted Minds just repositioning down the hill, seeing if maybe somebody gets greedy.
That's a tough player to lose early for Twisted Minds. They really would like to keep Perfectix up and running, but I don't think they're going to get the opportunity. That grenade most likely, it went too far or something. Didn't quite finish the job. Usually, these players pretty clean with those grenades, but the downhill angle maybe caused that grenade to bounce a bit further than they expected.
So it's led to this odd standoff as Twisted Minds is to the south of NH, so is being gate kept, but they're not in a big rush with it. Instead, just trying to see if maybe they can secure something. Batulin's at this range position, really wants to get a knock in retaliation, but it's just not being provided. NH doing a very good job of realizing he's going to bleed out. What else do we need to do?
Yep, and Donowa is about to potentially drive through that. Salalzi has to clear Bear. Aches left almost going down on their emergency pickup into Trika. So able to find a little bit of space ahead of the Sonics in a better position in this current circle, in this current vicinity. But Kickstart just can't quite find the knock on a Summer.
Here come the throwables, going to hit pretty well. Summer in some trouble, going to run away, and Kick's going to go ahead and find that one. Looks like he's going to go for the flush, not realizing how many enemies are going to be around him at that stage. Now a reposition coming up from Ming. Looks like he's going to try to go for that door around the outside, but that might get read in just one moment. Now Tig gone down inside of this exchange as well. Going to get a bit of a reinforcement from that reposition coming up from Kickstart.
Yeah, Kick trying to do what he can. to keep the rest of Petrichor Road out of this fight. Hopefully maybe try to go for this res. That grenade just not going to find the angle. Chewy's going for another.
But that side flank, Chewy's doing such a great job on distracting. You can see the other two members, Ming, Aixleth, both going for a more aggressive shift into this one. They've got their eyes on this open, very wide doorway. Goes for a spray, doesn't connect on it the way that they want to. But now they've managed to breach into the building. The problem is, are they going to get right on it? And Chewy just gets dropped. Exchange on both sides.
What a great position from Kickstart, expecting the play through the window. That grenade, though, right on the money. And that is going to be Sonic's eliminated first on Vikendi.
It comes at a cost. Two members of Petrichor Road now down, but at least inside of Trika, they feel safe.
Unbelievable. I mean, what a fight. That could have swung both ways. Really good stuff from Petrichor Road on that flank, though. That really opened up that extra space for the angles for Aixleth to get a grenade in, get some shots in. Donawa, I was curious about this rotation. They bypassed the new Happy Twisted Minds fight, and now they're trying to bypass V7 on the coast.
I mean, they're getting away with it. I guess they might be eyeing more into that Trika line, but it is going to be SSG that I think it's probably going to be Pixel that's going to spot them as they round that corner. So any damage that V7 does is going to be tried to pick up by whatever Pixel can find on it, and Circle does stay in this Trika hillside fight. I also want to point out that Tai Lu's positioning right now is real strong.
And Pixel has an angle into Donawa. Very long range shots. Donawa lucky to get away without a tire being popped or something. Driving on a cliffside like that with a pop tire can get a little tricky. So able to avoid any real danger. And Pixel going to just say, well, I've got information on this team. He's feeding it over to the rest of SSG. Now the calls are coming out for Roth to shift in to the northeastern corner of the circle.
Updates on a couple of different positions. We've got Batulins is trying to figure out what he's going to do for his squad right now. And Twisted Minds is he's kind of eyeing that position where 17 Gaming is going to be at, and right up on top of it. This is not going to be the easiest rotation for them to navigate. The other two members are very far outside the blue right now, and this is just a symptom of the circle, right? There's just not going to be a lot of territory. You either commit to Trika and at least get something, or you need to make sure you defend a dip with every fiber of your being.
Yeah, and you don't want to make a center dive just yet as Twisted Minds, because that hillside is already not only occupied, but a lot of teams are going to have angles into it. And Xiao Wu, he knows he can get up here because his backside is clear. The rest of 17 able to lock this down behind him in this 2-2 split, so he can take a more central position. Twisted Minds cannot.
Well, Twisted Minds can also exploit this, I think, a bit. Tai Lu is running, I believe, a 3-1 split, and they have a Tongmu that's just kind of playing a bit more centered than everything else. So this hillside does lead directly into Trika itself, so we might see a couple of different shifts out of that one. Pio, I think, is in the air right now. He's managed to, you can see his parachute off in the distance. The other members of Gen G just trying to send it in, as it is a role reversal, as Gen G's members on the ground not finding a lot of luck.
I mean, I have no idea. Pio looks like he's heading into the southwest corner at Trika. Sharp shot with a bolt. He's really, really good with them. So he likes the AWM. He prefers that, but
that was a weird play from Gen G in general, as usually the guy up in the sky is feeding the open pathing and where to go, as that just felt like, I don't know, a misread or something else like that. That did not go the way they wanted it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could say that a lot of Gen G's plays have been weird this event. They're just not quite on the same page in the meta. Speaking of AWMs, Mime has one for LG, gets backed off temporarily by Spiral from Twisted Minds.
And we saw LG get multiple crates earlier, so they're probably working with some pretty strong toys right now, and they've got a hillside that's going to provide a lot of support for them. The split-up position from 17 Gaming could be exploited by Twisted Minds, but while they can crest up and get some shots in, you can see that the other duo is just going to have perfect vision on that hillside and deny any peaks.
This is pretty good recognition here from Batu that this is about the only space available in this circle that's relatively safe, and it makes things much more difficult for 17 since they split out in this 2-2. So I'm assuming the next he's got some mortars, and he's got a Groza too. Yeah. He's got an AWM and a Groza and a mortar. I mean, he could absolutely end somebody's round. I think Snaker's maybe on point. I think he's going to be gunning for 17, the two players that are up on the side of the hill. Snaker sees him, so he's going to be able to coordinate these shots.
How's his read on it? Looks like about 350 meters. I think that might be a bit long. We'll have to see. As shot has now made it a bit more complicated for these guys over here in 17 Gaming. Yeah, just a bit short.
Just another tick up. Nope. He's going for 350 still. I guess they felt like that's good enough, but they can keep the pressure on. Maybe try to back 17 off for a rotation.
How many of these does he have? Oh, the tree is its own independent. Oh, the Ghost is going to go down. Mime's going to continue raining him down. Xiao Wu suddenly feeling like he's got a red zone on top of him, dancing around. You can see staring at the sky. Where's the next one going to come?
I think 17 thought that those shots were going to go longer. Xiao Wu on 4 health. So close to going down. Great utilization here by Mime.
Oh, but Twisted Minds saw that. They're already hopping inside of vehicles. They're just jumping, leapfrogging over the other members for 17 Gaming and exploiting what we saw LG set up.
This is brilliant. They know the leaderboard. They know who got knocked up here, and they can do some serious damage. The good opener for Spyro and another follow-up from Lou.
That is 2 big components for 17 Gaming down. Xiaobei, what are you going to do now? Looks like he was trying to rotate. LG now also has their rotation denied. This was a magnificent read from Twisted Minds.
In so many different ways, not only on the positioning and on the points, but on the leaderboard as well. So beautiful stuff, and you force 17 out of the next circle. That gives space for Day Trade to try to make their maneuver, but I don't think they fully read initially where 17 was. Suju had some opportunities to do some damage, couldn't find it. Danawa is going to clean out Petrichor Road over in Trika on the very eastern edge of the circle that's remaining in there. So the damage done by the Sonics is finished off by Danawa. Still though, Twisted Minds going to have a role to play in here, but they're going to be under fire from a couple different teams. LG wants to try to claim that territory potentially.
You're seeing NH also just get ripped to pieces. Them and V7 rotated in roughly the same spot. That is going to be Cerberus, Naisaki also providing some supervision. The remnants of Jinji and Pio also kind of peeking down into this one, and you can see while a couple of kills have been exchanged between them, it is nobody coming away from it clean.
And Tosi now going to have to play salvage for V7. He needs to find some points. Mime putting that AWM to good use. Found Xiaobei, found the flush. Now Belmoth on the ground for Day Trade. Cerberus has a bit of an angle on the outside of those smokes. Tycon trying to keep New Happy off of their other flank as grenades start to rain in from Spyro, claiming points. Huge stuff for Twisted Minds.
Can they defend up? Day Trade's trying to crest it, but the distraction is going to be enough for LG to also make a counter move. Remember, they had their eyes on this position just a moment ago. They needed that breathing room to try to sneak their way in there. Twisted Minds, though, just doing a magnificent job of reading everything around them. No shock on that one at all.
Yeah, Shen actually now, Tai Lu as well, smelling blood, wanting to claim some points. Rello has the Groza out. Mime with a grenade in hand. If he sees that Molly, he might be able to dial up a pretty good grenade there. Day Trade seeing Suju and claiming Suju. Nicely done by Puchills. Day Trade should be able to get the res on a flash, and then they've got a tough situation. Maybe they can wait this fight out between LG and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds didn't get the res up.
Well, the circle also has shifted directly into this, so Trika now out. So that means that T5, SSG, Danawa, Jinji all going to have to make a move at roughly the same time. A storm is going to be setting up just directly on top of Cerberus to the south.
Yeah, this is making things very tricky for Cerberus, because again, you can see much better into the storm than you can out of it. So Cerberus is going to be in a bit of a pickle and be stuck, and Day Trade shifting away from that storm. Danawa continues their reign of destruction, already taking Petrichor Road out, looking for Genji. Sungjong hidden behind the tree. Salute had an opportunity to get stuck behind that tree, but didn't.
Now Molotov's going to be coming out. Information fed over. Soul, the rest of the boys going to be coming down onto this one pretty heftily. But that's going to go and spot him out, finish that one, and now it should be a much easier path for Danawa to move forward, but it is going to be NH down in front of them.
They're going to have to, either go through NH, and T5 gets wiped out off screen by Tai Lu, but Tai Lu's Shen is down. Twisted Minds looking for more points. This is what makes them such a good team, that they can scrape together points in games that look like they don't have anything to work with.
And they've shifted into the circle, into the storm right now, actually. They're going to go ahead and get center of the circle as well, and now Tai Lu has to move out. They have to go after that Tonglu knock that just happened with LG, so oddly enough, LG just keeps doing favors over and over that Twisted Minds are just making use of.
Yeah, LG, I mean, ideally wanted to take Twisted Minds out along the way, but Twisted Minds is just dodging them magnificently. And here's what we're talking about. You can see pretty well into the storm from the outside of it, and Danawa has a great opportunity to knock NH out.
But SSG spotted out. The Danawa reposition, very vulnerable on this flank point. Are going to get the down onto Anonix, but it's going to be Soul that shifts back down into him. How is he going to go for the play on this one? He has got to be careful. Storm now up on top of him. Nade's going to be exchanged. Danawa starting to step away, but keep in mind the blue zone is going to be coming in very, very quickly.
Well, FaZe is hot on the heels of SSG, so It's just a snake along this edge. Everybody cannibalizing each other. Tianba getting involved as well. They get the knock on a Gustav. It is just an absolute mess here on the east side of the circle.
Dude, it is just, there's minimal vision. Storm up on top of you. A lot of people trying to exploit that at the time. Tianba also getting that raining damage down up on top of FaZe. They're going to make something with that one, but you can see every single time you go for a peak, there's already 2 or 3 other teams involved in it. If you're looking in the north, it is just an absolute mess up here.
Yeah, and the storm has really slowed things up now on that southeastern corner. Teams are giving each other space. Nobody wants to overcommit to something just yet. Phase 6 hard shifts again up towards the north. Tai Lu, a couple of their players just left. LG is a really nice position. They can keep day trade off their backs, claim that western side of the circle. They've got some hills to work with. They've got a bit of high ground. Should be a really good position, especially with that AWM in play, to take advantage of their spot.
Kills are going to be hard to find, as it feels like the east is going to be where so much of our movement's going to be happening at. We've got Cerberus, Donovan both having to make some moves. See Daytrade already getting into a bit of a kerfuffle with him right now, but Cerberus just going to backstab right up on top of Donovan, man. There's nothing they could do. It is just a perfect pinch, and Loki now the last one up, unless he can manage to pick up a couple of kills out of it. I mean, Hisaki leading the way on one side of it, Non looking into what's going on with Space Station Gaming, the remnants of those. Pixel had a big play coming out yesterday, but I don't know, man. Donovan's just got the high ground and the hold.
Yeah, and Donovan just got pinched, just sandwiched to New Happy. Too good, too smart. SSG trying to pick up some points where they can, but not really able to weather the storm, quite literally. As New Happy, CC trying to get up on top, trying to get to Ming Ming here. Get that all-star player up and running again.
All right, eyes now drawn over the leaderboard. We've got a tie between NH and FaZe, neck and neck with each other. LG wanting to pick up those kills because they want to make the climb of their own, but back behind them, Cerberus could have a big game, putting themselves in the top 8. There's still 4 members up down here to the south, and they're very, very active. They've spotted out what's going to be going on with Daytrade. Looks like Hisaki already getting the harassment, and onto him. Quick spin around, coming back from Bochills. He says, no, we're not done yet.
Wow. That is a nasty 3x spray from Buchills onto a member of Cerberus. Himas has re-knocked Ming Ming. Not sure how in position New Happy is to get that res. Actually, I think they put him in a vehicle and they're driving away.
Yeah.
Flash on very little health, has to dash away from LG, feeling that pressure, seeing if he can take advantage of this timing, but nope, Tycon heard it, sensed it, grenade from Himatsu with the follow-up.
And now it is just going to be about control. How much can you maintain in this one? FaZe holding it down over into the east, making sure to punish anybody that steps into the zone. LG now starting to exploit that high ground. It's just Cerberus on the hillside opposing them, and a bit of what's going on with Tianba, but you can see Tianba just down behind the rock. That's all they've got to work with. That's our circle, guys. It is from one side of the circle to the other, that open.
And there is a tire that's exposed to LG, so they could pop those tires, make things even more difficult for Tianba, assuming that the circle just doesn't shift onto them. FaZe still under pressure. James is going to be knocked by NH. NH is going to be gone, though, in the long run. Tycon continues to harass Daytrade, finishes the job on the Puchills, and now things getting a little bit more dire for these teams on the south side. LG with so much control, but good shots from Tycon.
Never count out Tycon, man. This guy had the most ridiculous performance I have ever seen on an international stage. He's got friends with him this time, already sitting at 6 kills altogether. Keep in mind, they have some high ground to work with of their own, and they're wanting to put some work into it. The circle does shift in more of that no man's land. LG still going to have some vision to work with, but a lot of crates also going to be popping down that maybe somebody can get something out of, but I don't know. With the LG sightline, I think that that's a trap.
Yeah, Tianba has to start making moves, and they're trying to backfill into FaZe, but instead it's actually Cerberus Himas who has an angle. Luminosity as well, pouring fire down into Tianba, finding tons of knocks, tons of damage. Sure, some crates come down, but that probably doesn't do too much for you.
More and more control just going into LG's favor. Spyro, though, still up over here. Have to keep an eye on him, as it is also going to be Cerberus just continuing their walk down this hillside. It's going to be James that does go down. He had a nade prepped up, so he's going to go and finish himself out. Correxy, though, looks like he might be trying to backstab into this one, creeping up back. Just, I don't know if they read it. He's going to be right there. Yeah, he's at least going to be able to pick up one.
He had no idea. Had no idea where that last FaZe player was. Corexy might have just bought enough time to keep himself in this game a little bit longer. I don't think he can get back to Fex. James is going to be flushed, so
yeah.
What do you do?
Fex is going to get flushed as well, as Tianba has nowhere to go. They've just hopped in a vehicle. They're just sitting it by. They're going to pick him up as they go, and they're going to run up right back behind Corexy. I mean, up on top of him. They jump out instantly, start going for the sprays into this one, and Cerberus just gets ripped to pieces.
Great timing here by Tiamba. It looked like they might have been out of this. Corexy still has a role to play. He is smashed right in the middle of this Tiamba formation. They're looking for him. ZYY is just thinking, maybe I should just tuck some stuns in. Finally accounted for and dealt with.
Now we've got our top four. It's going to be Tiamba, the odd team out. Spyro solo up in between them and LG. LG with the high ground, and it's going to be Tyloo with the low ground.
Oh boy. Tiamba, the fact that they're still in this game is extremely impressive. They were in a really bad spot, suffered a ton of knocks, and they are recovering nicely. They found a beautiful timing while Cerberus and FaZe were scraping it up.
Damage from mine, that was 700 and something.
Yeah, man, that arm will pump out damage real fast if you're hitting shots with it. Groza as well, I think he might have had one. And I think there might be 2 Grozas inside of LG potentially. I'm not exactly sure if they were just shuffling it around or if in fact they have multiple, but still very firm control of this. Tyloo still in that shack, just trying to play the patience game.
We keep having leaderboard switches galore up at the top. Twisted Minds presently in first right now as they still have their solo up. But let's be honest, Spyro, man, there's a potential to pick up a couple more kills, but it is going to be a nail biter for you to contend with. It's full-on authority coming down from LG, finally having to leave their hillside, but nobody wants to move into the circle. It's going to be all about the firefight before you get there.
And Twisted Minds now reaches into first place with this tremendous recovery game that they have. Zhao Yang not giving any opportunity for Lin Shu to get much information. Immediately puts him down with some poke damage, continuing to do so. Now they're going to try to double up on him, but he's still just a little bit better. Smokes come out to cover that angle.
This is about it, right? I mean, it's both of these squads just trying to pick up some kill before the blue zone's going to hit them, and you can see they have not a lot else to work with right now. Spyro is going to be able to maybe exploit this one, but hasn't put too much more in yet. It's going to be Snakers with that nade that lands right up on top of Tiamba.
Yeah, LG just keeps maintaining control over this western side. Snakers thought about trying to get involved, hoping that maybe there'd be a knock and he could steal some points potentially. Last smoke in the bag for Snakers in this situation. Spyro outside of the next circle, and he's creeping in potentially towards Tiamba.
Oh, but at the firefight, it looks like Tyloo wants to make the move in. Lots of smoke's going to be coming out for them. Lin Shu already back around there. You can see the fact that that's our completely open, nothing to be had circle, and this is why the fighting is going to be going on. Throwables look like that might roll down pretty close to a tongue move. And no, it is just going to be LG. They say, no, we need the points. We need to get control. They just send it down into this rock, and they already had complete authority on everything. This circle now just belongs entirely to them. There is nothing that they can't shoot.
Exactly. The blue is going to help out as well. Beautifully timed here by LG. Snakers getting the job done from up on top. The 3-1 split working a treat, but Spyro still alive.
Do not count him out. He is going to spot out. Snakers exchange between them. Spyro with 2 HP, gonna go down. Snakers clings to life. All 4 members up, and Luminosity takes it.
Things looking bright for Luminosity on McKendy. The masters of this map showing that they can get it done in big ways.
Dude, these guys just keep innovating. We've seen them fighting around the Bears. We still saw them go with that gondola play. Now walking away with the McKendy win. No shock at all. That was an extremely hazardous circle to navigate. And shout out to all the squads. Twisted Minds, though, as well.
Oh, brilliant.
Just so
pure
heads-up plays time and time again inside of that.
There's nothing else to say about that. Brilliance. That is all that was from Twisted Minds. I mean, yeah, you lose a player early in a weird rotation. After that, the rest of the game was so well handled.
Well, this has been our last game for the day, but we still got 3 more to go. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to the analyst desk, and then Toby and Poro are going to take you through the rest of the action.
Luminosity Gaming takes home the chicken dinner in a snowy bloodbath as we see that final circle really come to blows. Let's take a look back at how they got the chicken. It's highlights.
What a fantastic execution for them, and also the way that they controlled the western side. They knew they had to maintain control of the high ground on the west, and they knew that they had to make those pushes. But again, like, it was played out perfectly. That western side, right? If you're the last team to come in to clear the West and then take that high ground away. Also, of course, fantastic utility and usage of our utility there for sure, of course, in that case.
You got caught up by this incredible spray. We got Ionix coming out here. He's been waking up, playing better for Danawa, but honestly, a lot of what we saw in this game was capitalizing on the things that other teams did. We saw Mime set up that massive mortar strike on 17, and then immediately Twisted Minds, I think it was Twisted Minds, saw the chance, and they came in, they got the flushes, they got the position, and when you're working with terrain like this, a lot of the way that your end game has to do is capitalizing on those backfills, those third parties, those tuck-ins, because yes, there's a lot of elevation, but that does not mean it comes with a lot of cover.
No, not at all. But like here again, this high ground here, they're able to control. They can sweep on the southeast side, right? Also, Cerberus turning on a little bit. Tianfa, they managed to kind of capitalize a little bit on FaZe and having a kerfuffle with them, I should say.
I love that word.
But yeah, Spyro almost made it rough for Snakers, but I don't think he got the flush for those guys that has him on the fantasy.
Yeah, did not get that flush, I don't think. And it just came down to LG. Twisted Minds played very, very well, but once they took that spot in front of Luminosity, the rest of this game was basically them doing everything they had to push forward, and Luminosity saying, thank you.
Right, but yeah, of course, on top of that, right, they knew that Twisted Minds had already lost a player, so that's huge.
It is huge. Now, we'll take a look at the top 4 teams that came out because it was a little chaotic there at the end game. Very fast-paced. Tyloo walks away with 3rd position, Tiamba in 4th. And, I mean, I think a story here is a lot of teams had a good way to go except LG. This was very home circle for them. They didn't have to do a lot of travel.
Right, and I thought LG was going to have like around the 7.7 maybe kills, but they rounded up here. 8 kills.
I heard they don't round up. They're very honest. You got to take honest. You got to be honest.
Wow, look at the damage on that.
Right? Look at that damage.
Crazy. Mime is so happy for that amount of damage. 6 knocks for him too, and a little bit of more damage than Snakers. That's obviously huge. 6.
A bigger picture of the smile, please.
Yes. Man of the match is Mime.
And newest member of the team.
Of course. First time at a PGC Finals.
Yep. And this is big for him. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. He was dropped from the Sonics. They saw a better future with Kickstart. They dropped Mime. Mime even, I think it was a joke, but said, I'm thinking about retiring. Found his home on Luminosity, and they are playing incredibly well here. This is a better fit.
And he will do everything in his power possibly to finish above Sonics here in this grand final.
I mean, we did. I will say, we saw a revenge push early on in our Wrangle match. You can tell there's a little bit of that you made a mistake, boys mentality that he's got going on.
Like
and if that's what you need to supercharge to a victory,
that's a motivation right there.
Go for it. 18 points for LG. Twisted Minds walks away with 10. Tyloo at 10. Not too bad. I think what this is going to do is get us confirmed into Twisted Minds strongly in front now at 74. And LG makes a surge up the boards to 3rd place.
Yeah, and we're now again, we had a little bit of a top pack, mid pack, right? Still, if you're in 60 right now, you're 14 points, 16 points if you're in AG Sports right now away from our Twisted Minds. So the top is still really tight.
Absolutely. Whereas the bottom half seems to have heard it was the closest start of the day ever and said, let's just forget about that, as they've been a bit slow here today. Now we're going to head over to our casters and we get ready for the 4th game of the day. Let's go to it.
Hello, everybody, and yes, it is I, Porosaurus. It is he, Toby, and we are ready to take you into our final 3 games of the day, starting with Tego. Toby.
Gonna be absolutely amazing. Loving what we've been seeing today so far, and could only imagine that Tego and the Terima games are gonna impress too.
Absolutely. Well, the leaderboard has tightened up a little bit at the top, but a little bit of a drop down from there. It looks like our top 4 are kind of separating themselves. Well, before last game, it was the top 2 where it had a 10-point lead onto everybody, and now that's gone away again. So it still feels like no matter what you do, a game
of so many kills with every single match they've had to be able to sit in second. That's scary, because we know they're gonna have that pop-off game eventually, but usually what keeps them down is that they don't have the other games to follow. Now they've gotten those other games in. It's just a matter of time.
No, I think you're absolutely right, and it's never ceases to be impressive to me how at every single international event, no matter how slow they start, no matter how lost they may have looked in the group stages in the last chance qualifier, they always manage to pick it up here towards the end. They have just a nose for the late game. They know when the games matter the most, and that's when they really turn it on. It's so much fun to watch.
It sure is. It sure is. Now let's hop on over to take. So we always like to say what one team can do in the first half, the others can do in the other. Nothing is decided as of yet, but there are most certainly some teams that are starting to looking very, very hungry for that PGC trophy.
Never forget, Na'Vi on the final day in 2022. That was the push. Everybody thought it was a two-horse race until Na'Vi decided to show up on the final day. And fortunately for this lobby, they don't have to deal with Na'Vi, but anybody else in this lobby, it feels like, is capable of pulling off the same thing.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's been proven. I think. I mean, let alone the fact that Veronica 7 finished off day 1 in the first place. Yeah. That to me is again not to go after Veronica 7, but I felt like after day 1, if they can do it, they can all do it. And I feel like that's mostly just a compliment to everyone of how stacked this lobby is and how much anyone we might consider underdog is still at such an incredibly high level that give them just a little bit of like wind in their back, and they can go all the way.
The way these guys are dealing with the inherent pressure of this finals lobby, you know, it may be just a fact that there's so many veterans here, and every team has some amount of veteran presence on it, and regardless of the young guns that we've pointed out time and time again. It seems like they are knowing the best way to deal with that stress, to deal with the pressure. And it's only going to get more, though. It's only going to get higher as we see the circle does pop, and it is going to center up right there onto 17.
I mean, I feel like I love the fact that we had the PGC rookies content piece made, and half of those players had already been in PGC before.
I know,
it's just like everyone here at this point have played so much at the highest level, which is also why the whole there are a little bit of jitters. You know, maybe 1 or 2 teams will have it, but for the vast majority of these guys, they're repeat representatives at the global championships, and they're showing why they're deserving of being back here once again.
It's almost like experience is a huge deal in an esport such as this. Well, Sololzi, a little bit separated from Cerberus. Actually, Cerberus all over the place near Fish Camp, but Sololzi getting a little bit close over here to Gen G. Now, DG98 has looted up that compound, and he is running away to rejoin the rest of his teammates. Sololzi, though, this seems like he's on a mission. This seems like he knows something, Toby.
Definitely does. He saw Gen G close. He has seen what Pio likes to do in the early game, and he says, you know what, I can do it even better. And if he times this right, might just catch DG98 in the open. The thing is, he's very, very kind of hard committed to looking north right now. I would imagine that he thinks he's still in the compound. So trying to set up an ambush, but not really much of an ambush to be found.
The crowd is going crazy right now. The Thundersticks in full volume as we wait and see where our first fight will be. There you go. A little bit of fun facts there. Day 1 of PGC 2022 Grand Final. 17 claimed 71 points over 5 matches as compared to V7's 49. Toby, just over 6. Lets you know how tight this lobby is in comparison to even last year.
And I think that's also why last year became such a surprise when Na'Vi came out and claimed the win. Because 17 came off to such an absolutely insane start and actually held the first place for a pretty good while too. It looked very much decided after day 1, but first Twisted Minds came close, and then Na'Vi in the end of things came up and snubbed it away.
Who is it going to be this year? That is the question at the top of everyone's minds. The twistedest minds right now, all the way down in the south, taking their time looting here. It seems like they have completely abandoned the E-pickup, which I feel like has helped them out a lot.
Yeah, I feel like the circles where they've committed to them, they've also been limited to great. We know we're coming in on the wild side of the circle here, so it would be too much of a YOLO play to just try and backfill. But with that said, let's see how they rotate. And also, let's get a little bit of a listen in to one of our PGC finalists.
Yeah, I think we've been working harder than I remember working any other year, especially there's no doubt about that. But need to be a little bit more consistent. So if we peak these last few days, we're gonna win the tournament. I don't know, like they've been playing out of their minds, to be honest. Like Fex especially has been so good, teams as well. Craig's also had a great day today. I need to step up a little bit myself, but like great work to my teammates. I love those guys.
Loving the bit of insights there on FaZe Clan, a team that obviously I've had the pleasure of following for a long time. Inime, nice little jump on over there from Sai, a little SSXing with the car. Very, very smart move. But no, going back to FaZe Clan, I mean, obviously swapping IGLs kind of halfway through this year, and now I think they're just gelling really well. The fact that James is now playing more alongside Fex, there being a duo, like James can help enable Fex to go out and do what he does best, but still also able to play the flank position as we've seen him do in the past. Gustav also out on the flanks now sometimes. Like, they have so many different plays they can pull off against any opponent, which is why I think when they are 4 in the mid to late game, they're so scary, mainly because they're so unpredictable. Many other teams, they have like the dedicated flank player, the dedicated peak player. But now let's take a look here as Tylo felt the need to fly forward and might just be punished.
Oh, they will be. Xiaowu will find the knock. Actually, LZ not going down off of that. Despite getting shot out of the air, he's still alive. He's still revivable. Yep. And Xiaowu actually going to get down before he gets taken out. Mu immediately turning his attention over. So Tyloo getting a little bit of a benefit here.
Yeah, close enough to the ground that the fall damage wouldn't have killed him. Therefore, he's only a knock. But Xiaobei now finding a Tongmu as well. One of the heavy hitters of the team going down. But of course, Shen and Xiaoyang equally able to go out and pull off insane plays, but they've really got to get that res up fast and get into essentially surprise positions, because right now they know exactly where they have them.
They got to be quick about it as well, because you can see FaZe starting to creep in on the south side on your mini-map, spraying through the smoke. Xiaowu will find the 2 knocks again with a well-placed grenade, and now it is just down to Shen. If you've got one player that you want to pin all your hopes on, let it be Shen. Suju, he doesn't even want to have to waste time with this man. He wants to Panzerfaust him right in the face, as Lil Ghost will flush out those knocks. Get credit for those kills. Shen has escaped, and now FaZe Clan has arrived.
They sure have. Interesting to see when they start shooting. How much info do they need before they take those shots? Teams with the bolt as well. If you get that insta-knock on a player, that could be sick. And he does find Suju in the middle of the open. Doesn't get the flush just yet. Second time around, no, not going to have it either. But now the info's been fed across. Only issue is, I was just going to say this, James. You're on an open high ground, but you have not gotten all the info yet. And because of that, Shen is the one rewarded. 17 will get the rest. FaZe was not ready to make the play. I love the shot, great connection, but he held his fire for a little while longer there. The team could have ambushed off of the knock coming through, but they weren't in a position to do so.
Really good work there by Shen, as despite the fact that he has been laid down to being the only player left on his squad, he's still keeping an eye open for any potential points. 17 now with 3. And they managed to hold off the push. Well, with the help of Shen, they hold off the push from Fex. And yeah, FaZe rather than the rest of the boys leaving this spot altogether. Mime going to get spotted out by Pio, so that's -3 for the LG Fragger, the player of the game last game.
Yep, I was just going to say, you get a game with almost 1,000 damage. Second time around, Pio sits behind the bush.
No good deed goes unpunished.
Exactly. Can't win them all, and we'll see if LG can get something going here on Taego. It was Flood yesterday on Taego that absolutely popped off, where there's, I believe, 9 kills in that match. We'll see if he can now go out and replicate that off of the knock of the fallen teammate here.
Yeah, LG was absolutely bananas playing out of Buksansa, or BSS, as I've decided to call it, because it's way faster. And now they're heading down that way too, as it's the southernmost point of our circle. Meanwhile, Danawa, the rest of the boys coming in from the east. Twisted Minds just off to their south. SSG in a 2-2 split off to the west in the hills. We'll see where Danawa decides to go. Looks like they're hugging the southern coast, and they are pulling very close here to Twisted Minds. Spyro and Perfectix in a perfect position here.
Right next door they go. Lewis sat on the southeast side. Actually, 2 of them are sat over there waiting for this push to come through. Perfectix already shooting. I think they're reading this well. We're in a 2-2 split. We don't have any good reason to get these guys close. Let's just keep them at a distance and play it smart. Soul does get attacked through, but again, Twisted Minds being smart and trying to pufferfish this one, kind of scare them off and not cause a fight, because early game Twisted Minds fighting is something you rarely see, and it's because of this. They would much rather shoot early, force them away, even in a situation where they might have the upper hand. There's just no reason to risk it.
It's a huge shot from Soul, honestly.
Yes.
I mean, Perfectix had free fire farm onto Salute there, and if he had not hit that shot, Salute might have gotten knocked there eventually, as Perfectix is not a player that you want to give time to. So Danawa will escape for now. They'll find a compound. They'll leave Seoul downhill and off to the east just to make sure that nobody comes to backfill them. But for now, playing it pretty close here as we see SSG just off to the east.
They've been given a lot of space by the way that they're engaging in this. Now back towards terminal we go, as that one is still not done with. Here we go, seen on the other side. Sushu down to 1 HP, might have been on his own doing. We'll see if anything's going to happen off of Shen. Does spot one. That's Xiaobei now down to low HP as well.
Oh, Shen's a fragger. Don't give him time. He's going to lay the smoke down, try to reposition. He sees the man with the grenade in hand. Will take a few shots and save himself, save his life here as he just keeps playing 17 in and out and around the columns here in terminal. 17 kind of at a loss. Xiaowu out in the middle of no man's land. He's going to spot out Shen, almost gets the knock. But these shots, I mean, they're landed, but he's just not getting the knocks in that he needs, Toby.
Exactly. They need to trade this as fast as they can. Even if one gets knocked, be in a position from where you can find him. Nice setup there. Crossfire held on the side of Little Ghost, and he will find him in the end, but it got scary. Again, Shen showing here that even though he's in a 1v4 against 17 of all teams, still able to dish a lot of damage.
What a player this Shen is. That's the most dangerous death I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It felt like he was about to take half the team down with him at any time, but alas, Tai Lu is now out, and we check in with Luminosity. Remember, they did lose Mime early. Rello just hanging out over here on the side. I think maybe taking a long-range shot at the... Who is it that we have that's doing the E pickup? I'm not entirely sure. We saw him off in the distance there. Cerberus, well, they're in cars. They're fine.
Yeah. Sure are wrapping in on the western side, and this is where, I mean, if you're Luminosity, you really want to start keeping people at a distance too. You see Danawa coming in on the eastern side. They actually have Third on 5 on the very edge of the map feed, coming in towards the southern side too. Again, these are these teams that when you get a hard shift in any given direction, they'll try and fill in on the edge that's close to blue, because they know that's where there's going to be space available. That's where these teams that like to play that wide split play style can really start gaining some advantages.
See Veronica 7, they were holding on to the north side of the river for as long as possible, now eating a little bit of blue damage as they make their rotation down south. And Tiamba actually getting close here. They were on the south side of the river as well, but they've decided to try to go for a long wrap, and I think they may hear the vehicles, see the vehicles.
They have to.
As, yep, Pow Pow just hanging out on the edge, but I think Veronica 7 may be onto this here. Glaz hopping out of the vehicle just briefly.
I think Tiamba initially wanted to try and cut them off, but of course now realizing they were a bit too slow to the party. You can see Papa actually caught off the engine there, tried to see if he could get an off angle, but again, just the pathing from V7. I mean, obviously they must have realized too that they were there. Oh, Pow, making things scary. This vehicle doesn't have a lot of HP, but able to get it under control anyway.
Okay, let's check in with Sonics. All 4 up still, and Mortar on the ground there. Going to try to send it over towards New Happy, and New Happy, they're just going to hang out in the hard cover. As, boy, Sonics have that thing dialed in right now. Don't run around, New Happy. Just hang out.
They knew. They saw it in the air, and they're like, you know what? This building, while it might be small, looks very, very comfortable right now, and that's what's keeping them alive, because these shots would have been absolutely on point.
Well, you see the kill feed there. Cerberus and Tiamba squaring off here. 2 knocks initially now for Tycon, going for a third. Has him right on the fence. ZYY going to try to return a grenade right on top of him. It will fall just shy as he's back on the move. Pow Pow holding the corner. Not peeking just yet. The rest of Cerberus has arrived.
This fight has to come to an end quickly, though, because Veronica 7 is spreading out. They're trying to take control and really get up to a good third-party angle on this one. Now Pow Pow falls down as well. Just one more left to be dealt with for Cerberus as they actually get the circle off of it. If they come out victorious here, that will be huge for Cerberus.
Absolutely. Here is ZYY, the last player up. He's got Panzerfaust in the pocket just in case the push comes through from Cerberus. The rest of his players have arrived in, so Cerberus should have an idea. Tycon going down to heaven, though, and that's going to put a wrinkle in the plans here of Cerberus, as V7, as you mentioned, perfectly positioned to third party this fight.
Has to not commit 1-0 to try and get the res on up. You had Tycon in a solo position, and 7-7 will find him. Finds Haisagi as well. What looked so promising falls apart by the second. As once again, the solo plays are being made, and not only that, but he gets 7-7 on his feet too, and he might actually also be able to get Lin Shu up.
The Panzerfaust lobby back on display as now Lin Shu should get on his feet. Meanwhile, over here, we've got DG98 taking out Xiaowu. Gen G will now get traded Esther as Xiaobei peeking on the side here. Songjang in perfect spot though. Can he get two? No, Lil Ghost will win that 1v1 by just a fraction of HP.
They win it, but they're torn down immediately after as Petrico eyes a perfect third-party opportunity. Now pushing on forward, and you can see TG and Pio, they're realizing, oh no, we gotta get out of here, but it looks like Petrico is on the hunt.
Gen G doing the lobby a favor there by taking care of 17. But no good deed goes unpunished yet again. As we said, Petrichor Road in perfect position here. Gen G, Pio still running around. DG98, though, trying to see if he can maybe use Pio as a distraction. Pio, though, has found a place to play, to call home, to heal up, at least for now. But you got to imagine Petrichor Road is not going to stand for this duo.
Oh no, when you do when you're trying to cut off a rotation like this, you're not doing it to just sit around and wait them out. You're doing it to get rid of them. Because as you can see, now they don't know that Space Station is coming in on the eastern side, but if they clear Gen G here, they have all the room in the world to make rotations coming off of this.
Indeed they do, and we now have 48 alive at 15 minutes. Two teams completely out. Twisted Minds on the high ground in dead center, and here comes the push from Petrichor. They're sending him 2-2 just to make sure that they can win the peak battle here. As Summer just feeding information over to the boys. DG98, he's going to try to hold one. He won't even get one, as Ike's left will wipe him, and now Pio, he's got an angle here. I think they figured out where to finish him off with the AUG, and that's Petrichor Road eliminated.
Decisive plays being made there. Three guys pushing on forward, clearing them out. And as you said, Petrichor rewarded with the kills there as Gen G falling 14th.
5 kills now for Petrichor Road as well, as they needed a little bit of assistance here in the leaderboard. Everybody could stand to gain a few more points, and the fact that 17 is already out definitely opens up a door here as we see what got this whole thing started. DG98 gets pulled up on and absolutely embarrasses 17 there, as we see how Lil Ghost was the last one alive, and Songjang does go down, but immediately traded back.
They all went down.
They all went down.
Except for Petrichor, who managed to live through it. Him as now in the meantime trying to stay alive too, of course, well aware that he's sharing this compound with Chiamba. Issue is, they all have to make moves. Chiamba already now starting to move towards the circle. They've sent Linshu across the road. Of course, they lose Pow Pow, a big fragger for their up-close fighting kind of possibilities. So I think Himas, what he's going to do is just wait this one out. Say, you know what, I'll tank blue. I'll be the last mover. Maybe I can find one worst case I can deny.
Whole lot of mountain in the middle of this zone.
Yeah.
There are a little bit of hard cover to be found here, as Day Trade still in the only real compound, I believe, inside, and still a number of teams still making their way in. SSG and Petrichor, though, that seems to be the one to keep an eye on, as both teams fully aware of each other as the knock comes through on Sharp Shot. But now Roth has spotted out Chewy out in the distance. Takes a few shots, but not going to stick around to get the return fire.
That's a really important knock for Mike Slift as well. They have to keep their heads on a swivel here now. I mean, as you can see, Space Station were kind of setting up this ambush, but because they get caught essentially out in the open on their way to do the setup proper, they now have to try and fall back, and they're in awful positions to disengage.
Oh, and all their flankers have been spotted too. Pixel now, they know exactly where he is, as Sharp Shot will go and try to provide some support with that Dragunov. Summer, though, he's got him keyed in. New Happy was trying to third-party this fight, Toby, from the west rather, but Sonics taking shots into their back once again has kept them honest. Meanwhile, Fex and FaZe and the boys, they have tried to find a spot, but here comes the push from Twisted Minds. No res will come through on Fex, and now it is all down to Gustav. Corexi off in the distance here. Batulin's playing the high side, will find him, and that'll be a second knock and should be 2 points for Twisted Minds.
It's Batulin's taking matters into his own hand. Usually he will be the one to kind of send his troops forward and do the backfilling, but here's doing it again. And 7-7 creeps around, mini in hand, able to take 2 away, so what could be points rewarded to Twisted Minds, it's gonna go the way of Tianba.
Absolute thievery from Tiamba there, as Twisted Minds, I don't think they realized that anybody else had any angle on that. So 2 points right out of the pocket of Batulins as we cut back to Petrichor Road, trying to push into Space Station. You see New Happy have made their way across the street as well, and they're kind of being shepherded by Sonics into this fight, whether they like it or not.
Everyone knows this is third-party territory. If we initiate a fight, if we don't deal with it instantly, we are going to get third-party. That's where you see teams kind of hold off on taking fights. They wait until they've seen at least 3 to then go and make an aggressive play. Everyone's trying to play safe for as long as they possibly can here.
Kill feed lighting up a little bit as the same fight is occurring on the south side. Here we go. We get to see a little bit of action as Veronica 7 were getting pushed by Donawa right into Tiamba, and Tiamba benefiting it from it as ZYY will get the knocks, will get the flushes with some well-placed grenades. 7 kills now for Tiamba, Toby.
Yep, a lot of action commencing on the southern side, but the northwest is starting to pop off as well. Again, this Petrichor and Space Station Gaming fight has been brewing for a while, and now the double knock comes through. Page down, Sharp shut down as well. Pixel able to find one in return, but they still have Ming up close to do damage.
Grenades come through. Pixel has to pull back. He's blinded just a little bit. 30 HP. Roth will try to find a little bit of assistance here. Ming, though, will find Pixel. Roth will find Ike's left. If they can't get him through the smoke, Ming now 1v1 versus Roth. He's getting fed that information over from Pixel. He's got a grenade in hand. He knows exactly where he is.
Quick reaction plays, but look at this again. Fights that are taking too long will be punished. All of New Heavy is backfilling this, and they're finding flushes all over the place. Ming, solid spray comes through, finds Page in the end. That's going to be them all down. But here is New Happy, and they are being backfilled by Sonics as well.
Beautiful spray from Ming will finish off Space Station. The explosion will get him low, but it won't be enough to take him out. Petrichor Road already sitting on 9 kills. They'll be happy despite the fact that they go out in 10th place.
And you see it as soon as that flush comes through, they instantly 180, all of them. They knew that they had Sonics nearby, and they know if there's a smart play for them to make, that's got to be this one, and they're now ready for it. So important that they get to clear that fight and now reset for this Sonics fight to come.
Good split so far from NH. And Sonics are trying to figure out where these guys are. Tiggleton will spot him, but he's playing the low side. Does have to be very careful as Nan is in perfect position to take advantage. Gets the knock to open things up.
Great off angle, instantly falls back again. Got to keep the element of surprise in your favor. H-Win can't get eyes on Nan. Trying to get the flush and Tiggleton early on here. They find Kickstart as well at a distance. This is going the way of New Heaven. I think they're going to make an aggressive play over for this now too.
And Correxy actually stealing that one away as we see Theraton 5 getting eliminated by Donawa, and Twisted Minds taking care of Tiamba as fights going on all over the map right now. So far, not a single knock onto New Happy as Sonics are just struggling to survive. They're down to Shrimsy, they're down to nobody. Corexy stealing one away.
And it's a solo phase player that applies the pressure, essentially helping New Happy here. They know because shots are coming in from behind that Sonics are feeling forced, feeling pressured to make an aggressive play, and they're just sitting back and waiting for them to make small mistakes. Peek a Rich when normally they wouldn't. But Corex's pressure from that southwest side forces them to make kind of hasted decisions that in the end just massively rewards both Corexy and New Happy.
And New Happy not even taking a knock on that one as Littenshoe will get spotted out by Salute. That'll be Tiamba down in 7th as we wait and see where the circle is going to go. Give it to Twisted Minds as they have 3 up, 4 up.
Yep.
Perfectix holding down the northeastern side, but Corexy again for FaZe finds another knock.
Spiro is the meat shield of Twisted Minds these days. You're seeing him knocked all the time, but somehow he makes it into the late game regardless. Twisted Minds so good at keeping their 4 guys alive once they make mid to end game. That's why we keep talking about them in the earlier stages of the tournament, them losing players early on. They can't afford it because their playstyle is so heavily dependent on all 4 making it into at least phase 4, phase 5.
Well, down south, Donawa still 4 up as well. And they see LG off in the distance making their way in. Only 3 alive for LG, but they have a little bit of real estate to work with, although they do have a 4-man day trade that have left their compound. They're getting involved in this game finally now. 0 kills for them. Day trades stand to gain a lot in this game if they can take control over that eastern side and maybe force a few fights over here towards the center, maybe get some points for themselves. New Happy now starting to make their way in from the north, though.
Yep, Daytrade and LG both been very effective at keeping teams at a distance. So the south has been hectic, the north and the west has been hectic, but the east has been quiet for the most part, hence their current lack of kills, I suppose we can say. But I'm sure that if they get something going here, they should be able to rack up quite a few of them with 20 still alive.
New Happy grouping up. They've got December 12th pinned down at a rock, but that might be the distraction that New Happy needs to get everybody right on the doorstep here of Day Trade. Now Bellmouth and Nurans right on top of each other. Flash has a side angle here, but is not going to spot out anybody. As you can see on that mini map, it's just not finding the angles here. Meanwhile, Danawa going to turn their attention away from LG and back over towards Twisted Minds, and we get a replay of what Soul and the rest of the boys were able to do to T5.
And you can see in the northern side here, the best fight is the fight you don't have to initiate yourself. Both New Heavy and LG waiting to say, please just start fighting Daytrade. We know they're in between us. Just take the fight so we can get the third-party opportunity. But no one biting, no one wanting to be that initiating team to fight it, because they know that it comes with a disadvantage when you have a team right behind you as well. They have to make the play here, though. There's no time to do.
They try to send the grenade over. They don't have a very good read on New Happy's split here. Just no angles to find, as they've only got 3 up on this northern side. They have to leave Pushil's down towards the south to make sure that they don't get backfilled by anybody.
Yeah.
The most likely candidate right now would be LG. Meanwhile, Danawa, they're just going to completely control the south side. They're not moving. Twisted Minds, they're not moving. So really, it's just a dance here between Daytrade and New Happy.
It really is. The hesitation from all these teams to want to make an aggressive play is just playing into the benefit of, like, Twisted Minds. They have the entire center circle under their control. They're pretty much limiting the space that all these edge teams have to work with. Circle now south. Danawa very pleased with that one. But again, you can see here, New Happy, Daytrade, and Luminosity, none of them wanting to initiate this fight, hoping that just by showing presence, they can just push that team over to the other side so they can force the fights between them.
This is definitely going to be a game of chicken here. It looks like New Happy, they don't even want to take it with Daytrade right now. They just can't find the angles. The terrain just not working out for them. So instead, they're going to wrap around to the west. Now, keep in mind, Twisted Minds has kind of been pushed down. They have this little ridge line to work with, and they know the danger of that solo player Corexi off in the distance. Meanwhile, Luminosity, they're going to take advantage of this, immediately find Daytrade, and look at that, New Happy immediately throws it into reverse. They are sending it right back over here to see if they can take out Daytrade.
Exactly, New Happy so good at initiating these third-party opportunities, and here they come over the hilltop. Snagus, though, will be the one to find one. Will he find the second as well? Almost takes down Norrens, but Norrens is still alive. CC is up close, but they got the knock onto December 12th, so now got to figure, do we continue the aggression here, or has LG done enough damage so we can just safely get the rest and play it a little bit further down behind?
And LG smartly, I think, reading that situation, not over pushing. They got their kills, they got their flushes. Norrens, there you go. CC108 will get that one, and that'll be a 6 kill now for New Happy. As LG, as we were saying, immediately after they got those knocks and flushes onto Daytrade, they knew the situation. They pulled back down south. They didn't try to get greedy, so they went back to their safe space.
Oh, no.
And now we see where New Happy decides to go. Well, they're just going to send it right on in 4 deep into the tiny cards. Spiro has an angle on it. They're finding shots, sending them. Going to get 1 knock. There you go. December 12th will go down. Spiro will immediately flush that. Oh, he doesn't get the flush.
You know what? You clown car in and you lose 1 in a situation like this. I say worth.
I say
Nonix on the backside of this. This was why Twisted pushed left. They knew they had Danawa to hold their eastern flank. But Nonix with 1 nade lopped on over. Takes down all of them. And now Loki takes on Twisted Minds.
Danawa has awoken here in the late game. 8 kills, and they control the complete southern side as they take another shot over towards Twisted Minds. New Happy trying to return fire as well. Twisted just being the unfortunately for them, they are just sandwiched in between both as the grenades keep coming. Oh, that's a flashbang, nice. We'll keep them alive for now. I'm not sure what kind of utility Danawa is left sitting on, but they will not push any farther than they have now.
Twisted Minds wanted the western side. Again, they hoped that a fight would erupt between Luminosity and Danawa for them to engage on, but a 1 nade wipe, there's no time to respond. There's no knock to try and initiate off of. They did not have a chance. Now, as you say, sat on the western side here, hoping that they can literally just prone down, and somehow New Happy and Danawa, off of the positions they're in, will force fights between one another for them to then third party.
Wow.
Boom. Jeez Louise.
Perfect.
What a beautiful grenade. As now Inonix finding the angle on the New Happy. Batulin's going to get a knock onto Soul. Let's see what New Happy does. Yeah, immediately start wrapping down to the south on this eastern side of the zone. but then they pull back. Okay, they didn't like it. Looks like Twisted Minds, though, they're going to take advantage of this situation.
Again, it's Twisted Minds trying to keep teams at a distance, but I'm liking the setup that Danawa's got going here, because they know, again, understand where your weak points are. Loki, Salute, Salute instantly takes down Lou.
Beautiful shots from Salute, and now that's 2 knocks. And neither one is going to get punished here, really. It looks like Soul and Onyx still holding on that eastern side, making sure that New Happy doesn't crash down on top of them, and it works. Loki making sure that Twisted doesn't have any ideas of their own on the western side. Salute, meanwhile, just looking for somebody's Perfectix. Will find Loki, gets the knock. Can he get the flush as well? But Tulins will do it for him.
One of the things that makes this endgame so difficult is that all had 4 players up. All these teams that we're seeing here are so insanely good at clutching wins when it matters most. So this really is a masterclass of how to try and bring home a way too high populated endgame circle.
December 12th being the tip of the spear here for New Happy as they push right into Donovan, but Soul will spot him out. CC108 goes as well as Soul just destroys New Happy.
Instantly finds the double, and there's no response on it again. Twisted Minds wants to make plays, but when plays come through from Danawa, they happen so fast that there's no play to be made.
Salute on the bottom side, making sure that the backfill doesn't come from Twisted Minds. Looks like he's been spotted out by Lou. They will spot him. They will get the knock, but Tulins will be the one that does it, and now it's just down to 2 for Danawa. They are pinned up against the southeastern side of the zone. Ming Ming and Nan pinned up against the northeastern side of the zone. Twisted Minds 4 up, and it's their game to lose.
Not sure how Anonix got to live through that spray there, but happy that he did. Now more shots coming through as Ming Ming finds Anonix through the smoke, but he gets tagged down in return. Soul able to find the double, continuing. Now at 6 kills, but he's in a 1v4. It would take a miracle to bring it over.
He has no ammo.
0 bullets to work with, and he will deny. What a game, what a finish, and what a win by Twisted Minds.
The name of the game is to survive, and that is exactly what Twisted Minds did.
Yeah.
Every knock they got, they managed to hold off the push. Every knock that they managed to get a revive on kept them in this 4 men up at the end. And in the end, it was just a matter of the raid boss, Soul. 0 bullets left in the chamber. He had to go down to the blue.
We said it, fifth non-stop, but they're playing, waiting for
an end game there on Tego. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say.
It's time to, in fact, get it twisted, and I don't mind them taking a big win as they've been constantly in 2nd and 3rd, and this was their time to shine. It's Tego. Let's look back at the highlights.
Yeah, what a fantastic day of the start here for them overall. 3rd, 2nd, and what a crazy beginning in Terminal as well, right? You have 17 absolutely wrecking it. Teams with a crazy shot caught on camera, live on Twitch and everywhere else around the world here. And then, of course, we have these situations where you have these circles where the terrain is just perfect for like hurting and like the way that they're moving around. And this end game here, and this is actually why I really like Tego, this end game here is really the testament to that, right? Because they're moving around, and as the circle gets smaller and smaller, like we're losing linearly a team or 2 at a time, right, per circle. So it's just super cool to see how these guys are moving around. Ionix Meganate, Giganate, some would say, on to LG. That was unfortunate for them, but they stacked up and they get punished for it.
It was. Now as we go into the end game, I think what I liked most about seeing Twisted Minds earn this win is in the last one, they made good moves. They're kind of being chased by LG the whole time.
Right.
This one, they controlled their own destiny. Immediately we see them with that 2 spread. They caught a good circle, like 2 or 3 good shifts. Then they loop up and they start working the outside of the circle. They push up one side, they clean it. They push across the other. And they were helped a little bit by the fact that Seoul went into absolute monster mode and cleared one half of the circle.
Yeah, you would have expected NHG Sports to push Twisted Minds in this case, right? But they actually swung a little bit on the other side and pushed and swung in that kind of right side smoke, right? So it completely changed the game and made everything open up for Twisted Minds. And of course, if it's a three-way sandwich and, you know, Danoa just happens to be that middle ham and cheese, right? You're just going to get absolutely clapped. But Seoul said, you know what, no, NHG Sports, we're going to chill.
All right. Yeah, they absolutely did. And I do think part of that was they had to kind of look back towards what Danoa was doing. They were putting in so much work, doing so much damage. In fact, let's take a look at those top four. Twisted does get the chicken dinner, just a reminder, because it looks like Danoa was number one when you see this graphic, but that's because they got 12 kills in an absolute brutal amount of fights. And honestly, Seoul just looked out of his mind in those final three circles.
And an honorary MVP for the non-winning team. That's going to be a Seoul right there. I think he's going to be ending on like 1,290 damage was the last number I saw. Plus, I think it was 6 kills. Absolutely insane. It's more than the guys here had in terms of kills, but getting the win locked down and getting those kills here. Good to see Batulins in the very top 4 kills. 6 knocks for him and 770 damage. This is going to be the man of the match.
He is going to be the man of the match. And while I think I will say, you know, we said the honorary MVP goes to Seoul. I could really give it to Batulin as well, because this is a guy who's calling and killing at the same time. He has been playing these sort of out positions. He's playing anchor when he needs to. His flexibility is incredibly impressive in this event.
And from an individual performance standpoint, Batulins has had one of the best tournaments of his life here at PGC 23. Danoa's going to end on the top here with 18. We're going to have Twist on 15 and New Heavy on, or NHG Sports on 12. Of course, very linear, very empty at the bottom here. Sonics 1. We have a 4-way tie in 1. Sonics, SSG, Cerberus, and Tyloo.
We're obviously going to see, I think, Twisted Minds controlling the top of the leaderboard here.
Right.
And you brought up a great point. This is the best that we've ever seen Batulin play. I agree, in his life here at PGC. But I think that's why it's working, because these guys have been the bridesmaid for so long. Thirds, seconds, always in the hunt. And I am not afraid to say the weakness has been Batulin's mechanics. The fact that he said, you know what, to win this year, I have to be a mechanical master.
Yeah, for this one, though, Twisted Minds and FaZe, it's only 20 points different from our top 6 teams, right? So we still have these teams that are within one good game, and you're still within striking distance of Twisted Minds. But yeah, there's a little bit of a gap happening, a little bit of a caution happening for Twisted Minds. Yep.
And so I think that they are getting that gap. That means that they can start to play their game maybe a little more the way that they want to, which is saying, I don't know, a lot, because they've already been playing very aggressively their style. But again, I think it just comes down to Perfectix is back to doing Perfectix. Lou is playing really well in that off, and then it has just been crazy to see Batulin's growth. And we've seen that across the regions, right? Relo's development into an IGL who can frag, and now Batulin stepping up, and I think bolstering the last weak part of that team. And I am now wondering, will anyone else be able to close that gap?
Yeah, right now, I don't see it happening. I think Batulins will continue to just frag out and lead the team.
We'll find out after this. We're back with the last 2 games. Don't go anywhere.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power Online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before...
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
หนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area.
From the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground. We were enemies in battle. It was an honorable kill, an honorable death.
Why didn't you take him out?
I will kill him when the time is right. Now, it's time for you to die.
Hello again, esports fans. It is I, Porosaurus. It is he, Toby, and we are ready to head into our final 2 games of the day. While we were away, excitement abounding in the audience as we've given away an MSI PC, Toby, and an Honda seat. It's amazing prizes to be had here.
If it wasn't enough to come here and see the world's best players play PUBG, you also have a chance of winning an entire PC setup, monitor, and everything.
How awesome is that?
That is insane.
Great stuff.
That is insane.
It's great stuff. Great stuff. Well, we got to see what happened there on Tego, and now we head back over to my personal favorite map of Miramar, and I think pretty much a lot of people's personal favorite maps of Miramar. But we got to see some exciting games on Miramar yesterday that had some non-traditional circles, let's call them.
True. A little bit of variety coming through. We all love to see it. We also got our typical magnet circle up towards the southwest of water treatment. We'll see if that happens this time around or if it doesn't. But no, I agree with you. Excitement across the board yesterday, and I have no reason to believe this would not live up to those same expectations.
Well, these guys are going to have to get going here, as there's only 2 games remaining here today before we get ready for the final day of these grand finals. And Twisted Minds, with that last game, has now put themselves ahead by 10 points. There is still a very close group right behind them.
But you gotta make moves today, or on the other side of that coin, Toby, Twisted Minds could make a psychological shot across the bow here to every team in this lobby and just put themselves so far ahead
to where it just seems like it's impossible to catch them.
17 has been up here before and lost the lead. Twisted Minds has been up here before. It's the lead, we'll see.
It's a tradition unlike any other.
Exactly, as they now start separating themselves, if they can hold on to it, or if they will indeed be caught up by the end of it as we head on over to Miramar.
Well, we get the playing going from west to east, right across the center, and that should do just about everybody pretty well here and make everybody happy. And, well, God willing that it doesn't end up going to that magnet compound again, but you never know. You never know until we see the circle pop. And
you also never know if anybody's going to land close enough to each other to get involved here early on.
And so far, it seems like these guys are avoiding each other.
Yeah, it's almost as if this late in the tournament starting to hot drop now would be ill-advised. And these guys, of course, are well aware of that, so no reason to go out, especially when you have a playing path that allows you to pretty much go wherever you want. As I say that, though, Veronica 7 and Luminosity have been up here before. We have yet to see kills come off of them being up here before. I don't think this will this time either, but Mime is running in the open, and Heaven is on the hunt.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. He's just letting them know. He's like, yeah, I'm going to spook you a little bit. I think he might have gotten some intel from the boys saying like, don't do that, you're gonna get shot. Yeah. Well, the circle does pop and we are going south, Toby. We are centered up just south of Chumacera. So this fight, though, still going on.
Please, Iron Sights M24, someone
you
over
want
there. It's not even that far, but it's far enough that would be absolutely insane if he actually made it happen. And it is actually quite far. It looked a little closer as he was looking for. But now, as an 8x makes things a little easier. The only thing is, for Tosi here, yes, my friend, you get the highlight-worthy headshot, but does that mean your team actually pull up? Like, would you actually push off of that nugget? It's pretty far. You're pretty much guaranteed that the rest will be kind of confirmed by the time you don't know where time you get over there. You don't know where the other, at least 2 of them are. Teammates to safety, get the loot game going, but maybe don't commit too much time to it.
Yep, looks like it'll be fine. They're just going to pull away here as we check in with our last landing parachuter, Mr. Gustav. Just going up into Crew Divide to get himself a vehicle and get back on the move. Now the south side of this phase split, Shen getting a little bit close to Mr. James here. Has he got the shot in him? Ooh. We saw him hit that nasty bolty shot earlier.
Yeah.
And this time around, not going to land.
Not going to land. And what better revenge it would have been, because it was, I think it was actually both Shen that both got the knock and the flush on him there. So it would have been a very worthwhile revenge for James, but not going to happen. FaZe will play this one, I would imagine, quite so. They might actually just E-pick up into this one. We've seen FaZe, right when the E-pickup first came out, at least in EMEA, were one of the first teams to really start experimenting with it. Not just all the time going 4 together, but sometimes sending 2 E-pickups, send James alone, kind of have him scout from the air, trying all these different setups with the E-pickups, especially on southern circles. So curious to see if that's something they're opting to go with again.
There you go, the crowd going crazy for old man Pushels. At 30 years young, competing here in PGC once again for Day Trade. As yeah, tell me about it. You're making me well. Never mind.
I'm trying.
We're just not going anywhere near. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. You're looking out for me. But checking in with LG, just south of Sonics. They've got to get back on the move here. Yeah. Donawa getting close to Summer. Spray comes through. But he's not going to find any joy on this one just yet. Does do some damage again. Okay, you pull away.
This is, again, one of these situations where, I mean, of course, for Donawa, they have very limited very limited playtime at Globals with Petrichor looting Valdemar.
Yeah.
They are a San Martin team, they're a power grid team, so they don't know the exact playthroughs or like rotation paths that Petrichor pull off. On the opposite side of that coin, though, Petrichor knows exactly how Dynamo plays into southern circles from Jumanzera, so smart play for them to try and set up close to where they know Loki likes to scout forward.
December 12th, a little bit close to Loki. He's got some support from Nan. And Soul, well, he's got support of his teammate from up high, and this actually looks like Danawa.
They're baiting so hard. They're just driving around.
Yeah, they're wanting him to come out. Yep, there it is. Oh, he doesn't spot him. Oh, he scoped in. He doesn't. I don't think he saw December 12th. Got a little bit close there for a grenade, but the grenade will bounce off harmlessly off the wall here. Is Danawa, they're like sharks, man. They are hovering around here. They see 2 free kills in the water, and boy, they could use them here as they are trying to catch up with Twisted.
I'm a little worried that Danawa thinks this is Petrichor, or at least just the same team that shot at Loki, because now they realize, wait, there's 4 here. They're all coming in from the east. We got shot further west, and I think that's going to be Soul's position a little dangerous up there in the open. You can see Loki is pulling up on this. No meds, doesn't even have a helmet yet. This might be a bit too early for comfort, even for the likes of Danawa.
Yeah, I feel like both of these teams are already thinking about how to get out of this thing. Neither one really wants to fully commit, but now they have to. And Onyx with the grenade from the hills will find CC-108. Now Salute going to push right off on top of it.
No helmet either. It's scary pushes here. If there's a shotgun waiting upstairs, you're pretty much done for. Again, no meds, so if they take damage, there's no heals coming through. 62 is what Salute and Loki going to have as they're trying to make the run on up. Will they get one on an off angle? No, not going to happen. December 12th jumps on out. Loki can't make the crouch jump, so they're going to be delayed. Kind of pinned in right now upstairs.
December 12th leading them on a merry chase here as Loki and Salute, the 2 frontmen. They've got an Onyx and Soul keeping eyes from outside, but they can't really force anybody into disadvantageous positions, really, as they were just trying to track down December 12th. Meanwhile, New Happy hasn't been able to go for the res on their knock player. Now December 12th going to get spotted out, and no knocks coming through onto Danawa.
And the only reason they can do this is, of course, because they have Soul, they have an Onyx on the off angles. They know there's 3 players stuck in the garage. They're saying, great, guys, you're in a 2v1. Go out, deal with it so we can continue this, because we're already now starting to see day trade creeping on in here. They're hearing the shots, and they're seeing the damage and the knocks and the kill feed, so of course they want a piece of this action.
Could not get the res on the CC-108, unfortunately, for New Happy, and now just 2 guys holding corners as they wait for the push. But as you said, this is day trade coming up. Fortunately, Anonix, I think, either heard them coming or saw them coming, and he pulls away. So he's in a little bit of a safer position, but he's got to be feeding that information over to the rest of the boys. They have to know that this fight is about to have a third party involved.
Oh, Salute. Nice wiggle there. Able to take down Nan, not allowing him to get a connection on the headshot, despite only having a level 1 helmet. And now, Ming, I would love for you to stay alive for 2.5 minutes extra, but I do not think that's going to happen, because here comes the Dano push around the corner. They go perfectly caught in the open, setting the molly on the other side, not allowing for him to exit. Very, very wise push there by Danawa.
Really nicely done by Danawa. And now we have the fight between Theraton 5 and Petrichor Road. T5 already have taken 1. Shotty in hand for Rossadid. Another one now picked up. A Chewy going to get spotted by Rossadid with that DB. As Ikeslef trying to make a push here. Otsawat going to get him down to half HP. Through the smoke, Ikeslef will find Rossadid. And now T5 will pull around and try to take out the Petrichor fragger, and they will.
And it's once again Petrichor fighting in the early game. Of course, this time around we saw Theraton 5 E-pick up right on top of them. They can't really get out of that fight whatsoever. But the E-pick up with the DPS too. They knew where they were going. They knew what they had to be prepared for in their arsenal when they were landing in a compound. So they flew on in and took them down. We've seen previous games now where Petrichor loses Summer, loses Chewy. They need to get rid of taking those early casualties, because you know they're so incredibly dangerous when they make late game.
Seems like T5 may have taken a page out of Veronica 7's textbook from yesterday.
Yeah.
And they're sending these E-pickups right to the dead center and just taking the fight. This time they come out with all 4 up as well. Now Tiamba does have an angle here. Patapong will have to avoid the shots. Big shots from ZYY. Gets him low. Can they find the last one? Ooh, just gets him away.
It doesn't get more scary than when the first bull's a headshot and then you just pray that the remaining 19 don't connect, and somehow that was the case there. Gets to live with a scare. He will be all right.
Looks like we will have another E-pickup coming in shortly as FaZe Clan, north of San Martin in the blue right now. They are eventually will be making their way down here. Veronica 7, meanwhile, for all their E pickups yesterday, haven't really seen them pull off the same strategy today. And I don't know if it's well, they've kind of fallen down the leaderboard a little bit. I mean, they're still within striking range, right? But not finding the same success as they were yesterday.
I'm loving the timing on the E pickup here for FaZe. They are pretty much going to get to the circle when the new circle pops, so they can stay up there for a second longer, see rotations happen down below them, get a gist of who was split, who was grouping up. If they hit the circle, current circle center right when the circle pops and they see all those cars starting to maneuver, that's when they dive down in the compound with no cars and they can claim a center spot for free. Very, very nice timing here by FaZe on the E pickup.
An absolute worst case scenario. You just go all the way down south.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You know it's going to be available. So we'll see where they do decide to go. As Sonics, they're hugging the south road right now, waiting for the pop, and they're going to get a little bit of luck here as Gen G are dead center on that high ground. Now they got to figure out where they want to play it.
A little spice as we keep the water in, keep a bit of the southern island in as well. Now you see Twisted Minds. I think they heard 17 come in, so they're going to go way up over the mountaintop, avoid any lines of sight for them. And even as they try to do that, actually shots do come through. But now backfilling Gen G, and that's what I'm curious about. But Tulins, does he know that he has Gen G rotating right in front of him?
Well, we see Veronica 7 and Ty Lu getting close to each other. Seat swaps abound as Ty Lu rolling 2 deep. V7 going to find out Pixel here as SSG. Pixel just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time as this fight's going on. And now Tosi actually will find Xiao Yang. Tosi going to get traded out by LZQ as now the shots keep coming through. Heaven doing so much damage with the sprays, but doesn't get the knock.
Headshot to double body shot on the next player. Solid sprays coming through there. And as you said, I mean, that's really just going to force Ty Lu into a crouch down position. They have to get the res on up as well. So they're trying to reset here. Tosi, should they be able to make something happen, could potentially get rest as well.
Okay, slowing down here just a little bit for V7. As he said, Tosi still alive, not getting flushed just yet. Human will smoke him off to just ensure his life for a little bit longer. But Ty Lu back up to full strength, and they're wanting to leave this little shack that they're in and figure out where everybody is. But the smoke line not giving anything away here for V7.
Very smart setup here on the side of Veronica 7, just denying any sort of vision. In the meantime, now Heaven from up high, able to take down LZQ again. Probably not going to be a flush to follow, but as soon as they start flexing out of those buildings, they know exactly where they have them. As Heaven once again, with the Dragonov in hand, tries to find one more. Keep in mind, no level 3 helmets down there, so that's a one tap to the head, should he be able to connect it.
318 damage right now for Heaven. The man cannot miss with that Dragonov in hand, breathing fire down onto Ty Lu as they have to reposition once again. Now Tosi has gotten back up on his feet and he's going to push in with Human, but Tong Mu is ready and waiting for it. Tosi very low. He's going to go down as well as Tong Mu doing everything here for Ty Lu.
Great hold, and that's the time where the smokes fall. V7 actually ends up working against them because the smokes have been deployed on the hillside. You can see it up there. Heaven couldn't quite get the angle, and now Heaven and Glass forced to disengage, forced to get away, kind of just cut their losses and hope for something towards the east for the circles to come.
Man, what a hold from Ty Lu there to make sure everybody... Oh my God, high mass, okay. Way downtown there, Xiao Yang will get knocked. It should get rezzed though, as it's just going to do a little bit more damage here. Cerberus, they've got a lovely spot on the high ground here. Now they are hugging a little bit close to the eastern side of this zone, so we'll see where they decide to go. Soul right on the doorstep of LG.
We talked about it earlier and how you're very exposed if you're committing to this hillside for too long, but of course they wanted to keep one up here at least until the next circle pops, because again, understanding the difficulties of the position you're in. But Snake is going for these shots. Anonix might not be intentional bait, but could just work out as it. He will disengage, he will look further towards the west side, but if he comes back west, you have to imagine that Soul has to drop on him.
Absolutely would. All right, well, let's see where the next zone is going to go. Probably cut. Oh, keeps a little bit of water in there, so that T5 parachute drop right on that compound, looking smarter and smarter with every circle shift. As a V7, well, they hug on the south side. They are inside the zone, down to just 2, but they've got a lot of real estate to work with here.
They sure do. Should swing up towards the northwest side, up towards the space station. Tiamba and Genji Hill. We'll see if that's what's going to end up happening as this sandstorm once again blazes on through. Tiamba trying to set up again. They too have been taking some casualties in the early game. Want to get out of that, of course. And already now set phase 3 dead center. This is looking to be what it's pretty much going to be placement points guaranteed for them.
Sonic's doing a little bit of pickup shenanigans here as H-Win and Shrimsy are up high. They're trying to go into the Gen G compound. Meanwhile, Tai Lu pulling up right on the backs here of Veronica 7 to have arrived. But Glaz already waiting, ready and waiting. Shen has the grenade launcher, or the Panzerfaust in hand. The shotty's not going to be enough as Tai Lu will finish it off. Both points going over to Zhao Yang.
I respect the attempt for Veronica 7 falling short there. And Tai Lu, I think, importantly, considering how chaotic it got at a point, able to keep 4 alive now, trying to wrap in from that eastern side.
Absolutely. They have the entire south really to work with. Now, SSG is the next thing that they'll have to work by as Sonics keep 4 alive with that E pickup. They try to make their way up this hill very early on the last circle, but got dissuaded away from a compound by Gen G. Gen G beating them just by a matter of seconds. So the Sonics pull back down, and now they'll play it from this spot. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, still just barely on the edge of circle here on the north side, and 17 is looking right down at them.
I mean, Sonic's position there, we saw it in the group stage as well. I believe this was the purple mood win that they had on this side of the circle. It's so incredibly hard to push from that northern side, so if they can control it, they're looking very good. In the meantime, now Tiamba, again, of course, trying to fend off here against FaZe, who, as we know, he picked up into this position. So they don't have any vehicles to work with, which is why a compound like that looks very, very good, but they can't quite get it.
Ooh, and Sharp Shot actually going to steal away Fex. So once again, FaZe, unfortunately, they take a knock, and they are going to get it. They're not going to be able to get their res back on here, so they have to just play it as 3. It's always going to be tough, Toby, whenever you see that long building. You just know. Now, the blue zone grenades have made those long buildings a little bit more I don't want to say easier to breach, but a little bit more breachable.
You can at least isolate angles.
Exactly. Yeah. You can force people around to move into places maybe that you can take the fight a little bit better. But unfortunately for them, it doesn't work out that way. Here is now Twisted pushing with the blue at their backs. They're coming right into a 2-2 Sonic split. Tickleton ready and waiting. The spray coming through will do a lot of damage. Won't find a knock.
I like the idea of trying to deny the access in. As soon as they see them, they send 2 players down from that hillside. But just talking about circle.
Oh my goodness.
Swings east. I thought this one was going to go hard west, and I think the majority of the teams here thought so too. But Cerberus, very happy with this one.
Yeah, just based on where everybody's sitting right now, you would think that everybody thought it was going to go off to the west, but now Twisted Minds, they are out of the frying pan and into the fire. Xiaowu, Lil Ghost, still have angles onto this. Actually, Lil Ghost is the only one. Xiaowu off to the north, and he's going to find Lu. Won't be able to get the flush, though. The angle's just not there, but Perfectix will go down to the blue. And now it looks like Spiro still just working his way north. Batulins may try to go for this res. It's going to be close. Nope. Never mind.
And again, great read from Sonics here, seeing the knocks and the kill feed, knowing exactly who they're dealing with. Tick will find the flush on 1, but again, now you can fall back. You've already done the damage. You found 1, you can back off, you can force them the other direction, let 17 deal with them, and then concern yourselves about the rotation that you have to make.
And Sonics have their own problems to deal with here as FaZe, after leaving Tiamba's compound, have pushed all the way out west, and they have put themselves in a little bit of a position here, putting themselves between Sonics and the next zone. Gen G haven't left their spot either. Daytrade also playing this very slow. So all these teams on the west that knew they were going to have to move over to east, just really playing it slow. I think maybe just trying to go for kills at this point.
Yeah, but here comes the peek on over. FaZe lost 1 early, but that doesn't matter. They still find the double here now. It's just Kickstart and H-Win left alive. And as you said, I mean, for both Daytrade and for Gen G as well, they were dug in so deep in this area that it's been very hard for them to leave. Now they want to clear their backsides before they make the eventual run. And FaZe very successful at that right now.
It's just a big push from FaZe, as we said, all the way back out to the western side of the zone, and they end up getting paid for it. 2 points in the bag. Now Gen G starting to look over that direction, but shots from Kickstart out in the blue will dissuade them from committing onto FaZe just at least completely as Sonic's. This looks like just a point scavenging mission at this point. He'll find Jeems. He knows he's going down, and there he goes. Sonic's eliminated in 13th place.
I respect it. Like, get the flush. You know you're falling down anyway. Might as well clear it out. In the meantime, now here comes the second push on through. Tianba has been so good throughout this tournament at defending their strongholds, and here they are once more. And this is keeping in mind that Linshu is actually already all the way across. So they're holding the fort as 3 and not allowing any sort of access there for 17.
Loving the position from Tianba right now as we see Daytrade trying to take out SSG. Again, it's the long buildings, Toby, as Belmoth has the Panzerfaust in hand, looking for any angle. I don't know if you're going to find it on the roof, my friend. He's got a grenade. Maybe can force the boys from SSG to pull away, but right now it looks like they might be in trouble. Oh, Roth has the high ground.
He sure does, and he sees one up there as well. Spotted in return now. Belmoth tries to make the run on down, but Roth ain't gonna allow it.
Beautiful stuff from SSG holding on right now, but they have to be careful because Tai Lu has an angle onto this just off to their east. The circle does shift. It's going back to the high ground. Cerberus in the driver's seat for the rest of this game. They have so much real estate to work with. Let's see how many kills they can get. SSG just holding the line here as Daytrade down to 2.
Holding the line, but they got to be fast about it because slowly Tai Lu is creeping in from that eastern side. We saw them come off the shoreline, and they're making their way ever so much closer. And as I say that, Roth already taken down, and now that's SSG having to commit. Do we take this fight, even with Roth down uphill, or do we back off? Issue is what you back off into. You have no intel on how Tai Lu is currently positioned. They have to commit to this fight, and they have to get it done with quickly.
The unfortunate part here for both of these squads is nobody really taking shots at Tai Lu or Cerberus, so they just kind of can free farm
chilling
shots down there as the res does come through on the Pushels, so they're back up to 3 strong. Belmoth might be resable as well. Cut over to Songjang, who's trying to make his way out of the blue. Gustav trying to do the same. Tianba are finally leaving their compound to go and rejoin Linshu on the high ground on the other side of the road. So maybe they'll survive a little bit longer here.
Gotta commit to the sprint though. 14 bandages, no first aids to work with. Can he find something? I think this might just be a deny from the last living Gen G player. Prone on down again. Phase 5 hurts. Not that much, but enough that you can't do a whole lot when you only got bandages to work with.
Yeah, not much you can do there. There he goes. Goodbye, Songjang. But you know what? All said and done, got 11th place for Gen G. As now Cerberus turning their eyes over towards LG, and they've got Pterodon 5 pushing down here. Sharp shot right in the perfect spot. We'll find 2 from Daytrade. 2 more points picked up for SSG.
The third connected on there as well, and he's going to commit to the flushes. 2, of course, knows that there's enough players around, and they need those points guaranteed. Great position. He held his fire for maybe, some would argue, a bit too long, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Claims all 3. Now we can regroup with Page, but the journey is far from over. They have to somehow cross this street straight into Tai Lu.
And Tai Lu is hunting right now. They have a smoke laid down. Oh, Page.
If he finds one here.
Be absolutely huge. Zhao Yang, the easternmost player, he is looking down in that direction, but not spotting him just yet. He may have heard the vehicle from Sharpshot, which drove past Page and kind of gave him a little bit of an opening here. Sharpshot will fight Shen. Is LZQ going to get taken down by 7-7? So Tai Lu getting taken down by multiple sources here.
The timing could not be any better. Unluckily for Space Station Gaming, Pow does find one, but Tianba coming over, helping them out for a moment, or at least it looked that way. But now Cerberus as well, wanting a piece of this southern side action.
The kings of the mountain, Cerberus, they are overruling everyone as SSG will get taken down. It's going to be High Mass that does it, but Page will get that flush onto Zhao Yang. Now Flash still alive for Daytrade. Somehow has managed to make it in between the 2-1 split of Tianba. Tai Lu still have 2 alive as well on the low side.
He's crept in behind enemy lines here. No utility, no heals, nothing to work with but the bullets in his guns. Peeks on over, can't connect. First one, no, missing, and 7-7. Lucky survival there on the side of Tianba.
Oh, a breath of relief there for all Tianba fans, as that snake could have done irreparable damage to Tianba, but they keep 4 alive. They keep control over the western side of this circle. Now they do have to make moves in, but there's only really just Mime and Snakers from Luminosity in a gatekeeping position. Cerberus, meanwhile, still have just the whole circle as Gustav will find Thanadol, and there you go. He will get taken out by Hotswat. Should be able to get the res here on the Thanadol.
Loving the trade and the instant pushback from Rossiter. They know that they have Danawa close by. Keep in mind, Danawa was in that position from the very beginning of this game. And, of course, Rossiter is well aware of that. So while one commits to the rest, Rossiter is instantly there, showing presence, saying to Danawa, if you're going to commit to this, there's going to be a fight to follow. We're not giving up any free third-party opportunities here.
Twisted Mind's got to be sweating a little bit here as Danawa still 4 alive and 6 kills already. They have the entire north side to themselves. Tiamba with 6 kills to themselves. Looks like they found a way inside this zone. LG content to just lie low and survive for the time being. Meanwhile, Tai Lu has been spotted out by Tiamba as well on that south side. But T5 starting to work their way over.
That was the potential backstab, the potential dagger that could take down Tiamba, but they know exactly where they have him now. Cerberus helping out a bit as well as him as once again. I mean, I feel like they've found Nox galore somehow. Him as is only at 2 kills confirmed, but they've been showing a lot of presence in the 3-1 split that they currently have. 4 kills total for Cerberus, as they've left Sololzi on the north side by himself. Ooh. As OLG, Hotswat, you gotta get that knock there. Snaker's still alive. The flashback comes through. He doesn't see Mime in time. Mime will get the knock and the flush as another point going in the bag for LG. Such a good angle there from Mime. Prone on down, pretty much playing a bait position for his teammate. Snakers falls back and it works out perfectly. Thanadol, though, swinging around those fine Snakers, and now they know where they have Mime. But are they ready for this Tiamba push to come through? 7-7 finds the first. Through the smoke, he'll find him, and now Rosseted, the head, has been spotted out. They know exactly where he is. LG, Mime going for the res onto Snakers on the other side of the rock. Tiamba has to be focused on the low side. They're trying to make the push here. Now they'll see Mime, and they will try to reposition here, get a side angle, any kind of flank onto this rock with the blue zone at their backs. Yep, we're seeing Cerberus move down in this direction too, but they're currently getting backstabbed by Danawa, so maybe that's going to force them all to fall back for a moment, because look at the space there is now to the northwest. Nobody is in this next circle. The edge, the shoulder of Sololzi was there for a moment, and Danawa is starting to realize this. Now we have the space. We have forced Cerberus to look the other way. Now we can really claim all this open terrain. I cannot tell you how long it's been since I've seen a circle with not a single player inside it, as LG does get taken down by Tiamba. It's going to be 9 kills now as they continue their rapid climb up the leaderboard. Again, the whack-a-mole peeking coming through from Tiamba, working those, I mean, just ridge lines absolutely to perfection. Whenever one peeks, when he attracts the attention, peek down, let the other guy peek with just a bit of an off angle. They take them down, no casualties, and instantly Pow continues on to the next team. This is where Tiamba is so scary. This is where they've come in and surprised the entire global stage with their ability to just bring home endgames. They're up close fighting, their communication in late game fights is on point. Oh, so much space in this end game circle, and so much it's just so rocky, the terrain. It's going to be really hard if you get a knock from range, as we just saw. The knock came through onto I believe it was well, I can't see who it is. They're getting the res right now regardless. That's the point, is that if you get the knock, it takes so long to try to make the push there. It's unlikely that you're going to get the flush as well. Really important that you see when Danawa backed off towards that northern side, they essentially forced Tiamba up the hill. They're setting up against third-party opportunities for themselves. Issue is that Sololzi has a perfect angle just from the backside of that one. He can see just under the car, 21 damage, toe taps galore, but the smoke will come through, and the rest I think to follow as well. 3 players prone behind the Mirado in the middle of the open. And Haisaki goes down again. Tiamba still finding shots, landing shots here from range, but again, just can't make the push. Cerberus still has that hard cover that they can play around. I think Danawa now realizing that their position that they had taken is not exactly as safe as maybe they were hoping. They're going to move around just a little bit here. Right now, the most important thing is just stay alive. Yeah. If they just stay, if they just make sure to not get taken out, eventually Cerberus and Tiamba has to fight. Unless, of course, if the last circle hard swings south, then they have a whole other set of problems at their hand. But for now, Finonix, you can see he's peeking a bit, he's baiting attention, but not allowing for a double headshot to come through. It's all about baiting the attention, forcing again Tiamba into Cerberus, Cerberus into Tiamba, and then set up for a third-party fight. Circle swing center, Soul instantly claims the dot.
Yes, indeed. Cerberus started creeping off to the north to try to leave their compound a little bit. But I think after seeing that circle pop, they pulled back to the hard cover, realizing that the shots from Tiamba were more long-range shots. They're not really engaging on the fight. So Cerberus can't really risk making that move just yet. I think if the longer they stay in this hard cover, Toby, the more likely it is that Tiamba will take that fight with Donawa in the open space, because that's just the easier fight for Tiamba to take.
Finally, Anonix is dealt with. Does this allow for Tiamba to wrap west? Again, I was waiting for this vehicle to be exploded. I saw enough ammunition that they could go for it, and now Loki found as well. Solid angle now coming through from 7-7. This is what could not happen. They needed to keep all of them up top. They needed to keep them eyeing one another, but now Donawa starting to take casualties, but instantly Sai is slowing down Cerberus' rotation too.
Well, there you go. That knock from CYY.
Oh,
what a spray from Tycon. That's going to put a pause on things as he follows it up with the smoke, and just Haisaki now back on his feet, and now Cerberus starting to think about maybe pushing here, as 7-7 will find Salute, and Donawa is just down to Soul in the dead center of the circle. But Toby, don't forget about Soul.
You cannot count them out. All these teams can still come out victorious. We'll see what happens here. Cerberus now, of course, off the knocks that's come through, and so Tiamba will commit to the play over the hilltop. They know that they're going to be exposed when they commit to this push all the way through. Sololsi peeking on forward, trying to find some more. They have Linshu just behind the vehicle, but they don't have the utility to commit to the push, and they have to fall back.
Blue's on his back as well. 7-7 has pulled away from that. Uaz, oh no, there you go. Linshu will get spotted by Tycon. Another great spray, as they are now up to 6 kills. And in Nonix, he's going to get stolen away by Tycon as well. Give him 7, as 7-7 has to pull away. He's got to find somewhere else to play. Nobody knows where Soul is. Soul, the shot's coming through. Oh, he gets him so low, but he doesn't get knocked.
4 nades, but it's uphill. There should be no way Soul stays alive down there. Blue, so nades getting close now. It's going to land right on top of him. One more eliminated as Cerberus tries to claim this one. 9 kill might be a 10th, unless if Soul can pull off magic.
Oh, he's pulled off the impossible before. He's playing around the side of the smoke. Tycon making the push down. I'm not sure if Soul knows where this is. The smoke will keep him alive for now, but how long? How long can he make it happen? Soul will get knocked low again. Tycon coming around the side. He's going to spot him. There's the shot. There's the win for Cerberus.
Solid plays from start to finish. Again, as we said, it could go either way. It was a 3-way stalemate. I love the way that Donawa, despite having the worst position, managed to keep those 2 teams in check on the hillside. But in the end, the one knock onto Inonix opened up an angle for Tiamba to make a play that Cerberus then punishes. It's a 3-way ring around the Rosie, and Cerberus brings it home.
What an absolutely wild endgame. But once again, Donawa finds themselves in it, all the way up to the end, and it was all down to Soul. They managed to get second place for themselves. They managed to get a nice stack of kills again. Twisted Minds goes out early, so that makes this leaderboard a lot more interesting, Toby. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about our last game.
Another new chicken dinner winner as the 3-headed dogs threw everything they had at Seoul to get that win. Didn't matter if it was lead, cars, or grenades. They used it to get this victory.
Yeah, impressive terrain to be played here, and also Cerberus, of course, those 2 shift towards them, but they had to fight for it. And that was one of the most insane drive-by Dragunov shots you're going to see in this tournament here. That was some of the wildest thing. Again, Heaven showed us what he's made of. Also showed us, of course, Drive-by Dragunov is a meta now.
Drive-by Dragunov, Red Dot Dragunov coming soon to theaters near you, or at least 3X. All right, let's take a look though. As the end game progresses, a lot of chaos sort of because of the shifts, continuously pushing over to the south. The only mainstay in this one was that Cerberus had a massive spread to hold, and they managed to just keep locking it down as the shifts moved towards them. Now, Tiamba, you brought this up. These guys have been playing like really well.
They had so much control on the western side. They got so many kills, and they swept it super well. Of course, also one of the kind of crucial angles was that Cerberus had like, together with Tianba, those perfect like 90 degrees off angles, right? So you had no cover behind trees, behind cars, behind anything here, especially here after Cerberus blew up this car. It's just making it super hard. But yeah, Tianba got destroyed. And of course, you have to expect Cerberus off a high ground compound control, 2 double shifts towards them to take this one down, but they had to fight for it all the way through. So super impressive win here for Cerberus.
And needed, I think, at this point. Cerberus traditionally has always shown up in the top half leaderboard international events. They've been getting progressively better as time has moved on. They were slagging a little bit here at this stage, but having that win, getting those points, Tycon turning on completely, I think that bodes well for them as we are well past the halfway point with one more game left to play before we have one more day. 7 games total. My name is Toppings. I'm joined here on the desk by Avenger as we continue to break down the action. And there was that end game was just awesome to watch, man.
Yeah, overall, like when you're able to come out from the compound, you see these situations where like they're using the utility, they're committing everything that you see from it, right? Cerberus, they're like, okay, we're going to have to make things happen. Both having pressure onto Danova and to Tianba was just overall, crazy. And of course, all the guys are going to be contributing. Haisaki went down a little early, but 500 Solalzi, 750 on him as an almost 600 Tycon and 5 kills for him. So, yeah, it's been good. I'm happy that these guys won because Tycon is sitting in my chair.
Yeah. Wait, he's sitting in your chair?
Like the chair that I used to sit in.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I think I see
from Honda seat.
Ah, from Honda seat. He's in the Honda seat. Well, he's the man of the match.
He is.
And deservedly so. This is my honorary MVP as well. He played incredibly strong. They had massive control of the area. I will give... a
little one to Sharp Shot on the triple on day trade. That was crazy.
True. Sharp Shots had a bunch of like big moments that came out of like... I don't say nowhere because in the sounds like he didn't deserve that, but like just catching us off guard, you know?
Yeah, coming off from nowhere. He's pulling out from nowhere.
Really pulling out of his pockets. That's 20 points from Cerberus. So they are going to climb up the left side of the leaderboard. Tianba also going to get a lot of points off of that, but the rich get richer as Danoa manages to get 12 points out of that. Soldier laid in the middle and locked it up.
With Twisted Minds also not getting that much. That means they're going to be jumping to 90. A little bit of caution now down to LG, but still it's getting close. Cerberus getting into the 71-point mark there, and Tianba also pushing down Pero on that side. And now 67, of course, only 10 points up to 3rd. So our 3rd to 8th, extremely tight kind of top mid-pack.
Yeah. Also, I want to point out, we have played 11 games so far. 10 of them have had different winners.
Right.
That is a lot. I think far more than I've seen in recent past in terms of diversity of winning within this lobby.
Right, and on top of that, right, after the 12 games, we've seen multiple teams in group stages in our have, you know, like 110, 111, 108. Like, so with 90 only, unless it's, you know, Danova or Twisted Minds, again, it really speaks to the testament of how close our lobby is still and how close it is. We also see a lot more denying, and of course, those 2 points that you potentially give away to one of your rivals could mean tens of thousands of dollars or the win in the end.
Because we will see kills that equal tens of thousands of dollars. And I think part of that, too, this denying that we're seeing especially thick today is because teams came into the lobby so close.
Right.
So when you made that plan last night with your team, you went, hey, guys, any chance that we have to deny, you have to do it because you knew that everybody was going to be right on top of each other at the start of the day. Exactly. Tomorrow, we might maybe see that change up just a little bit for some of the top teams where they'll say, go for that kill, go for a position, maybe make a sacrifice if you need to.
Yeah, super impressive here. And of course, 17 gaming on screen, a little bit slower today.
Yeah.
But still, they have these middle drops, and it's going to be a huge one for them. Of course, we have one more Miramar today, 2 more Miramar starting tomorrow, and then we're going to be ending on a wrangle.
All right, there you see Tig has got the cooling strip on his head. He's been feeling under the weather, but his frags have been up today, so we'll see if that continues. It's time for the final match of the day. Let's head back to the dusty dunes of Miramar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toffees. And yes, we are here for our final game of the day. It is I, Porosaurus, it is he, Toby, and we are ready for this very, very southeastern plane, Toby.
I'm looking at Genji in the map, and I'm going, El Pozo. That's a bit of a stretch. Where's the alt drop, boys? Where's the other place you like to go? Because if you don't swing out early, you're going to have to fight for vehicles with Petrico, and they have enough early game shenaniganry going on these days. I don't think they want to be part of that at all. So, as you say, very, very southeastern, this plane panel.
Give me the resort, man. Give me resort. Give me Partona.
Come on. Yeah, Partona, exactly. Give me. You know what? They moved prison from the very shoreline into what effectively was Minas del Sur previously. Now that they've moved it further off the edge, I feel like it deserves some love. Can we get a chicken leg finish?
Yeah, let's get on that chicken wing.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Well, it doesn't look like our very southeastern plane path is resulting in any hot drops. Anytime you see something like where it hugs a side that much, is when you worry about teams dropping for cars at the same time, right? It's not so much the hot drops, it's worrying about them trying to go for the same car at the same time. And it doesn't look like we're going to see that, but it looks like V7 and LG once again will be uncomfortable neighbors, and there you go. We're going to get Chumacera. Boring, but it's okay. It'll be exciting at the end, I'm sure.
It will be. It will be. At least it tends to be. We have been down here plenty of times before, so that should just add to the fact that I would be very surprised if we see a lot of early game commotion. Having said that, and again, I know that I say this all the time, and some of you might be annoyed by it, but I will say it once more. Get the map feed up on your screens, because while it's all good fun watching these guys loot up, there's so much info to be found for those of you guys who really care about the deeper levels of competitive PUBG when you sit and get the overview of the map. Because look towards the east, the northeast. Effectively, you have not a single team outside of just, well, Ike's left on the western half of this circle right now. Everyone is going to be rotating in from the far east. So I'm looking towards Sonics. I'm looking towards FaZe. We'll be doing hard reps, maybe all the way through La Cooperaria, just to be safe on their rotations, because you know Gen G is going to be around Monte Nuevo. There's going to be a lot of very late rotations, even for the teams that like to play center early on, which is going to kind of change up the dynamic and the tempo of how I think this lobby is going to play this particular circle, simply because of where they jumped out of the plane.
Well, I imagine we will see some E pickups. I've got my eyes glued on T5. They've been pulling off the E pickup in a big way so far today, and now Chuma is dead center. You've got Donawa already there looting around. As we see up in Picado, 17 Gaming still got to make their way down. You got Gen G just off to their west. So I'm interested to see if the E pickup towards the dead center of the circle for T5 works once again for them.
We're seeing New Heavy again continue their looting phase here. They have had pretty good success on their early game, like avoiding too much confrontations through the previous brackets. They were running into quite a bit of trouble, but here it's been passive in the fashion that New Happy likes to play it.
Well, and that's the benefit of having analysts and coaches and all that stuff is that, as you see, you've mentioned already, the fact that we have switching lobbies so often, and you're playing with people that you're not used to playing with. You're maybe not always as used to the rotation path and stuff like that. And that's where your coach and analyst comes in to help out and figure out what spots, where to expect people to be coming from. And it looks like they've been doing a great job for New Happy, because they have managed to make their way to late game pretty consistently, at least enough to find themselves in 7th place and still within striking distance of first.
And one thing is from day to day, because everyone is going to go back to their hotel rooms, watch the VODs together and talk things over.
Of course.
But we see it here for the teams that have the coaches with them here, which of course most of them do. Players run, like as soon as that game is over, they run off the stage, because they know we only have 4 or 5 minutes before we have to be back in that seat again. We got to optimize, we got to work with every single second that we have with the guys that have sat out back, watched all the games, seen what every other team has been doing, and figure out what we're doing, especially when we get like the back-to-back games on maps like Miramar here.
Absolutely. Well, Tiamba all the way up north towards Campo Militar, all in vehicles with the exception of Lin Shu, who's just now leaving TR Bronca, but I believe we'll see them take that long road around the north side all the way to the west. And
makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, and they should be perfectly happy and comfortable, because it doesn't look like anybody else is going that direction. Gen G, well, they don't have to play the edge, because they are already just north of Chumacera. Now, they do have 17 very close to them, so they got to be careful about exactly where they want to play and what splits they work. But again, experienced teams, they know these things.
Against all these teams, as we can see, rotating in the vehicles. But again, I want to bring your eyes to the map, because now is when we're seeing all the teams out east starting their rotations. This is where potentially commotion could happen, where teams could run into each other because they missed the timing of opposing rotations. We're seeing 3 in 1 car from Luminosity here on your screen as well. They could be running into Sonics. They could be running into Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, we know, like to sit up on that hill. Even when the circles shift south, they like to sit up on that hillside, up by Power Grid for a little while longer, allow for the other teams to kind of drive past them, because then they get a good idea, a good intel of where they have their opponents. They want to play the edge. They want to allow for teams to maneuver through to then kind of backfill. And if they sit here and they read that LG is coming in 3 and a 4 in a car, that's going to be troublesome.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous.
Dangerous indeed.
Tig's got his cooling Naruto patch on, so I think he'll be feeling fresh and clean throughout the rest of this game. As Sonic's just in front of LG. I think H-Win is the tailing man, as it looks like LG taking their time getting that van over the mountains and into San Martin. Cerberus getting very close here to 17. Now 17 holding a 2-2 split after looting up in Picado, and Cerberus should be well aware of the fact that there's a high likelihood that 17 would be very close by. So we'll see how closely they decide to play it. V7, they're coming in from the north.
Yep, driving with plenty of space to maneuver. You can see Luminosity stopped in San Martin as well, so hopefully found themselves at least one more vehicle to work with.
Hope so.
Veronica 7 kind of following the exact same path that they were on just before, but of course LG opting to sway a little further north. And Veronica 7, wouldn't be surprised to see them actually want to stop on the east side of Power Grid Plateau as well. Scout on forward, maybe stay up here for the next circle to pop, just in case we get a southern hardship. They can do what we're seeing third on 5-2 here. Just get that E-pickup in and fly south. If need be.
LG is camping somebody. Luminosity is camping somebody
in
San Martin. I don't know who they're camping, but they're camping somebody. Their top 5, we already said we knew they were going to take the E-pickup. They try to send a dead center. It's been working a treat so far today. We'll see if it works out for them here, as Day Trade now has the high ground on the south side, a little bit south of Chumacera, a little bit south of Center Circle, but look at how much information they can gather from the spot that they're at right now. As Veronica 7, we're worried they're getting a little bit close to phase. And James will hop out of the vehicle, take the spray, take the shots, get some damage down, but won't get the knock yet. Maybe, yeah, he will. Tosi gonna get spotted out.
V7 finished yesterday in first, but it's just not been their day today. And once again, I mean, I feel like mainly due to the fact that they take these casualties in the early game. Yesterday, the E-pickup kind of allowed them to avoid a lot of these confrontations, but today they've opted to go what usually is the safer route of rotating in vehicles. But they've just been running into team after team in the early stages of the game here.
Yeah, you saw them starting to head south down Power Grid towards Twisted Mind spot. It looks like Spiro was able to spot that out, take a few shots at him, and let V7 know that this is not the way you want to come. So they'll head back up to the road where they were originally traveling on. FaZe now actually coming into the north side of Power Grid. You would think of all the teams in the lobby that would be well aware of where Twisted Minds would be, FaZe would be one of them.
Yeah, I would think so. Sat here, chilling, waiting at least for a little while longer. Again, of course, I think Twisted has absolutely no need to push south until they see the circle leave the northern side. They're very, very good when it comes to playing out a Power Grid Plateau in the end game, and we'll see if they get to do that.
Power
the next
Grid
circle.
Plateau. Say that 10 times fast.
No, then a ghost appears somewhere. I don't want to do that.
It's not Candyman, man. It's a Power Grid Plateau. Well, there you go. T5, they do finally land from their E-pickup, and they decide not to send it dead center into Chuma, but rather off in the compounds just in areas west, and they have it completely for free, so that E-pickup works out just fine for them.
Yep.
As they hold a little bit of a 2-2 split between high and low ground. Still waiting for that circle to collapse here. But it's starting a number of teams still getting close to each other. Now, Tai Lu and Tiamba off on this western side getting close. They've got LG still off to their north as well.
I mean, we talked about it in the very early game. It's these teams that were fouled towards the eastern side that eyed the opportunity to make that wide western wrap. Issue is they came around at the same time, and now that might cause some commotion.
2 shots over towards Tai Lu, but nothing too substantial. As Tiamba, big split for Tiamba, man. They are taking up that western side. They're prioritizing this high ground. We'll see if they get any luck with the shift as it goes north.
180 Twisted Minds, 180 get back up north.
You can see Twisted, they were already sending it, and they immediately turned it back around as they had the perfect position and actually the perfect prio on a 2-2 split here. Tai Lu doing the exact same thing. as they send it right back off to the north.
Yep, Luminosity Gaming was slow on their rotation, as you said, setting up what could or what would have been a great ambush, but no one opted to come through San Martin after them. But now, because they delayed their rotation a bit, they get rewarded off of it as well. Sonics coming in, claiming center positions, forcing Gen G to group up. I like this. When you play it into an area of the map where you know it's pretty much going to end, just commit early. You know teams are going to be set in split positions. Force them out, because no one, if they can leave, wants to take those fights. And speaking of if you can leave, I'm sure Mime would love to not be here right now.
Oh, he wouldn't. And he's actually getting some support from the LG boys. The unfortunate thing is that by sending it over here to support Mime, Tiambo was right there ready to backfill bricks. So LG going to have to play this one out from the north side of Montenuevo, whether they like it or not. Guman just hiding right now as the rest of V7 on the other side of the street. Guman just listening for the footsteps, getting fed information over from his teammates. You see the shots coming through. Guman not taking the peek just yet. Snakers gets knocked very low, but doesn't go down.
I was just going to say, this is where I want to see the rest of Veronica 7 go out and just bait. Go out, start shooting, force the attention the other way so that Guman can peek around and find one. And he does exactly that. Rello taken down, caught with a nade in hand, though Guman somehow able to back off of it.
Tai Lu from behind is going to find Flood, and now Guman will get knocked and flushed. The smoke's laid down. It bloomed a little bit late, but Tai Lu taking those shots from the bricks after they backfilled LG. Unfortunately for them, they've got Tiamba right on top of them, so they can't fully commit to making a push here. They will at least get the flush on the Flood, but it looks like Rello should be revivable.
Trying to reset here. I'm liking that Mime is sat outside, trying to deny any sort of push coming in. They know there's a knock player inside, and I would imagine that once this rest does come through, which we see now, that Mime would opt to play back towards the building that his teammates are currently in, because he is a little exposed on the northern angle, but of course right now he's aware that no one has gotten that angle to shoot him in the back.
This was the other side of that fight where Tai Lu and Tiamba were both going for that bricks compound right after LG sent it, and looks like Tai Lu will lose one. They're going to send Atong Mu into the city itself. Trying to get at least a little bit of a foothold here, a little bit farther south, leaving LZ and Shen on that high ground, overlooking Tiamba, overlooking the city of Montenuevo.
I don't mind this at all. I mean, it's a very low-risk play for a potential big gain. They saw the commotion, they saw the action in the kill feed, and they figure, you know what, maybe someone's going to be in and off. Again, we're coming in from the one angle they aren't currently fighting through, so maybe one is revealed to us in the meantime now. This has happened earlier today as well. The Thai teams fighting one another. As Daytrade pulls up, and Pathampong finds the first.
Big knock for Patapon, but immediately traded back by Norins as Norins keeps peeking the side. Belmoth will find Rossiter. Gonna get another one. They're playing ring around the rosy. He gets them with the the hip fire spray of the DMR. Hatsawat, the last one alive. He's gonna make sure he secures those points for his team. Norins still running around here, gonna try to lay the smoke down, but he has no idea where Hatsawat is. Fortunately, it looks like Hatsawat in a vehicle trying to escape.
I mean, looking at how the tournament is played so far, you would think that Third on 5 would be the team to come out on top, but once again, it's Daytrade that just steamrolls through them. Yes, they lose one, but getting 3 kills off of it in a fight that should easily have gone against you, because they're the aggressors, they're the ones coming in, and Third on 5 was ready for the push-up. Still, they're able to come out victorious. Great plays from Daytrade.
The circle has shifted. It is going off to the northeast and favoring that power grid cliffside there. As Hatsawat trying to send it, find somewhere to play inside here, but there's so many people around Montenuevo. He's got Petrichor Road right on his back, and it just doesn't feel like anywhere is safe, as he's just going to try to find some kind of dip to play and maybe survive a little bit longer, but now he's running right into Luminosity. There it is. Mime will be the one that takes out Third on 5.
Yep, a little freebie on in the middle of that rotation, as everyone is now trying to make their way towards the southeast. Again, of course, the big mountain up towards where Tiamba is currently positioned will be shifted away from with the next circle. So everyone expecting this one to go southeast. That's why we've seen Gen G fully commit. That's why we've seen Danawa just full speed send it. They even lose Soul in the midst of that transition, but they know it's worth it. We'll take one casualty, but getting here early is pretty much placement points guaranteed.
And wouldn't you know it, of all the times for a sandstorm to go right across the entire zone, it has to be in the middle of that rotation phase. Fortunately for LG, they stay alive. They keep 3 alive. They've lost Flood, but they ran right into Twisted Minds. The shots came through, but I don't think Twisted could really land anything or finish anything out there because they couldn't see him. Yeah, so a number of teams actually benefiting from that. Day Trade, meanwhile, they're going to send the pickup from the top of Monte Nuevo, but where do you go? I mean, Power Grid, the whole north side of this circle still open.
But also going to be shifted away from the next circle, and you won't have a car, so we'll see in the meantime now. Here comes Veronica 7, the last 2 players alive, trying to make something happen. Summer trying to cut them off, but I think they're going to just beat into it. The Murado's top speed, just superior, as Summer will connect a headshot, but nothing more will come off it.
Heaven's still alive, and they are bruised and battered, but still alive here as we see Day Trade is going over to that north side, maybe a little bit on the east, heading just to the south of Power Grid. They're getting shot in the back by Cerberus, but Veronica 7 still alive as, I mean, it started off so good today, Toby. First place, and they have plummeted now into 10th.
Many people hope to see the top run continue, but it's not been great. Glass in Heaven, though, can still make something happen here, unless if Mime can find the perfect nade. It looks good, but comes up a little short.
Happy feet on Veronica 7, keeping them alive right now. Glass going to spot out Mime before he can get rid of the grenade, and the flush will come through as LZ had an angle onto it. Now it's down to just Rello and Snakers. More shots coming, though. I think they might just pull back away from this as the circle has shifted down hard south, as you said, going away from that Power Grid, away from that high ground.
Great understanding from Veronica 7 as well on how to engage in this fight. Just hawk that hillside. They know there's a team set above them, but if you go all the way up against the wall, that team will be shooting at luminosity rather than you with your backs turned. So very smart engagement that they peek on over. No, they don't get the flush. It will be stolen, but they get to stay alive.
You get a little bit of unintentional protection there from Tiamba. New Happy on the very southern side of this circle. They've stopped Ming in December 12th, scouting out where they might want to go. They're looking at that Gen G compound, but that Gen G compound is filled, and they've got 3 inside right now. DG98 stepping away on that northern side, playing the hills. He's been doing that this entire game so far. Actually, a little bit surprising. You would expect to see Pio away from his teammates this time, but Pio playing it a little bit closer to the boys this time.
This is where you reconsider if you're Gen G. You now know you have a 4-man set just on your southern side. One bad angle, and you were essentially instantly pushed. We'll see now, though, as the chaos kind of quiets down on the southern side. The north is just about to blow up. The circle is already closing in, and we have 4 teams that have to make plays into this circle. But look at what they're up against. There's an entire border of teams on that northern side just waiting for them to come.
I mean, Petrichor Road is just staring down on that Twisted Minds compound, trying to find some way to get in. And they're just waiting, biding their time. Twisted, they've left Batulins out here on that hill just to kind of scout out, and it looks like he spotted out Sonics, on the south side of the road here, south side of this zone. But if this push comes in from Petrichor Road, Twisted Minds might be in a little bit of trouble. We'll see as Cerberus now trying to find their way inside the circle, and they know that Tai Lu is ready and waiting for them. And they also know that they have Day Trade off to the north because they saw the parachutes.
Here comes the first pull-up, though. Twisted Minds has to be ready for it. Ike says, he's barely got any HP to work with, but the pull-up will come through. All 4 will make it here. Twisted Minds just not in a position to aggress off of it, and it's going to allow for the heals to come through. Summer has made it inside, but Ming is the first to fall.
Sends it right into Spiro as he's in the warehouse holding it, but Chewy will win that 1v1. And now Twisted Minds down by 1. Perfectix has that backpack on, so he should be safe for right now. Tries to make a push up in, and he will find him. Ike's left. Going to go down actually to 7-7 from Tiamba, so third-party action coming in from the high side, the north side up on the hill.
It's a nice hold. They know they have 1 more to deal with, though. Joey's still alive. I believe he found the flush on one of the Twisted Minds players as well, so damage has been done. As Batulins now from the backside peeking on over, will get taken down as well. Chewy once again able to find a kill.
And again, Twisted Minds just sending solos in after solos, and they just lose players 1 by 1, unfortunately for them. And now they still have 2 alive. They could still make it a little bit further into this game. Meanwhile, while this fight was going on, everything on the hillside, Toby, has been cleared up. Day Trade got taken out by a combination of Cerberus and Tiamba. Tiamba. Now Tiamba losing players to a combination of Veronica 7, Tai Lu, and Cerberus, and you still have the 2 LG boys up there as well.
It's all these teams trying to make essentially impossible rotations, and as for now, it's Tiamba who's reaping the rewards of having the high ground. Oh, this shot connected there with the 3x swaps on over to the mini. They know exactly where they have them. That nade is going to be close, but no, bounces a bit too far.
Still outside of the zone. They got to make this quick, and that shot's going to slow things down just a little bit here as another, the molly, beautifully placed by 7-7 right where it needed to be. 6 kills down for Tiamba as V7 Fun Pin goes out in 12th place.
One of the new areas added to the map, a little bit of change of terrain here with the, I guess, flipped container, flipped semi-truck. It's going to add cover where previously there was none. So FaZe with a little space to maneuver now.
Yeah, FaZe has a great spot here. Now they do have SSG off to the east here, still trying to find a way inside the zone. Gen G, meanwhile, they still have their compound. New Happy managed to stay on that southern side of the road and stay alive, but they still got 4 up, and Gen G knows it. After losing DG98, they've got to find somewhere to play, but all of a sudden they maybe take too long. Everything good has gone as Sololzi will find 7-7 from range.
One rotation too far for Tiamba here. They just cannot get off this hill. I wouldn't even be mad at, I believe, the last this Lin shoot. You sit up there, do some damage, see if you can maybe find a flush somewhere. I don't see him getting inside this next circle, and he will find the knock onto Sololzi. And he might just be rewarded with a flush too, because he's outside the circle. It's creeping on in. That's 1 extra point. Again, we talk about salvaging when it's a best of 18. Any extra point you can get is huge. And Lin Shu finds one more for Tiamba.
And that 1 point might jump them. Oh, okay, Salute will steal it away. Almost gets him. Look at IMAS. Extremely low here. Cerberus, 3 kills, but still alive. LG still with 2 up there as well. As Tycon and the rest of the boys, now they have an angle. They still have high ground onto everything that's going on onto the south here. Now, Donawa once again, Toby, 3 up in the late game. They've got the compound, and then you've got 17, you've got Sonics. All of these have compound, but Gen G, they're going to send it right into FaZe.
They're going full speed forward, straight into their opponents. That's a nade on point. PO down, Shenyang down. Just 1 more left to be found, and Gen G, timing completely off on that pull-up. There were no knocks on FaZe. There was no clear entry, but of course the blue was on their back. They had to make a play, and happens too fast there.
Waited to the last possible minute, and unfortunately nothing really presented itself to be helpful to them before that, so they had to take a bad send here as LG still cleaning up on this north side. IMAS, the last player up for Cerberus. Let's see, does he have any heals left? I don't need. He's just maybe bandaging. Yeah, I think that's about all he's got. It's not looking great for Cerberus here.
Sure isn't, but of course Rello here not going to take any chances. They know that they both have to make moves. Snakers know that he has to get off this ridge line as well at some point real soon. That's the last bandage. Himas will sit at, I believe, 50-some HP. It's going to be all he's going to have to work with. Rello flashes on over, peeks on down, tags him. Not going to happen though. Himas with a double headshot connected.
What a shot from IMAS as he will find another kill, and look at that, Rello had 5 first aids on him, so all of a sudden IMAS, what was looking like pretty bad is looking pretty good.
And now he can backstab Snakers too. Snakers has to look east. He has to look in this direction because Perfectix and Lu cannot see him. What could have been potentially LG trying to claim, like pull off the mountain on the western side, fight Twisted. Now looks to go the way of him, as we'll see if it happens though. No, Snakers from down below is able to take him out.
Okay. I don't know what happened to Fex there, but it's maybe got in the way of James' spray over onto SSG. So it does happen. We've seen it happen in this tournament already. As Snaker's still trying to make his way down the mountain. Now Twisted Mind's in a perfect spot, and he's got the blue zone tickling his toes. As the grenade coming through, it's going to land a little bit short. Snaker's got that blue zone backpack on, but it is ticking down real fast. It is way late in the game to be relying on that thing. He'll try to heal it through, and Twisted Minds just keeps sending util over. That might do enough, and he's going to go down to blue.
They're in 3rd place. He's hunting the team right ahead of them. You do not give Twisted Minds 3 points. They're already very consistently playing. Do not let them convert this game from a mediocre salvage into a good game by giving them a 3 point there. Smart play by Snakers, understanding the situation, understanding their position on the leaderboard.
Okay, how is this one going to shape out? New Happy have to send it. They have to go somewhere. That grenade, it's going to fall just short. Oh, it gets stopped by the wreck there. The Xiaobei one will find CC108, though. Another one from Xiaobei to follow it up. Not going to find the same damage as they continue throwing this utility out, but New Happy somehow are staying alive. CC108 is going to get rezzed.
Effective in what they're doing here, 17, trying to suppress, trying to maybe have some other team help them out in creating all of angles, but it's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, December 12th peeks on in, jumps on through, finds one, and now is able to get up on the other side, but here comes Tiggleton. Here comes the help that 17 hoped for.
Oh man, December 12th read that man like a book, and it doesn't matter. Lil Ghost will finish off New Happy. Xiaowu the only one to go down. 3 kills for 17, and good work on the part of Sonics to make sure that they got a few points off of that fight as well. They're still 4 up, and they still have zone, Toby.
Looking very good here. I'm sure Dano, I would have hoped that Soul had lived through that first rotation as well. They've been 3 pretty much from the start of this game, and seeing Twisted Minds still alive and getting points. They don't know exactly where they are, but they know they have to deal with them. In the meantime now, Sharp Shot, well, where before there was cover, now there is none, and he's going to fall.
You hate to see it. Well, James, they know exactly where Paige is, hiding behind that Murata. That grenade not going to fall where it needs to. Then maybe try to do the same thing here, as he is just late. He's got enough ammunition for it, so might as well just blow up the car, force Paige to move once again.
And they have all of Gen G dead right next to them too, so should be very good on ammo though. He's going to feed that one over to Xiaobei. Instead, Paige tried to wrap around the rock. Reveals himself to Xiaobei as now this one closing on in 5 seconds. Twisted Minds, Danawa, Face Clan. How do you go about making this rotation?
Oh, big yikes here for Twisted. Fortunately, they don't have to go far. They just had to get down the hill, and they've got themselves a little ridgeline to work with, and they've got the shield. So they'll stay alive for the time being, immediately turning their attention over towards Danawa because they know that that's the team that's outside of zone. That's the one that they have to worry the most about right now.
So big for Twisted to stay alive in this game too, and having back-to-back games go against them here. I mean, in this tournament in particular, you slip once, that's you out of the top. We've seen it from 2 teams now, and now Danawa again, I mean, trying to bring this one home, but they too have a tough rotation to make as Shrimsy finds an Onyx.
Shrimsy with a big knock, and actually they can't even stop to pick him up. Yeah, put him in the car or something here. Yeah, let's see where they decide to go. As they've got the knock player in the car, they've got the smoke wall laid down. They're going to continue to try to add to it as Danawa trying to send it. Tiggleton will find Loki. 2 knocks now as the Murado has left him. It's just Salute hiding behind a hill inside a smoke wall.
And the worst team to potentially give points to now is Twisted Minds. Perfectic start spraying on through. You can see the audience. They're not liking this. They're not liking this at all. FaZe, though, trying to use the kind of commotion that's happening on the northern side of the street to make a play down towards 17. It's just James and Gustav left alive, but they too can make amazing plays when they need to the most.
A smart play from FaZe, smoking off 17 so that they could not look out of their windows. They can't peek this from the hard cover. If they want it, they've got to come out and get it, and that's what Lil Ghost is trying to do, peeking from the side there. That grenade finding Gustav just before the movable cover goes up.
Danawa able to get all the reses here as well, and if Sonics take out Twisted Minds on the northern side, Danawa might have some space to be able to spread out a little bit. We know this final circle is going to end right in between Sonics and Danawa, and so far no one's claimed the center because, as you can see here, there's literally nothing to claim.
They've got to send it, they've got to go to that ridge line, and they've got to try to take advantage. There it is! H-Win's grenade will be the one that does it. And just like that, Twisted Minds eliminated. Meanwhile, FaZe also eliminated by 17. And we are down to our final 3 teams, Toby.
And this is where it gets scary for the teams on the north. Were they too slow in taking out the competition on their side of the street? Because now 17 can start spreading out. They can try to play control. They can potentially dictate the order of this one. Issue is, right now, Danawa and Sonics both have positions from where they don't necessarily have to shoot one another. So they can both say, you know what, let's hold on for a second and wait for 17 to cross the road first.
Danawa and 17 have been going off today. Sonics now finally in a position where they can get back into the conversation at the end of day 2. As Lil Ghost will take out Anonix. That's going to be a kill back in the bag of 17. Now 17 going to have to cross this road at some point, you would figure, Toby. And Danawa, though they are down to just Salute and Loki, look at those guns. They are ready and waiting for that push to come through.
No smokes available on the other side to kind of try and deny any sort of push on over. Nice molly. It's going to connect onto both Loki and Salute. That should allow for them to try and make a play here. They have the smokes up, and again, we see it so many times. Teams spend 10 smokes and then don't run while they're there. Now you have the wall. Now you try and make a play, but they're hesitant. The smokes are going to fade once more. I hope they have extra to use, because that run is going to be, I mean, absolutely fatal if you try and do it without any cover.
Yeah, 17 just waiting for that zone to pop, waiting to move until they absolutely have to. Kickstart with a little bit of an angle down there. But I think this is the right play. 4 nades here for Kickstart, but they're waiting until they absolutely have to use them. They can push 17 all into the same place. They know exactly where they're going to be. That one might find Little Ghost, as Shrimzy does have an angle here, but nothing happening just yet. There we go. H-Win will find him. And that'll be Lil Ghost going down.
Great utility usage here by Sonics on both fronts. First, they smoke off Danawa, so they can't do anything about it. Now they can peek on over. And as you said, wait with using the utility until you have limited angles, until you're guaranteed that they're going to do damage. And Kick does it once more. Finds Salute. Should be an easy one on the last pick up on Loki as well.
17 slowly making their way onto this road, and there you go. Danawa completely eliminated, and now they can turn their full attention over towards 17. 7 kills for Sonics. Suju gonna go down to the blue. Xiaobei will do the same, and Sonics gets the final win of day number 2.
The lack of utility in the end for 17 Gaming denied their opportunity to cross the street. They had the smokes, but they used them too early to try and make plays, and it did not work out. But from start to finish here, Sonics, great game, staying in control from what was a very difficult position to play in the early to mid game, but they claimed it. They brought it home. Great win.
The heroes from North America finally waking up here in day 2 at the end of the day. They've got a long way still yet to go to catch up to that leaderboard, but to get to the top of the pack. And we've still got 6 more games to play tomorrow. But let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break down day number 2.
Rengket kah?
Kasih anjing. Kepala gua kelihatan dari sini tuh. Kena lagi.
Gua 1.
Aku ada takut nge-pick.
Di bom dah.
Itu ya anjing.
Enggak bisa ke sana, Pak.
Dia nggak ditembak loh anjing sama dari jauh. Keburuk mandrojok anjing.
dari atas. Dari school kah?
Gue bikin mie dulu ya, lapar banget gue, Cok.
Telur. Hello. Hello.
Mika, apa langsung main?
Perang lagi lah pantai. Perang lagi. Gak mau perang loh. Ya pakai M4 dong.
Mana aja mas berapa orang lagi?
Yo, perang lagi yuk, perang lagi. Ini pasti ada. Ada utility. Bandit cuma 5. Ngendok. banget anjing. Tak mandinya aja. Nggak ada minuman, nggak ada apa, malah ambil ini.
Yan. Yan.
Apakah? Hah?
Belum. Mau kita praktekin nggak ya?
Bantu.
Kalau ada musuh terus kalau mau nge-grenade barengin, Cok.
Bisa.
Orang-orang kayak enak gitu mainin grenade tuh bareng-bareng. Instan mati, Cok. Kita juga harus biasain gitu kayaknya, Cok.
Harus kali.
Waktu match terakhir si MG sama si Edwin
Langsung ya. Mantep bener ya bom-bomnya ya.
bom-boman dog.
Itu padahal kayaknya Sonic bisa dapat 8 apa 9 kill itu harusnya total. Kalau nggak disampahin sama orang.
Masih loh meme. Musuhnya masih loh. Masih nyempar.
Apaan?
Mana Cok si Ratu? Bentar. Cek itu dulu. Restu. Ini Restu si security kan?
Iya.
Oh. Aja aku udah masuk loh. Amazing guys. PUBG ID itu kliennya Ina.
Ina.
Ina kan?
Iya.
Baru nggak, Pak?
Berapa? Di mana? Di dalam rumah. Aja.
Si Rapi mana, Pak?
Inmi ya.
Kan dulu.
Devi tes ah. Oh. Mana sih, Cok? Masuk. Hah?
Apa udah kah?
Udah.
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 TDM. Besok tuh 6 match itu SQ Chicken. Juara anjir itu. Kalau iya.
Ikan killnya juga harus di atas 10. Susah ngejarnya kalau nggak di atas 10. Kan di atas 10, satu poinnya 20 kali 6 udah 120 belum yang lain yang udah 100 tambah.
Bertiga nih.
Iya, boleh. Harus di atas 10. Kecuali kalau nggak 5 aja, 5. Jika mau susah sih. 10 dikali. Pokoknya 5 match harus kill 10 kalau tanpa chicken. Pas doang. Udah 100. Berat sih Sonic, Cok. Gak bisa. Kecuali yang atasnya 3 di atasnya nggak nambah dia. Lagi enak settingan very low, kenapa ya?
Kenapa?
Nanti aliasingnya lagi enakan settingan very low.
Demen-demenan sih. Lagi pas-pasnya aja.
Mana nih?
Bas.
Or grade aja, go.
Ngambil mana? Utangnya?
Kuning.
Boleh.
Ya sih.
Gua squad.
Duluan dia.
Gua ada gue.
Nice.
3 orang.
Enggak nice.
Goblok habis peluru gua, Cok. Gua cuma dikasih itu doang anjing.
TPS Punya aku nembaknya cuma 1 ya. Harusnya 2 loh.
Pencet ini. Ya ya. Tolong bisa.
Demeku bokep cok 69 cok.
Salah. Allah menyusul. Ya. Ya. Terminal.
Anjing patungnya lucu banget.
Ya.
Boleh.
Di sini aja ya. Nggak bisa coy. Ambil sini. Geser. Rooftop. Aku kenok.
Kan gabut.
Aman.
Oh kau itu ya. Ayo pak.
Terus 1 ya.
Sini ada ya. Garis biru.
Punya first aid gak?
Ada. Udah di kanan ini kayaknya.
Itu tandaku. Orang.
Nembakin lu dari tengah ya.
Sini.
Ya.
Yang nembakin gue dari lantai 2. Lah udah nyebrang Jut.
Iya di sini, Pak.
Di mana? Di oren kah?
Di
Tempat.
tempatku sini, tempatku.
Aduh,
Dua orang.
udah muter dia tuh.
Yang dari arahku. Apa tuh? Dari arahku ada satu squad tuh.
Oh iya, ada. Ada.
Jadi
Sama-sama anjir.
itu harusnya kalau nggak ada pembinaan ketemu semua loh, Pak, itu Pak, tahu Pak.
Bisa jadi.
Pelurunya. Anjir lah, musuhnya nggak asik, Cok.
Asik.
Masa geng-geng KT 0,3.
Kenangan manis.
Janda laki.
Udah. Turun sini kah? Farm kah?
Oh, di situ rame.
Nanti langsung ke Milta.
Oh, kita nggak ke Miltanya tapi cari di pinggirannya.
Aku turun nih, biru bagi aja tuh bertiga.
Nggak ada bagi aku semuanya, Cok. Mau full effect.
Jangan satu kompon anjir. Gak gitu. Kebagian. Ya udah aku ngambil sananya aja.
Oh, di sini.
Oke, aku biru.
Gak ada anjir. Miltanya.
Ini juga banyak. main anjing sumpah lah. Main tuh kayak PP anjing. Kaget kok cocok.
Wah. ABD.
Diam di kamar mandi dia. Iya. Solo dia lagi. Ini anjing. Ini kayak gitu amat kok. Oh. Aduh, kasih teks lagi. Kaget gua anjing. Pintunya ditutupin semua, Cok. Gua kira belum dilut anjing. Musuhnya daerah sana, daerah tanah gua. Turun di situ soalnya. Ya yang kalah. Tuh istri gua kesana lagi. Gua ganti dulu sama Bang Wes ya. Disuruh bini dulu bentar. Disuruh bini dulu lama. Nanti tarik Bang Wes ya.
Wes.
Udah gua.
Apa bos? Masuk Bang Wais,
Bang Wais.
satu Bang Wais.
Oke.
Iya, Kela. Kela itu.
Kak. Iya kakak keren. Iya fotonya keren. Ya keren, udah keren.
Anda Pak.
Itu udah.
Invited.
Belum selesai Pak.
Ada di sini Cok ternyata.
Terus itu. Terus?
Di situ kosong.
Oh itu musuh tuh.
Keling.
Lah itu yang bunuh si Black anjing.
Bukan. Yang bunuh Black aku. Yang ngebunuh aku. Beda.
Bayang-bayang di kegawangin.
Itu ya mainnya pada ngemper Cok. Ngecam.
Welcome to Record.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. 5 seconds.
do anything.
Oke di sini
Invite.
keluar dulu ganti room.
Dah. Mana Bang Wais nih?
Hadir.
Selalu nggak dikeliatin kalau ini Cok.
Tuh.
Makin ku kejar, semakin kau jauh. Ada pernah letih, sudah berkamu terus berlalu, namun ku takut terjatuh lagi.
Sembilan tuh ini Sonic bisa nggak ya?
Ya, kalau besok 6-6-nya chicken.
Anjay. Namanya chicken gak ada tadi.
Iya coy.
Terakhir doang dia chicken.
Besok 6 game chicken. Pokoknya besok total itu 70 lah poinnya minimal. 70.
Wah 70 nggak bisa sih kayak.
Bisa, ya itu chicken kill 10. Chicken kill 10 aja kalau kali 6 udah 120 tuh.
Berat.
Kill 10 hashtag 5, hashtag 3. Udah 15
PK
poin.
kah?
Ayo.
Tapi yang terakhir tadi emang ini dia main aman Cok.
Yang di match 11 anjir aneh banget Sonicnya.
Oh.
Yang di match 11 itu udah
Parah
enak.
kali malam ini.
Kurang beruntung. Unlucky.
Mousepad gua kesepi ketumpahan air Cok. Kosong.
Gak ada ya?
Di power grid sama San Martin banyak banget ya.
Satu itu Cok. Satu spot itu. Di sini.
Partet.
Mana flash hitter SMG tuh?
MN ya.
Killer.
Danawa OP malam ini ya.
Mana bang?
Danawa OP betul dia malam ini, gue bilang.
Daryl nggak ada lur. Takah lur.
SKS banyak.
Daryl. Ngapain kau kasih SKS kau? Daryl.
Nggak ada MK.
Tandaku.
Di
Tanda oranye.
itu tanda.
Pablo mana aja? Pablo?
Disuruh istri.
Goks, 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 goks.
M4.
Kaliman ada nggak?
Ada.
Oh ini ada.
Nih Beryl Ted.
Ini lagi.
Tuh kan, gitu kan.
Asu. Tadi di tanda hijau ya, MK.
Ada 3.
Ya, banyak kali.
Cok, tinggal 14 buset, cok. Yang yutil.
Ada pistol grenade gak?
Pakai.
MKP. Dekat.
Di lantai 1 tanda oranye. Jut.
Apa?
Pistol granat.
Nggak ada extend ya?
Extend di namanya.
Di mana tuh man?
Tuh namanya tuh lah, tengah-tengah ini nih.
Oh ini.
Arena. Ya, arena. Tapi aku lupa tempatnya lantainya.
Itu di situ.
Di
Tempat.
Soalnya ada 2.
Oh, TW Bangan.
Ada orange cuy.
Udah naik ya, Cok.
Waduh. Ngendok dia, Cok. Lihat.
Titip Ted.
Apa?
Mazil.
Enggak ada. Itu Pak, buatan enten Pak. Pistol
Ada.
tinik. Cuma pelurunya doang. Tapi lu.
Di sini juga ada ya kuning ya.
Aku majuin dulu ini lah satu orang.
Di mana ya Bang Yan?
Di hat.
Depanmu kan?
Hat. Hat oren.
Tuh, di situ dia. Tuh keluar tuh.
Ada kawannya lagi.
Belakang ka dia.
Kabur.
Tembakan juga tuh. Kabur dia.
Oren.
Pakai pick up.
Masnya gak logis. Tinggalin di sini. Karat itu.
2 hit MK. Oh, aku cukup kali bah.
Aman kah?
Belakang dong. Ada mencar.
Abstrak banget cok posisinya, lihat cok. Mabet.
Beda spot anjir. Sekuat.
And when I saw you, who is the here is no.
Dah. Kau tidur, Man. Itu dia keluarin. Hah? Masih mati. Tumben, udah 100 tuh. Cowok cuci aja langsung. Ini cowok resiko lah. Tabok nguncung. Bete gara-gara yang marahin kemarin. Yang lain marahin tuh nyasar-nyasar. Semua.
Bullshit terus.
Iya, dibilang seminggu sekali dibersihin apa? Entah kan? Udah kayak gitu udah mau dibersihin. Ya, kayak gitu lah emang. Susuku di UB.
Mana nih?
Bebas. Terminal ya.
Takut sama dia. Oh, peduli. Siapa?
Tengah lagi kah?
Ya. Duluan kita.
Gak bisa, Cok.
Anjir,
Pintu tengah dia.
Berapa?
Ah, dia, Pak.
Azim, tetangga. Kano tuh tet.
Dulu, Pak. Di tangga. Satu lagi.
Wih. Udah sekarat, coy. Satu doang bisa. Bilangin sama orang tuh jangan
Ku tak bisa.
Dukungan.
Jam. Beuh.
Itu dorong. Gua ke tangga ya bang.
Anjing.
Nggak ada yang di sini kan?
Di situ. Berdua dia. Gua nggak ada.
Sama cok, belum sempat apa-apa ini. Wah, nggak habis peluru cok.
Ini bang. Lantai 2, 45.
Sumpah SLR doang pak. Peluru juga habis.
Iya Pak, KWSLR sama K2, pistol. Pistol.
Intis kali ya guys ya. K2 peluru 30 doang. Nah, jangan situ, ya nggak suka. Kasih bunda nggak mau. Nggak kayak gitu kak. Taruh di piring. Kalau nggak mau taruh di piring, taruh di situ. semua turun sini, Cok.
Lagi di sini.
Karat. Maju. Mustard.
Sini nih. Turun ke lantai satu. Sabar, Ted. Sabar, Ted. Ada stepnya nggak di situ, Ted?
Ada.
Di mana ya, Ted?
Di
Dalam itu,
kiriku,
kamar.
iya.
Lantai satu kan?
Lantai 2 ini.
Hah? Lantai 2? Dia?
Tempatku ini.
Ada 2 orang lagi kan berarti?
Kanan, Ted. Kanan aja, Ted.
Ada orang.
Beda squad.
Beri aku kar 98.
Siapa itu, Pak?
Minta isi lagi. Ada isi putih belum? Istilah lagi tambah.
Aku las ya, ngantuk, Cok.
Oke.
Oh,
Cinok. Rame.
Kenapa ada ya?
Kuning tanda.
Gila gitu.
Tangga ya.
Tidak. Ya, sekali lagi. Teddy gold 4 ya guys ya.
Kau juga sama, Cok. Anjir.
Karena aku emang stuck di sini, Cok. Kau kan platinum.
Apa ya? Oh iya. Lu baca. Gampang lah platinum, Cok.
Teddy gold 4 ya guys ya. kemana yuk?
School.
Sekolah.
Ini kalau kalah gol 5, Butet.
Sama.
Udah lanjut apa-apa. Besok lagi.
Parasut dia bagus malah meliuk.
Audit 1 ya. Lu habis.
Anjir nanti.
Dari audit.
Dia boleh.
Audit, AUDIT.
Bisa-bisanya ngadang.
Masuk squad.
Kayaknya gitu. Rosok ya.
Berel. Weh. Nggak ada helm anjing.
Mobil. Extend guys itu.
Ada ambil lari mobil lah, Cok.
Dewa bunda.
Nggak ada M4 atau AUG ya?
Belum.
Enggak.
Ada Molly ya. Hijau. Ih. Up. Cok. Kenapa lupa?
Nggak ada darah.
Ini satu ini. Ada sepeda ya?
Berhenti. Sepeda tet ya.
Dari audit kah?
Ini darah, Cok.
Yoi, audit bawah. Oh, itu kita semua.
Bilang kanan dulu aja, yang di wall kanan.
Mati, Pak.
Revive tuh dia di bawah.
Bom aja, Pak.
Anjing.
Gila.
Aku mau
Thank you
molotov.
guys. Ini nih, si Masiro nih. Bun, gantiin aku, Bun. Bun,
Apa-apa?
gantiin gua.
Main.
Aku udahan, Cok.
Kenapa udahan? Baru jam segini.
Tidur.
Iya.
Lihat aja dia besok ujiannya Bang Ois ya.
Gaya dia beda jam
Sumpah.
segini. Bentar lagi juga dia keluar, Depi.
Kagak nggak keluar. Udah
Dia
keluar.
segame 2 game doang itu.
Kagak.
Gantiin gua ya, Bun.
Lah main aja, Vi.
Thank you guys. Ngantuk gua, Cok.
Ya udah.
Oke. Lah.
Molotov itu, Cok. Molotov mau ke smoke-nya kena musuhnya pas nge-fall anjir. Bajingan.
Keluar lah, Ted. Ngapain lo di situ?
Pak Twidi nggak main, Pak Twidi?
Yuk.
Main lah.
Ini udah di lobby nungguin.
Public.
Gak ada.
Nimbrung doang.
Oh, nimbrung doang. Ayo. Ramai kayaknya sih. Satu squad kayaknya di kanan. Oh, lebih. Ramai banget anjay.
Biasa.
Nah lu. Tempat semprit lah sambil gudang kuning kita.
Kalau apa namanya tuh, Cok? Ada ya?
Ada yang nabrak.
Ada jatah.
Wes, belakang bisa. Tahan.
Gua cuma, Cok.
Hah?
Gak dapet pistol gua.
Gak apa-apa.
Dari
senjata, Cok.
Gue udah dapet M16 doang anjir.
Mending.
Apalah main kemana?
Segede itu anjing. Turun rame kali ya.
Iya, lutan
banyak.
Lutan semprit.
Kalau turnamen tuh ditentuin ya, turunnya di mana ya?
Iya.
Antisipasi kayak gitu kan.
Tapi kalau hot drop tergantung. Tabrak-tabrakan ya bebas.
Kalau ada yang di ujung gitu ya.
Enggak, di situ juga di hot drop itu nggak ada yang ngelarang. Yang jelas di awal udah dikasih tahu misalnya turun sini.
Ah? Kalau Pekado masih mending lah ya. Banyak juga rumahnya. Power grip anjing kayak gini doang turun ke pesawat. Juga sih.
Strange.
Arena rame ya. Arena 2 squad. Kita ambil mana? Di belakang kalian 2 orang, depan situ 2 orang.
Mati gua. Topnya satu squad.
Spasi gua ini kali ya.
Masih di gudang di apart ini ya?
Kanan gua ada juga.
Dari mana, Pak?
Di tempat lo ada ya, Ted?
Ada. Tanda gua nih 1 orang.
Kau bisa cover aku turun nggak, Bang? Tunggu, guys.
Gua sih di sini aman. Kalau mau turun.
Oh ini ya?
Belakang kita, Bun.
Hah?
Belakang kita ada orang.
Oh iya. Oh, udah ada yang maju 1.
Oren.
Paling atas dong.
Iya. Ih. Tadi itu tipis sekali.
Halo guys.
Anjir, barrel. Banget. Loh. Kena kedua temannya.
Battle Start Enchanted Kit itu buat apa sih? Yang ini yang dibeli di shop nih. Yang
Oh.
500 koin. Buat
Kurang
apa
tahu.
sih?
Kurang tahu, Bang.
Battle Start Enchanted Kit. Rambutnya Harley Quinn tuh nggak ada lagi ya?
Iya, last game.
What?
PG, PG, PG.
Rame kayaknya.
Kayak tadi lagi ya.
Asik.
Namprak kita tadi. Bismillah, ternyata cok.
Ada orang ya, satu orang.
Oh.
Jatuh konyol cok, jatuh konyol.
Thank you, thank you.
Oke, oke.
Itu udah penuh.
Off too soon ya guys ya. Kita stop streaming.